don't know where I am.
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to the class. Welcome to the 9th and 10th channel of BYJU'S everyone. Good morning, I'm your teacher Ankita. Yes.
I'm your teacher Aishwarya, and today as a part of the Maha Marathon, we are going to get started with biology for grade 10. This is going to be for all you 10th graders who have your science exam on Saturday, right ma'am?
Yes, so please make sure, right, to stay with us till the end. And today's the first day, right? Today's the first day and we are starting with the easiest subject, which is biology, and we will be covering all of it, right? So please make sure you're sitting in class with your pen, paper, water bottle, so that you can note down all the important points that we'll be discussing, and of course water to sip. We will be giving you breaks and a lot of questions that you have. We will be taking it up as slowly we move ahead into the session. But ma'am, let's tell them what they can expect from this particular session.
Yes, of course. So we will take that up, everyone. But ma'am, I hope our audio, our video and screen, everything is clear. So everybody, we do not want to have any technical issues. So quickly, everybody, make sure you give both of us a thumbs up to let us know that we are good to go, right? No technical issues whatsoever. Everything is good, all clear. Amazing. So ma'am, what can we expect today? So first and foremost, as we all know, right, we're going to make a checklist, and I want you all to make sure that you focus on the checklist that we make today, and we'll take 1 minute of your time for this particular thing. So first and foremost, we are going to do complete chapter discussion, right? So first and foremost, we are going to do complete chapter discussion. And some of you are asking me, ma'am, will we do activities and experiments today? Now see, the thing is, if we go dwelling into activities and experiments, it may take longer. So ma'am, we will be discussing the important activities and the important experiments, but we will be having a separate class again tomorrow where Ankita ma'am and I will be discussing that, okay? So that will happen in detail again tomorrow, so don't worry about it today. Ma'am, and next thing a lot of students want to know is how long is today's class going to be, considering we are having complete chapter discussion, all 5 chapters.
So one thing is very clear, everyone. We will be making sure that we value your time, right? So we are starting at 11. Probably we started our class at 11 and we will take 2 more minutes to have this interaction, and we will start our class very soon. We will try our best to make sure to finish your class around 3. It can go up to 4 also. Right, so don't worry about that. See, we really need your support. One thing you have to understand, that your time is very, very crucial and very, very precious. So please make sure you pay attention in class. Please make sure you're not talking among yourself. If you have doubt, please ask. Talking about the doubts, we have something really very specific to tell you right now, so that you have a clarity. Ma'am, can you tell about the doubts?
Yes. So now see, one thing is, a lot of you are here. Like all of you are saying on the chat as well, we have close to 1,200 students watching. This number is only going to increase, and we want to, tackle as many doubts as possible. So one thing is, the way in which we will go about today's class is what I want you to know. So when Ankita ma'am, so first of course we'll have Ankita ma'am. So Ankita ma'am and I will be taking, shifts, and we'll be teaching you. Now when we teach, right, when we take a particular concept, we need you all to focus, right? So first thing is, we will teach a concept, right? So we will teach a concept and then we will take doubts, okay? So we will be having a doubt board section where we will then take all of your doubts so far. Now one more thing you should understand is that when we start with life process, you should not ask doubt related to control coordination. And when we are doing our environment, you should not ask a doubt related to something else. It will lead to a lot of back and forth, right? Which will affect the way of learning altogether. So when we do life process, learn life process, right? Then when we do control coordination, we will learn control coordination. And as and when, what we are going to do is, we will take those doubts. Like we said, yesterday also when we told you in the roadmap session, our plan is to make sure that all of you have complete conceptual understanding, right? So very important thing, that this is how we are going to do. We will have doubt board sections where ma'am, we will explain it to them even 10 times if need be, as long as they know the concept, right?
Yes, so please make sure you ask your doubts at the right time. It's a power that you all have. Please use your power with lots of wisdom. Please use it wisely, I would say. You can I would request not to ask the doubts in between because it will be disturbing the flow of the class and you might feel distracted. So pay attention when we are teaching you, and once we have the doubt board, please do ask your doubt there. We will be repeating anyways the concept twice when we are teaching you. If you still have doubt, then you can definitely ask during the doubt board. One thing, we are only focusing on CBSE class 10 textbook that you have. So please do not ask. You can ask, but I'm sure that we will not be in a position to answer the extra content that you are asking. So please make sure you focus on the NCERT, and please trust us when we say we as a teacher know what is important from the exam point of view. Please make sure you trust us and follow what we are saying.
Yes. So now one more thing is, like ma'am said, right, we are going to be aligning towards CBSE and NCERT, and now there is going to be a very important question which all of you will spam in between, and I know for a fact throughout 11 to 4 you will be asking us, ma'am, what language are you going to teach in?
English.
Now mainly it is going to be in English, okay? Please understand this, today's class is going to be mainly in English, but in some cases where you absolutely don't understand anything that we have taught, we will teach you only those portions in Hindi, right? So everybody give me a thumbs up on this to understand that today's class is going to be in English, okay? Hindi में भी try करेंगे, जो भी part आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, absolutely you are not able to understand, right? So everybody, you have to give me a thumbs up because I know for a fact this Hindi-English conversation is going to keep happening throughout today's class, okay? Good. Now, ma'am, what should they have with them throughout today's class?
We started with that. You should have your pencil, water bottle and a notebook, right? So please make sure you're sitting with all of these and have your NCERT textbook also with you, right? Have your NCERT textbook so that you can actually check what are the important information we have shared, and yeah, please do keep a track of those things also. So it will be helping you only.
Yes. So everybody, as you all know, right, one more thing is we will also give you a lunch break, and your lunch break timing, ma'am, will be between 1:30 to 2, right?
Yes, so that will be depending on which chapter we are on. So we will let you know. Of course, we will definitely have polls and other things.
But this is a tentative time. We're letting you know now only. Like, see, this is tentative, right? So everybody take a screenshot if you want to. We're moving outside so that you know this is the plan, right? And everyone, as you know, we will finish the marathon today and then we will move on later in the evening to solve top 50 competency questions. So we will do questions. We'll tell you important questions while teaching, right? What are the possible concepts for which you will get questions? We will do everything. You have nothing to worry about. Important diagrams also we will tell you, bacha, don't worry. Again, we will reiterate it tomorrow also, so do not worry, right? Lots of love to everybody. You've got this, okay? Tell yourself, ma'am, we have got this. So everybody, how's the Josh in the chat? I can see close to 1,600 live watching. Ma'am, I hope you've had good number of likes as well.
Yes, please make sure everyone to hit that like button, right? And please make sure you stay with us. It's full of energy.
Yes. Now, Ranjit, if we could minimize us on the screen because they can see the content. Yes, we are going to get started, of course. So, ma'am, of course, I would hand it over to you. So, Ankita ma'am is going to take the first bit of it and she'll take you through the rest of it. So, I will see you all very soon, bachas. Keep the Josh going. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And let's get started, everyone. Yes, very good, very good. So, I hope that all of you are ready. Now, we will be starting with our favorite chapter. I would say, I'm sure it's your favorite chapter as it's definitely mine. Yes. But before we get started, right, there's one thing we definitely believe that it's for you. Which is this, everyone. Please make sure you read this and this should stay with you till your examination, like all the examination, right? You're very close to the victory, so please don't give up now. It's your time to shine, right? This is the mountain, right? You have to cross this mountain. You have to go to this peak. And you are actually there. Just few more steps and you will see the beautiful sunrise. Yes, so please make sure to stay motivated. You always say, ma'am, motivate karo. So this is a small motivation from our side. You're very close to your goal, your victory. So don't give up now. Good, and you will get the PDF on the Telegram. So let's get started, everyone. So here we have amazing 5th chapter in biology, right? Very easy chapters we have. We are starting with the life process. Then, of course, we'll be discussing about the heredity. Then how do organisms reproduce, our environment, and at the end, we have control and coordination. Now I'm sure you might ask कि मैम इस order में क्यों जा रहे हैं? Based upon our research of the previous year question papers, looking at the different trends throughout, right? We realize that there are a few chapters which are really very important, which have more questions, right? And here we have. So please make sure you stay with us. Let's start with the very first chapter. Now life process may, of course, we have nutrition, respiration, transportation and excretion. We are starting with nutrition for sure. Now, I will be asking you few questions here and there, so please make sure you reply. Now, what is nutrition, everyone? What is nutrition? Right? What is nutrition? In simple words, if we have to say, nutrition kya hai? Yes, it is really very important that, right, for us, it gives us the energy. We take the food and from there we get the energy, right? The intake of food, and of course, then we have different types of nutrition. When we discuss about the nutrition, right, there is very, very important thing that we have to understand, which is there in our CBSE textbook also. What are the two different types of nutrition we have? Easiest thing, everyone, right? There are chances of this question coming is approximately 20%. You might have this question, right? For difference, if the paper is really very easy. There are two types of nutrition, autotrophic nutrition and heterotrophic nutrition. I'm sure all of you are aware about it, but let me repeat once again. Autotrophic nutrition may the plants or the organism can make their own food. So we call them as autotrophs. Those organisms that can make their own food, we call them as the autotrophs. And here we have the example of plants, right? And we have cyanobacteria, right? So these are the autotrophs. And heterotrophs, you and me, right? We depend upon other organisms for our food. So here we have the difference. Are we clear with this? Yes, very good. Okay, so 2 marks in our pocket, everyone. And then now we discuss about the very, very important topic that we have. That is the photosynthesis. Now I want all of you to please make sure to pay attention to this. Now photosynthesis is very important topic. 3 marks question can come. And please pay attention. We are telling you from which topic, what types of question can come. So here we go. Yes, screen is not clear. It's important. Just refresh your page. To us, it's clear. Ranjit, can we check? Yes. Everyone from our side, we have just checked it. Once again, it is absolutely clear. So please, those of you who have some trouble with the screen, right? You can refresh your page. Okay. Now, photosynthesis, everyone, is a very easy process. We know that photosynthesis is a process in which plants make their own food by using the CO2, right, which is carbon dioxide, then H2O, then in the presence of sunlight and in chlorophyll, they make the carbohydrate, the starch, and they release the oxygen. Easy, right? Are we clear with this? Very good, everyone. You want the definition of the nutrition, Sarthak? Here we have. See, this is a definition we have for the autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. That is important. Please take a note of this. Okay? Very good. Question we'll discuss. See, here we have. So, in your examination, they can ask you what is photosynthesis. Write the balanced equation, right? Over here we have. And then they can ask where the photosynthesis takes place. So, can you tell me where the photosynthesis takes place? Photosynthesis कहाँ होती है plants में? जल्दी से बताइए. Yes, जल्दी everyone. Photosynthesis कहाँ पे होती है? Leaf में. Very good. Leaf के अंदर कहाँ पे? Chloroplast में. Right? Leaf में, of course, we have cells, and cells के अंदर we have the chloroplast. Chloroplast में we have two important parts. So here we have, everyone, the structure of the chloroplast. So chloroplast is this part, right? This whole thing is the chloroplast, right? Then, of course, it has two very important parts. Can you see this disc-like structure, everyone? In this, we will see the light reaction. Yes, यहाँ पे हम क्या देखेंगे? Light reaction देखेंगे. इसे हम क्या बोलते हैं? Thylakoid. तो thylakoid के अंदर what we have? हमारे पास chlorophyll वहाँ पे है, right? Thylakoid के अंदर what we have? Chlorophyll, जहाँ पे light reactions होंगे, जहाँ पे actually reaction start होते हैं. Are we clear? Yes. So chloroplast के अंदर we have the thylakoids. Or what are thylakoids? They are the stack-like, disc-like structure which are stacked onto each other. When they are stacked onto each other, we call it as the grana. Are we clear? Yes, this diagram will not come in your examination. But it's for all of us to understand this, right? Very good, very good. Then we have the next set of reaction, right? Jab next set of reaction kya hai? Very good everyone. Right? Reduction ho raha hai, and we will see the formation of the carbohydrate that is happening in the stroma. This part, right? This part. Thylakoid ke jo bahar ka part hai, we will see that photosynthesis में the formation of the carbohydrate will happen in the stroma. Please make sure to note this point down. Stroma, are we clear? Very good. CO2 is a photosynthesis mein we will see that oxygen is released, right? Very good everyone. Now if you are clear with this, let's discuss about the important question that you have that definitely can come in your examination is the steps of photosynthesis. Right? I will show you the previous pages. Just wait everyone. 3 marks question. In your textbook, right, if you have it. I hope that you are sitting with your book, right? Everyone, I hope that you have your book. Can you come on page number 96? All of you on page number 96. हाँ जो लोग बोल रहे हिंदी में बोलो पर इंग्लिश में समझ में आ रहा तो हिंदी में क्यों बोलेंगे? Very good everyone, please come on page number 96. जिन लोगों के पास में बुक नहीं है, after this please note this down. On page 96 you have the diagram, right? See over here. आपके पास में डायग्राम है जिसमें आपको लीफ दिखाई है, वैक्सी क्यूटिकल है, अपर एपिडर्मिस एंड एवरीथिंग, राइट? उसके बाजू में there are 3 important points. Read those points, right? And make a note of those points. This is really very important from the exam point of view. Clear? Grana को define करने की जरूरत नहीं है, right? There is no definition for the grana, right? The stack of thylakoid is called as grana, in easy way. Okay? Yes, very good, very good. Awesome everyone. So let's take a look everyone. In the photosynthesis we have 2 important steps. Are we clear? Kelvin cycle syllabus में नहीं है. So we'll not be discussing. We don't have Kelvin cycle. Okay? Here we go everyone. So are we clear with this point everyone? Let me quickly rewind it back. Are you clear where the photosynthesis is happening? Yes or no? Okay, thumbs up everyone. Are we clear that where the photosynthesis is happening? What are the important parts? Very good. I'm repeating it again. Please pay attention. So, photosynthesis occurs in the leaves of a plant. In the leaves, we have various different types of cells, right? Especially if you talk about the leaf, we have upper epidermis and lower epidermis. We have mesophyll cells where we have the chloroplast. So, we have to focus on the chloroplast itself. Chloroplast is a very important cell organelle which is present and it has the chlorophyll. Now, over here we have the structure, right? What we have over here? We have the thylakoid. Now thylakoids are the disc-like structure. Inside these we have the chlorophyll. Can you quickly tell me everyone where we have the chlorophyll present? Quickly. Very good. Very quickly everyone, very quickly. Yes, thylakoid, chloroplast. Very good everyone. So in the thylakoid we have the chlorophyll. And in the chlorophyll, we'll see the light reaction happening. Awesome. That's the very first step that we have. Then, of course, we have the next step that will be happening later. And we will see the formation of the glucose. So, let's quickly see the steps and we'll come back to this image. Here we go, everyone. Light reaction. So, we have CO2 and H2O. Please make sure to always write the whole equation, balance equation, right? So we have CO2 and H2O. We will see that first step in your textbook which is mentioned that we will see the absorption of light energy, right? And of course we will see the converting of the light energy into the chemical energy. Are we there everyone? Yes, very good. This is not out of syllabus. Okay, this is not out of syllabus. So, we will see the absorption of the light energy and getting converted into the chemical energy, everyone. Second step that you have in your textbook also, if you see, is the conversion of the light energy to the chemical energy and splitting of the water molecule. So the oxygen, right, that we get, the water that we get over here, we'll see the splitting of water, H2O, and we call it as the photolysis. Are we clear? Clear, everyone? Photolysis of water. Very good, very good. Awesome, awesome, everyone. Now, in this only, we will see the formation of NADPH, ATP, and oxygen will be released. Now, many of you are asking what is the full form of NADPH. Not important from your exam point of view, not at all important. But there are so many spammer in the class, so I'm just writing. If you want to use it, please remember this. But it's definitely not important. Okay? I knew that you will be asking, so I'm just writing it for you. But it's definitely not important from the exam point of view. What is important, you have to pay attention to this. I'm writing it also. So here we have the full form of, those of you who are extra curious about this, what is the full form of NADPH? Here we have, but it's useless information from the exam point of view. So are we clear up to light phase, everyone? Yes, NCRT is enough. Are we clear up to here? Quickly tell me. Are we clear with the 2 points for the light reaction? Very good, everyone. So we are clear that plant will take the carbon dioxide and water, and then the first set of reaction, which is called as light reaction, will occur. Now, light reaction, we know that there's absorption of the light energy and it is getting converted into the chemical energy. It is light dependent reactions. Light reaction cannot happen without the light. Clear? Yes, I will repeat in Hindi, but first you have to pay attention to this. Very good. Now let's talk about the dark reaction. The dark reaction is not there in your textbook, but what is there, let me just explain you. So whatever products we get from the light reaction, those products will be used in the dark reaction. Are we clear, everyone? Are we clear? So what we get from here, we get O2, ATP, right? And of course, in the dark reaction, we will see the fixation of the carbon to the carbohydrates. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, very good, absolutely correct. Photolysis is nothing but the splitting of the water molecule. Very good. See, we have the balanced equation on the screen. You can note this down. Awesome, very good, everyone. So the third step which is there in your textbook is the reduction of the carbohydrate to the carbon dioxide to the carbohydrate. Are we clear? Yes, are we clear, everyone? Seems like we still have a lot of struggle here. Chaliye, let me explain you in this in Hindi. Okay. Photosynthesis कहाँ पे होती है? Photosynthesis होती है plants के अंदर, leaves में. Leaves में होता है chloroplast और chloroplast के अंदर होते हैं thylakoids. Thylakoids disc-like structures हैं और thylakoid के अंदर we have the chlorophyll, right? Those of you who have doubt with thylakoids and stroma, please pay attention. So disc-like जो structure हमें दिख रहे हैं green, इन्हें हम बोलते हैं thylakoid. इनके अंदर क्या है? We have the chlorophyll. So chlorophyll में क्या होगा? Absorption of light होगा, क्योंकि ये light absorb करते हैं, इन्हीं की वजह से leaves green in color होती हैं. So जो light reaction है वो कहाँ पे हो रहा है? Thylakoid के अंदर. Absorption of the light energy and converting of the light energy to the chemical energy is also happening in the thylakoid. दूसरा स्टेप है photolysis of water. वाटर है H2O, इसकी हम splitting देखेंगे, right? इसका reaction आपके exam point of view से नहीं important है, so we'll skip that over here. I don't want you to get burdened with a new reaction. So photolysis of water लिखेंगे, you will get points. Or you can write the splitting of water also. So in the light reaction only we'll see the splitting of water. Oxygen मिलेगा हमें वहाँ से. Are we clear? Right, we'll get the oxygen from the photolysis. That oxygen will be used in the dark reaction. यहाँ से first light reaction is done. Then we'll have the dark reaction. Are we clear? Yes? Clear everyone? Quick thumbs up. In dark reaction, we will see the reduction of the carbon dioxide to the carbohydrate glucose. We will get it in the dark reaction. Kelvin cycle लिखा है, ध्यान मत दो, एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं आएगा. Again I am telling you, page number 96 CBSE textbook, you have 3 points. Remember that point. Remember what is thylakoid. Remember what is stroma. Remember what is chloroplast, and you are sorted. Clear? Thumbs up everyone. Where the dark reaction occurs in the stroma. Stroma क्या है? Chloroplast होता है, right? Chloroplast है. उसके अंदर basically जो भी part thylakoid के बाहर है, ये दिख रहा है सब green part. That is the stroma. Are we clear? Very good, very good. Now everyone, I want a very big line of thumbs up and smiley. ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Very good, very good. So this is clear everyone. I will be taking the doubts later. See, it's very easy. Still taken few doubts here and there. Very good. Now, 3 marks in your pocket everyone. You can take a screenshot. Many of you are saying, ma'am, please. Previous page. So here, do take a screenshot. You will be getting the PDF. And here we go. Now, the difference between light and dark reaction. For all of you who feel that you want to know, not important from the exam point of view, but this, for your clarity, that what is light reaction, what is dark reaction, here we have. So, good. Very good. I can see a lot of thumbs up, a lot of smileys. And now everyone, let's move to the digestion of amoeba or digestion in amoeba. So, till now we have discussed about the nutrition, right? Nutrition is really very important. And just now we discussed about the autotrophic nutrition, how the plants make their food, right? And now let's discuss about how we have nutrition in the animals. So we are starting with the amoeba, a very important 2 marks question. I'm sure you would have this question in your examination. Now, we have various steps. Many of you, I can see that you are asking, ma'am, please explain different modes of nutrition. You don't have it in your CBSE. But we have the holozoic mode of nutrition. I'll still take out the name, but during the doubt board session. So what is a holozoic mode of nutrition? Yes, what is the holozoic mode of nutrition, everyone? Yes, you don't need the definition of stromata, mesophyll cells, you don't need that. I think you're struggling. What is that? Very good, everyone. Yes, awesome. The holozoic mode of nutrition is a nutrition where the animal or the organism will intake the food inside and the digestion will occur, right? We intake the food inside the body and then of course we will see the breakdown of the food will be happening. That is the holozoic mode of nutrition. It is a type of nutrition we studied in the heterotrophic nutrition. So here we have the holozoic mode of nutrition and we are discussing that in amoeba and in humans. So the steps remains same. First step is ingestion. That is nothing but the intake of food. What is it? It's nothing but the intake of the food. We have the pseudopodia, right? Amoeba has pseudopodia. It actually forms these false feet and these false feet will engulf the food, right? They will engulf the food and we call them as the pseudopodia. Yes, so that's a very important question. Intake of food. Then the next is the digestion. Now as the word digestion is there, we know that we will see the breaking down of the food. So there's a formation of the food vacuole and we will see the digestion of the food, breaking down of the food. Yes, then we have the absorption. What is absorption? Nothing but the food which is get digested, right? It will be coming and it will be going to the different parts and it will be getting absorbed so that it can utilized further. Then we have the assimilation. Now what is assimilation is nothing but a very important step where we'll see that the utilization of the food is done. Clear? Whatever food is absorbed, it will be getting utilized in the body and the process is called as assimilation. At the end, we have the egestion, which is nothing but the throwing of the undigested food. Are we clear? Yes, are we clear everyone? Very quickly, are we clear? Diagram is important of amoeba. They can show you the diagram and can ask you to identify the steps. Clear? Kelvin cycle is not important. See, if you have any other examination, please, you can leave the class, right? And you can watch this session. We don't have dark phase is not there in your syllabus. They have just mentioned it. Nobody will be asking you in detail. Very good. Assimilation is nothing but the utilization of the food. Are we clear? Very good, everyone. Very good. So here we have digestion in amoeba, ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation, and the egestion. Very good. Very good. Yes. Good, everyone. Okay. Now, if you're done with this particular part, let's quickly move to the next important part, right? I can still see many of you are asking about, ma'am, when we'll be doing the activities. We'll be discussing the activities tomorrow. We'll not be doing the activities today. We will be discussing the activities tomorrow. So everyone, are we clear? Quick thumbs up, are we clear? Very good. Yes. Now, Holozoic mode of nutrition, of course we have it in the humans itself, right? What we have, we will take the food inside our body and then we will see that the food will be broken down. Clear? Yes, very good. So, the stack of thylakoid is called as grana or the granum, right? Very good, everyone. So, are we clear up to here, everyone? So, till now what we have discussed, we discussed about the nutrition. Yes, we have discussed about the photosynthesis, which is very important. Yes, we have discussed about the nutrition in amoeba. Are we clear up to here? Now, I'll just stop here for some time to take up your doubts. Very good. Okay. Okay, so I can see there are few doubts. Let me repeat it again, everyone. Kelvin cycle, Krebs cycle, you don't have in your syllabus. Okay? We don't have Kelvin cycle and the Krebs cycle in your syllabus, so don't worry about those things. I can talk about the stromata. So what is stromata, everyone? What is stromata? Stromata is present on the leaf, right? Yes, and they're the tiny structure that actually help in the exchange of gases. Right, it actually help in the exchange of the gases. Are we clear? Yes, everyone, let's just stay focused. I will repeat. I can see many of you have doubt. Don't worry, everyone. I will be repeating the doubts. But are you clear with this? Very good, very good. So we know that stromata are present on the leaf and they're the tiny little opening, right, that actually help in the exchange of the gases. Stromata have guard cells and the movement of water molecules, right? We have the guard cells, right? Right, and of course the opening and the closing of the stromata is directly related to the guard cells water intake. If water will move in, right, the cell will become turgid and we'll see the opening of the stromatal pore. Everyone, are we clear? Yes, water in, pore open. Right, water out, pore is closed. This we are discussing about stromata. Are we clear? Right, are we clear? So I'm sure we are clear that what is stromata? It is present on the leaves, right? And as the water move inside the guard cells, right? As the water move inside the guard cells, the pore will open, the stromatal pore will open, and as the water moves outside, we will see that the stromatal pore will close and the stromata will close. Very good. Good, everyone. You don't have the diagram of the leaf, so don't worry about it. Clear? Okay. That's one thing, everyone. Are we clear with this? Quick thumbs up, everyone. Are we clear with the stromata? Good, very good. See, everyone, we are just focusing on the important part, right? And you have a diagram of the stromata in your textbook on page number 97. You have page number, CBSE pe page number 97, you have that. And there you'll be able to see the diagram of the stromata, which actually help us to understand how the stromata is working. Okay, clear? Now, there's one thing that you still have doubt with is the chloroplast. Right, can you tell me what is this? Quickly everyone, what is this? Right, what is this part? Disc-like structure in the chloroplast, what we call it as? See, I think all of you are getting distracted because you feel that you don't know, but now I'll be asking you and you will be helping me. What is this? What is this disc-like structure called as? We call it as the thylakoid. Absolutely correct. This disc-like structure which is present in the chloroplast is called as thylakoid. Thylakoid is not just one single disc. In the chloroplast, we have many disc-like structure which are stacked onto each other, and we call that whole bundle as the grana. Okay, we call that whole bundle as the grana. One single disc, thylakoid. Whole bundle, grana. Are we clear? Very good everyone. See, you know everything. Unnecessarily you are getting stress. Okay, now where we have the chlorophyll? Where we have the chlorophyll? Good, very good everyone. So we have the chlorophyll present inside the thylakoid, the green color, right? We have the chlorophyll inside the thylakoid. So where we'll have the photosynthesis ka light reaction happening? Light reaction will happen in the thylakoid, which is not mentioned in your textbook, but you should know about this. Okay? Then light reaction mein there are two steps: absorption of light energy, conversion of light energy. Second step becomes very important, which is the photolysis of water. Clear? This is the photolysis of water which is mentioned in your textbook. Read that everyone, page number 96, CBSE and CRE textbook. Super important point. Very good everyone. So, then two steps are done with the light reaction. Then we have the last reaction which will happen in the stroma. Right? We have the dark reaction where we'll see the reduction of CO2 to the carbohydrate. Basically, glucose will be formed. Are we clear? Three easy steps. Three easy steps, everyone, from your textbook itself. I'm not teaching you anything extra, but this is very important. Very, very important. Yes, now I can see a good chain of yes. I'll show you the, I will show you the, basically, the equation of photosynthesis. Write a balanced equation of photosynthesis. Here we have, take a look everyone, here we have the balanced equation. You can, you know what, take a screenshot of this. Take a screenshot of this everyone. Good. This is important. This is what you should remember. And if you still have some difficulty, if you feel that कि मैम नहीं करनी है मेहनत, ये बहुत complicated लग रहा है, हमें easy में बता दो, please copy points from the page number 96 of CBSE. ठीक है? 3 steps of photosynthesis will be done. Nothing extra. You don't have to study anything more than that we have studied here. इतना काफी है examination के लिए. Clear? डार्क रिएक्शन, लाइट रिएक्शन ज्यादा मत जाओ, नहीं आएगा एग्जामिनेशन में. आपके स्कूल में पढ़ाया होगा आपकी टीचर ने, पर बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं पूछेंगे, बिकॉज सीबीएसई में नहीं मेंशन है. क्लियर? ओके. अब एक डाउट आ रहा था बार बार, मैम पैरासिटिक न्यूट्रिशन, व्हाट इज पैरासिटिक न्यूट्रिशन? जल्दी से, यू ओनली टेल मी द एग्जांपल. Parasites, right? I'm sure you would have seen the parasites. Parasitic nutrition. Leech, cuscuta, you all have studied this in class 8. Very good. So when the organism, right, use host to take the nutrition out of their body, we call it as a parasitic mode of nutrition. Right? Leech, lice, जुए पड़ते हैं बालों में. Those all are parasites. they have the parasitic mode of nutrition. फिर दूसरा आता है saprophytic or saprotype, basically saprotropic nutrition. Yes, what is saprotropic nutrition, everyone? Tapeworm, see, you all have the answers. What is sapro? Basically saprophytic nutrition, absolutely correct. Fungi, remember one example, mushroom. They take the nutrition from dead and decay matter. They release their enzymes on the food and then they take the food. Very good. They take the food from the dead and decay plants and the animals. We call it, that particular nutrition, as the saprotropic nutrition. Awesome. See, itna easy hai. Clear? Very good. Good, everyone. So we'll remember this. Okay, that's it. You're asking what is epidermis. So we have on the leaf, right? We have upper epidermis and lower epidermis. Basically, these cells that are there are very closely packed and they act as a barrier, right? They make sure to reduce the loss of water. They make sure to reduce the invasion of the parasites also. Good. Okay. Now let's move ahead, everyone, to the nutrition, because I can still see a lot of you have doubt. Yes? Okay. Let's talk about this, everyone, and we will be moving ahead to the digestion part because that's important. Very good, everyone. Photosynthesis in desert plant is not there in the syllabus, so we'll not be going ahead in that, right? So don't worry about that. Yes, we don't have photosynthesis in the desert plants per se. Whatever you have in your CBSE, we are focusing on that. Good. So here we have, everyone, the steps that we have. First step is ingestion, that is intake of the food. Second step is digestion of the food. Third step is absorption. Fourth step is assimilation, and the fifth step is egestion. Now let's talk about the humans, everyone. Okay, here we go. Here we have. So steps of nutrition in humans, everyone, are basically digestion. Now you tell me, right? We definitely intake the food. Yes or no? Yes. You don't have to elaborate. You can just write the simple points. Right? If someone asks you to explain the digestion or nutrition in amoeba, you can break those points. Similarly, what is ingestion? Intake of food. Digestion of the food, breaking down of the food. Absorption, absorbing of the food and sending to different parts. Assimilation, utilization of the digestive food, and egestion, removal of the undigestive food. Yes. Are we clear? Thylakoid is not in syllabus, never mentioned in your CBSE, but it's an extra point if you want to write. Okay. Chaliye. Are we clear with this part, everyone? Are we clear with this part? See what we do. Okay, you tell me how you take food. Chalo, you only tell me. How you take food, everyone? Do you absorb the food or you do eat the food? Yes, tell me, do you eat the food? It goes to your mouth or it goes to your ear? It goes to your mouth, right? So it says intake of food. So the first step that we have in humans and of course in amoeba is the intake of the food. You and I intake the food. And that happens in our mouth. And what we have in mouth? What we have in mouth? Very good. We have teeth. We have tongue. And we have salivary glands. Yes? Good. So teeth will actually help in breaking the food down. Right? We chew the food. हम उसे काटते हैं food को छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में तोड़ देते हैं. We do that. Then we have tongue that actually help in mixing the food all together. And salivary glands release a very, very important enzyme, which is salivary amylase. 1 marks question, everyone. Salivary amylase help in the breakdown of carbohydrate. So digestion starts where? 1 marks question. Digestion in the human body starts where? Can you quickly tell me? Very good. The digestion starts in the human body in the mouth itself. 1 marks question, everyone. It starts in the mouth where the salivary glands will release the enzyme which is salivary amylase. It actually helps in breaking down the carbohydrate. Sugar ka digestion starts in our mouth itself. Very good. Very good, everyone. So that's the first part. Mouth is clear. The buccal cavity, as we say, is clear, right? Very good. Now, let's talk about the next part, everyone. So from mouth, where the food goes? Where the food goes? Very good. The food actually goes from mouth, right, to the esophagus. And 1 marks question over here, everyone. The movement which happens in the esophagus is called as the peristalsis movement. 1 marks question. Yes? The movement that happens, the wave that is formed, the contraction that happens over there that actually push the food from the mouth to the stomach in the esophagus, right? 1 marks question. So please make sure you remember that. It's a wave-like muscle contraction that actually moves the food to the digestive tract. Clear? And of course the lining of the canal contract and relax in order to make the food push ahead. Yes, very good. ठीक है, इसे हम बोलते हैं बोलस. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. सो खाना बकल कैविटी में गया, राइट? दांतों ने उसे काट दिया, टंग की वजह से थोड़ा सा मिक्स हो गया, बोलस बन गया, और सलाइवरी ग्लैंड्स ने सलाइवरी अमाइलेज रिलीज कर दिया, जिससे शुगर जो था बेसिकली कार्बोहाइड्रेट का ब्रेक डाउन स्टार्ट हो गया और डाइजेशन स्टार्ट हो गया माउथ के अंदर ही. दैट बोलस विच इज फॉर्म द फूड विच इज रैप्ड इन द सलाइवा actually goes down to the esophagus. Yes, very good, right? The movement that happens is called as the peristalsis movement that happens there. It is nothing but the contraction of the walls, basically the muscles that are there. Now, the food will be moving to the stomach, right? It will be moving to the stomach. Now, in the stomach, everyone, what we know? We know that stomach is a J-shaped organ. It will be receiving the food from the esophagus, and here we'll see the further digestion. Clear? Easy? Right, everyone? Good. Now here I have a very easy trick for you. HPM. These are the gastric juices. Right? These are the gastric juices that are released in the stomach. H stands for HCl. P stands for pepsin. M stands for mucus. So, how you will remember this? It's very easy, right? Hamari pyari muskan. Yes, I am sure all of you will remember this when you laugh, when you smile. So, H for HCl, P for pepsin, M for mucus. Hamari pyari muskan. Remember that. And it's easy for you to remember because HCl is one that actually helps in killing the germs that enters through the food, and it actually helps in activating the inactive enzyme which is the pepsinogen, and that becomes the pepsin. Yes, we will remember as pepsin because pepsin is the one which is active enzyme, right? Pepsin is an active enzyme that actually helps in the digestion of protein. And mucus helps in protecting the inner lining of the stomach. Are we clear? Yes? Are we clear, everyone? So remember 3 gastric enzymes, gastric juices that are there in the stomach: HCl, pepsin and mucus. Clear? You can note down this. HCl actually convert the pepsinogen to the pepsin, which actually help in the breaking the protein to the peptide. Yes, are we clear up to here? Very good, very good. So in our stomach we have the acidic medium because we have the HCl, right? Very good, everyone, very good. So are we clear up to the stomach part? I can see you're asking about the intestine, liver. We will discuss, but not now. Yes, good. Now let's discuss about the liver. Now, the food from the stomach will be moving into the small intestine. Before it moves into the small intestine, that digestive part of food is called as chyme, right? And it moves from the stomach to the small intestine. So there are a lot of parts of small intestine. The first part is duodenum. Where it moves, right, it receives the bile juice. It receives the bile juice that is produced in the liver, right? That is produced in the liver, stored in the gallbladder, and bile juice helps in the breakdown of the fats. Basically, bile juice helps in the emulsification of the fats. Are we clear? It actually helps in the emulsification of the fats. Big fat molecules will be broken down to the small fat molecules. Okay? And this bile juice is stored in the gallbladder. Are we clear? I will explain you again, but please stay focused. So liver mein, what we have? We have the production of the bile which is stored in the gallbladder. Yes? And what is the function of the bile? Basically, it actually helps in the breakdown of the fats, big fat molecules into the small one, so that enzymes can act on it, and this actually make the medium alkaline. Yes? Okay. Stomach mein what medium we have? Stomach mein what medium we have? Everyone, can you tell me? Acidic medium or basic medium or alkaline? Jaldi, jaldi, jaldi. Yes. In the stomach we have the acidic medium. Now this is very acidic medium, right? Our body is not used to this. So, liver will release bile that will make the medium as alkaline, right? It will make the medium as alkaline. Basically, it will make sure that we don't have much of the acidic nature. Are we clear? Yes? And it actually helps in breaking the fat molecules. Right? Big fat molecules will be broken to the small fat globules. And these can be acted upon by the enzymes. Clear, everyone? Are we clear? Good. Very good. Are we clear about this? Awesome. Awesome. Very good, everyone. Chaliye. So we are clear with this. You can take a screenshot. You can take a screenshot of the stomach and of the liver. Now, from there we move to the pancreas. Yes, we move to the pancreas. I know I'll be a little bit fast. See, you have doubts. I'm just trying to take care of your doubts. We'll be moving a little bit fast, but everyone, let's pay attention. So, digestive system mein we have the pancreas, which is a very important gland that secretes two important enzymes, which are lipase and trypsin. So, lipase enzyme helps in the digestion of fatty acids. It will break the lipids into the fatty acid and glycerol, and protein into the amino acid. Yes? Very good, everyone. Yes. Good, good, very good, everyone. So remember that there are two enzymes that are secreted in pancreas, lipase enzyme and the trypsin enzyme. Then we have the small intestine. See, here we have 2 marks question for sure. How the digestion, where the complete digestion and absorption happens in the human body. Yeah, we have the pancreatic amylase also that actually help in the digestion of carbohydrates. Yeah, you can write about the pancreatic amylase also. So let me write, we have the pancreatic amylase also. Very good. So in small intestine, what we see the complete digestion and the absorption of the food. So in the small intestine, digestion will be happening because there are various juices that actually help in breaking down the food further, and they have villi which are like finger-like projection inside in the inner walls of the small intestine that actually help in absorbing, right? They actually help in absorbing the food and they increase the surface area. Yes, are we clear, everyone? Amino acids are the smallest form, right? The proteins will be formed when amino acids are joined together. So proteins ka the final product after the digestion are the amino acids. Yes, very good. Yeah, we do have the intestinal juices which are there in the intestine? Yes. Okay, so are we clear everyone with this? Clear? Then from the small intestine, we will be moving to the large intestine where we'll see the absorption of the water, right? And the undigested food, which is moving from the small intestine, will move in the large intestine. That is nothing but the undigested food, right? And at the end, we will see the removal of the undigested food from the anus. So the alimentary canal, right? The alimentary canal starts from the mouth and ends at the anus. And we call it as the alimentary canal. Yes, this is very important. This is very important from the exam point of view. Yes. Okay, everyone, are we clear with this? Now I'll explain again in Hindi. Please make sure you pay attention. Okay, so खाना कहाँ से हम लोग when we start our food, मतलब हम जब खाना खाना start करते हैं तो पहले खाना कहाँ जाता है? Mouth में. And in our mouth we'll see the digestion process getting started. So from mouth to anus we call it as the alimentary canal. Remember that there's a difference between the digestive system and alimentary canal. ठीक है, ये एग्जाम में कंफ्यूज करने के लिए आपको ये वर्ड्स यूज कर सकते हैं. ओके, सो माउथ में कंप्लीट डाइजेशन नहीं होती है. द फर्स्ट डाइजेशन स्टार्ट्स इन द माउथ इटसेल्फ. व्हिच एंजाइम वी हैव? वी हैव द salivary amylase enzyme, right? The salivary amylase enzyme helps in the breakdown of the carbohydrate. Complex starch जो है उसे simple sugar में break down कर देगा salivary amylase enzyme, and digestion starts in the mouth itself. Then we have the esophagus जहाँ से खाना move होता है from the mouth to the stomach. Are we clear? Yes, very good. Are we clear with this? This is very easy. तो esophagus की जो walls हैं, right? Of course वो muscular walls हैं and they contract and relax. उनकी वजह से food आगे push होता है और उस movement को हम लोग peristalsis movement भी बोलते हैं. Right? That is a 1 marks question, can easily come in your examination. Then of course we talk about the stomach. Stomach में there is a secretion of the gastric juices. We have HCl which kills the germs which are entering into the food along with the food. Then it activates the pepsinogen enzyme which is inactive enzyme. And then we have the pepsin enzyme that actually help in breaking down the proteins. Mucus protects the inner walls of the stomach. Clear? We do have the sphincters in between, right? What are these sphincters? Basically, they are the covering that covers from esophagus to the stomach and from the stomach to the small intestine. Very good. Now everyone, let's talk about the function of the liver. Liver का क्या function है? Largest gland है हमारी body की and it secretes bile. बनाता है bile liver. उसे कौन store कर रहा है? Gallbladder. And main function of the bile is to make sure the breakdown of fats is happening. And it makes a medium alkaline also. So the big fat molecules, the globules we have will be broken down to the small fat, right? And that can be acted upon by the various enzymes. Enzymes आएंगे, they can actually break it further. Then let's discuss about the functions of pancreas. Right? Let's discuss about the function of pancreas. Here we have. Now what are the functions of pancreas? Pancreas releases two important enzymes, which is lipase and trypsin, and along with that we have the pancreatic amylase. So we have lipase enzyme that actually help in breaking down the lipids into fatty acid and glycerol. We have trypsin that actually help in breaking down the protein into the amino acid, and we have pancreatic amylase that actually help in breaking down the carbohydrate, right? More further the starch into the further simplified form. Very good. So कार्बोहाइड्रेट एंड स्टार्च सेम है? नहीं, मतलब ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ पार्ट, राइट? कार्बोहाइड्रेट में जितनी भी शुगर है हमारे वो आएंगे. वेरी गुड, राइट? आर वी क्लियर एवरीवन विद द pancreas? Then we have the small intestine. Of course we have the structure of the villi over here. बहुत छोटू सा प्यारा सा structure है, right? Nobody will be asking you to draw the structure of villi in your examination, but most importantly remember that these villi actually help in increasing the surface area and help in the absorption, and complete digestion of food will happen in the small intestine. Yes? Good. Very good everyone. Are we clear? Yes everyone, are we clear with this? Come on. So bolus is the food that comes from the mouth to the stomach. chyme moves from the stomach to the intestine. Chyme. Yes, very good everyone. Yes, I have repeated this thrice, so if you have doubt, you can go back and watch this and come back. Okay. In large intestine, what we see that we will absorb, right? We will see the absorption of the water, and the undigested food will move out of the anus. Okay? The rectum is the last part, and through the anus it will be removed from the body. Everyone, are we clear? Yes? Are we clear with this? Good, very good. Now I want you to look at this black screen. I am moving out. Quickly recall the steps that you have studied. Don't pay attention over here. Close your eyes, right? And just, you have the diagram, right, in your textbook. Page number 99. On page number 99, you have the diagram of the alimentary canal. Close your eyes and recall the things that we have studied. For 1 minute, I will not be speaking. You only focus. Recall. Recall everyone now and then. So there is a doubt, many of you are asking कि मैम पेंसिल से लिखेंगे तो मार्क्स कट होंगे, सॉरी पेंसिल से अगर कुछ कट करेंगे. See, if you are cutting anything with any of the pen or with the pencil, nobody will be deducting your marks, right? Nobody will be reducing your marks. Marks नहीं कटेंगे. Buccal cavity is a whole thing which have the teeth, tongue, salivary glands. Other name is mouth also. उसे mouth भी बोलते हैं. Yes, so small intestine we have three parts, right? We have the duodenum, then of course we have the jejunum, and of course we have the last part where we'll see the main digestion happening. Okay, so in the small intestine there is a release of various juices, right? Very good. Chali everyone. Good. Are we clear with this? Are we clear with digestion? Are we clear with digestion, everyone? Quick thumbs up. And how's the energy? Feces are the human waste, right? Which is the undigested food that comes out of the body is called as feces. Very good, very good. Everyone, please pay attention to the class. Now we'll be moving from the digestion to the respiration. See, I hope that you're clear with this because we have gone really very slow. And the digestion part is very, very important. Small intestine, we will see the complete digestion and the absorption of the food. Good. Pepsin helps in the digestion of proteins. Good, everyone. So now we are done with the nutrition. And now we are moving ahead to the respiration. Now respiration again becomes a very, very important part, yes, of our syllabus, and it's really very important, right? And let's discuss about this, everyone. So what is respiration? What is respiration? Yes, very good. Yes, now I'll be fast because that was a very big topic. I took almost an hour, but now I'll be moving really very quickly. Thanks, all thanks to you. Yes, everyone, what is respiration? Breakdown of the food. Very good. So, of course, in respiration, what we'll see that it's a process where we'll see the breakdown of the carbohydrates such as the glucose to release the energy is called as respiration. So, the food that we eat, right? Digestion has started kiya, the food that we eat. Now, we'll be going to the cells, right? And we will see the breakdown, right? We'll see the breakdown of the carbohydrates to release the energy. And we will call that process as the respiration. Very good, everyone. So there are two types of respiration, aerobic respiration and anaerobic respiration. Aerobic respiration is nothing but the respiration which have the oxygen present. The reactions will be happening in the presence of oxygen is called aerobic respiration, and anaerobic respiration is the respiration where the oxygen is not present or there is a lack of oxygen. Amoeba and paramecium का digestion same है. The same steps we have. Pancreatic amylase help in the digestion of carbohydrates. Placenta का function हम पढ़ेंगे जब हम how to organism reproduce पढ़ेंगे. Very good. So are we clear about the two types of respiration, aerobic and anaerobic respiration? Yes? Good. Very good, everyone. You don't have to learn about these pincher muscles. No, it's not important. Diagram is also not important. Yes, very good, very good. There's a difference between lipase is an enzyme. Bile salt, of course, is not an enzyme, I would say. It's not an enzyme, right? Good. Okay. So are we clear what is the difference between aerobic and anaerobic respiration? Quick thumbs up, everyone. Quick thumbs up. I can still see many of you are still hanging on the digestion part. You have to move on. See, you cannot. Life is about moving on. You cannot sit with the one topic for entire session. Yes. Good. So are we clear with this? Awesome. You have all of my hearts, right? Okay. So we are clear with this. Now let's discuss about the cellular respiration. 4 marks everyone, 3 marks, 5 marks, all of these important questions. So please pay attention. Respiration is nothing but the breakdown of the food that we take, right? And it's a very important process where you will see the formation of energy. So, glucose that enters into our cell. See, this is our cell, right? What is this? This is our cell. Can you tell me inside the cell what we have? Quickly, everyone. We have what we have in our cells. We have different types of organelles, right? And one very specific organelle I want you to name. Very good. We called it as the energy house, the powerhouse of the cell. What is the name of that organelle? We have studied this class 9th and 8th. Very good. We call it as mitochondria. Right? So very important organelle is mitochondria. Okay. So what happens? Our cell is very happy ke I have glucose, right? Cell is very happy ke now I have good food. I have glucose. Yes, so this glucose first will enter into the cytoplasm. It is entering into the cytoplasm. What is cytoplasm, everyone? I'm sure all of you know. It's a fluid or a jelly-like substance which is present in the cell onto which we have our organelles suspended. Right? So, glucose will enter into the cell and in cytoplasm. Right? In cytoplasm, we will see the breakdown of glucose into pyruvate. Are we clear? Yes, are we clear, everyone? So we have our cell, right? Glucose is entering. Glucose is 6 carbon, right? This is mitochondria and this is cytoplasm. So in the cytoplasm itself, glucose will break down to the pyruvate, which is a 3 carbon molecule. Clear? Yes or no, everyone? This is clear? Yes? Very good. You don't have to remember the formula of pyruvate. So please don't ask me the formula. Not important from the exam point of view. Glycolysis, not important. Yes? So, glucose will be broken down further into the 2-pyruvate and 6 carbon compound will become 2-pyruvate with 3 carbon each. I'm sure you know the maths, everyone, right? Yes? If you divide 6 by 2, what will be the division? What will be the result? Divide 6 by 2, everyone. If you divide 6 by 2, what you will have? 3, right? So, 6 carbon compound will give us exactly the half and half. 3. 2 molecules of pyruvate, right? And we have, which is 3 carbon molecule. So this all reaction is happening in cytoplasm. This all is happening in the cytoplasma. Very good. Okay, are we clear up to here? Yes or no? Yes, quick thumbs up. This is important. Very good. Now once this pyruvate is there, right, in the oxygen, and if oxygen is there, this will go inside the mitochondria. Are we clear? Both the pyruvate and the oxygen will move into the mitochondria, and we will get what? What is the energy currency of the cell? Everyone, what is the energy currency of the cell? Jaldi, 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 starting with A. Awesome. ATP. Adenosine triphosphate. This you all should know. So, glucose, which is 6 carbon, right? It breaks down to 2 pyruvate molecule of 3 carbon, and this pyruvate will hijack the glucose. Sorry, the oxygen. पायरुवेट ऑक्सीजन को बोलेगा चलो 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 चलो, हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, हम दोनों को साथ में रहना है, and both of them actually enters into the mitochondria where we will see the formation of ATP, the energy currency. This all is happening in where? Can you tell me which type of respiration is this? अरे भाई, अगर ATP की फुल फॉर्म पूछ रहे हो अभी तो मैं बता देती हूँ, पर ये तो आनी चाहिए थी. एडिनोसिन ट्राइफॉस्फेट. दोस्तों, अपने दोस्तों की हेल्प करो. वेरी गुड. दिस इज विच टाइप ऑफ रेस्पिरेशन? एरोबिक. एरोबिक रेस्पिरेशन. ऑक्सीजन प्रेजेंट है. रिमेंबर दिस. साइटोप्लाज्म, माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया. This will give us ATP. This is what happens in our cell. Majority of our cells. Right? Are we clear? Now, if you're clear with this, let's take a look at this. This is again very important. If you have your CBSE textbook, page number 102. Page number 102, you have this flow chart. Super important. Clear? So we are clear with this part, right? See, we are clear with this part. Thumbs up everyone. Are we clear? What is aerobic respiration and how it is happening? Glucose, cytoplasm, pyruvate, mitochondria, CO2, H2 and ATP. Clear? Good. Very, very important chart everyone. Do remember this always, always, always. Easy peasy. ATP, ATP, हर जगह ATP है. Plant की currency, animal की currency, energy currency is ATP. Okay. Now let's discuss about अगर ATP ऑक्सीजन नहीं है तो, मतलब ऑक्सीजन नहीं है तो क्या होगा? Yes, if we don't have the oxygen, everyone, what will happen? Glucose will enter into the cytoplasm. Same thing will happen. Glucose enter किया cytoplasm में, pyruvate breakdown हुआ. If we don't have the oxygen, in the absence of oxygen in the human body, right? For example, you are running, right? You're running a marathon, right? You're running a marathon and you need more of oxygen, and in our body we have lack of oxygen. What will happen? Cells will say you don't have to do much, you don't have to take a long path. Please, in the cytoplasm itself, start making the energy. So in the pyruvate, when it's enter into the absence of oxygen wala state, right? What we see in cytoplasm itself, we will see the formation of lactic acid and ATP. Now lactic acid will get accumulated in our muscles and will give us pain. Yes, it will give us pain. Accumulation of the lactic acid will cause a muscle cramp, right? जो में पेन होता है, जब मैराथन भाग के आते हैं फिर एक दिन एक्सरसाइज कर ली, तो जो पेन होता है वो क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि लैक्टिक एसिड हमारी मसल सेल्स के अंदर चला गया है. बोलता है कि मैंने इतनी मेहनत करी, आई नीड सम टाइम टू कूल इट ऑफ. यस, गुड. सो एवरीवन, आर वी क्लियर विद दिस? ये क्वेश्चन आता ही आता है, सो प्लीज मेक श्योर यू रिमेंबर दिस. टेक्स्ट बुक क्वेश्चन इंपॉर्टेंट है. अरे लोग मुझ पे गुस्सा कर रहे हैं कि मैम आप कमेंट नहीं पढ़ रहे. भाई बहुत सारे कमेंट हैं. Whatever I can see, whatever doubts I can see, I'm definitely replying. मुझ पे गुस्सा करने से कुछ नहीं होगा. Humble request, keep yourself calm and let's stay focused. I'm repeating content again and again. ठीक है, ताकि आपके दिमाग में वो चीज अच्छे से चली जाए. Okay, are we clear with this? Then last part, everyone. Glucose will be entering into the cytoplasm. It will be getting converted into the pyruvate in the cytoplasm, and in the yeast, right? In the absence of oxygen, where there's no oxygen at all, like in the case of the yeast, we'll see the formation of ethanol, CO2 and ATP. Are we clear? Very good. Very good, everyone. Are we clear with this? Yes. See, Hindi में explain कर दिया है, English में भी explain कर दिया है. We are moving here, everyone. So this reaction is very important. Please make sure you keep a note of it. Chat का slow mode कर दे. ठीक है, we can do that so that I can see your comment. Very good, everyone. So this is important. Please make sure to keep a check at this particular flow chart. Give me thumbs up if you're ready. I'm repeating this again for the final time. Right? So we have three important reactions, everyone. Glucose enter into the cell in cytoplasm. Right? And it will be getting converted to the pyruvate if oxygen is present. It will go into the mitochondria. We'll see the formation of ATP, release of CO2 and water. If lack of oxygen is there, we'll see the formation of lactic acid and ATP formation. In absence of oxygen, we'll see the formation of ethanol, CO2 and the ATP. ATP is nothing but the adenosine triphosphate. Very good. So I think we are clear with this. Now let's move ahead to the next important part, which is exchange of the gases in the other organism. Not important from the exam point of view. I don't know why we have it over here. Yes, just remember that we are not the only one who does the respiration. We have other organisms also. And among these, we have very important plants. So everyone tell me, do plants respire? Do plants respire? Jaldi, jaldi. Do plants respire? Yes or no? Yes. Very good. Very good. So plants do respire. So plants do respiration. So we have a beautiful flower and it performs the photosynthesis also. So what happens in photosynthesis, everyone? What happens in photosynthesis? Plants take up the CO2 and gives the oxygen. What happens in respiration? Respiration में क्या होता है? Plants take up the oxygen and give back the CO2. Are we clear? Right? This is there, right? Photosynthesis occurs only during day. Respiration is 24/7. Right? 24/7. Just like you and me needs oxygen, right? We need respiration. Similarly, plants also need the respiration. So the question can come in your examination. Do plants respire in night? You will say yes. What you will say? You will say yes. Okay? They do respire throughout the time. Such kind of question can come in your examination. Please make sure you remember that. Chaliye. So we know that in the plants, we'll see the exchange of gases, right? Mosquito mein, we have the trachea that actually help in the gases diffusion, right? Sorry, exchange of gases, trachea. Then we have earthworm, jo respire karte with the help of the skin. Fishes, gills, and humans, lungs. One more question. Fishes have higher breathing rate. Can you tell me why? See, fishes have higher breathing rate. Why? I'm sure you would have seen this question. बहुत सारे बच्चे पूछ रहे, ma'am, is it very important to read the textbook question? Yes. Please make sure to read the NCERT textbook questions. They will give you an idea about the question that can come in your examination. Very good. Fishes have higher breathing rate because they have less oxygen in water. Right? The amount of dissolved oxygen in water is less. That's why they have to breathe faster to take the oxygen. Very good. Very good. 2 marks question done. Clear? See, this is how we are studying. And now this is a pace up topic. Okay. Now everyone, what is the difference between breathing and respiration? Jaldi jaldi se mujhe batao. लैक ऑफ ऑक्सीजन बच्चे, लैक ऑफ ऑक्सीजन मतलब ऑक्सीजन है पर कम है, सेल्स तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है प्रॉपर्ली. Okay, everyone, what is the difference between respiration and breathing? Respiration is a chemical process where we'll see the breakdown of the food. Breathing is a physical process. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, right? So please make sure you know the difference between breathing and respiration. You're in class 10, so I assume that you know the difference. But here we still discussed. PYQs already ho chuke hain. We have discussed the PYQs already. After each chapter, we'll discuss important questions. And if you pay attention, we are discussing important question in between also. Yes. Okay. Everyone, now let's take a look at the very, very important topic, which is the human respiratory system. हमारा respiratory system है. भाई मैं सुन रही हूँ सबकी बात. If you have a valid doubt, I'll be able to answer your question. जो बच्चे आप डाइजेशन के क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, I'm sorry I'll not be able to take the questions of the digestion. Please go back and watch it. ग्रामर भैया इंग्लिश के क्वेश्चंस मत पूछो. It's already gone past हो चुका है. Yes, very good. Good everyone. Okay. Human respiratory system, we have our nostrils, we have pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchus, lungs, bronchiole and the alveoli. Yes, a good question. What is catabolic and anabolic reaction? Acha. Sorry, here we go. If we have, acha, let's suppose. Okay, can you tell me which one is catabolic and which one is anabolic? Jaldi, everyone. Which one is catabolic and which one is anabolic? Anabolic is a reaction. Yes, anabolic is a reaction where what we'll see. See, pick one or two. Which one is anabolic reaction and which one is catabolic reaction? Pata nahi ma'am. Right, see. In the anabolic reaction, right, what we'll see, we will see that, right, it's a very, very important process. Anabolic reaction, mein what we'll see, we will see that the small molecules will be coming together and will forming the complex one. That is the anabolic reaction or the anabolic metabolism. In the catabolic reaction, what we'll see, we will see that the bigger molecules will be broken down to the smaller one. Yes? So, second one is the catabolism. First one is the anabolism. Right? Clear? Anabolic and the catabolic reactions. Clear? Yes? Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I just saw that. Very good. Dark reaction and respiration same nahi hai. See, in catabolic reactions, we'll see big molecule breaking into the smaller one. Anabolic mein we'll see smaller molecules coming together and forming the bigger one. Clear? Yes? Very good. This is just for our understanding. Metabolism is nothing but the reactions that happens in the body. Metabolism ke do types ho sakte hain, anabolism and catabolism. Very good. Okay. Now everyone, can you tell me what is the function of nostrils? Okay, let me just quickly go in this particular way. So everyone, how do we breathe? Quickly everyone, how do we breathe? We breathe from our nostrils, right? We inhale, we have nostrils, 2 nostrils, right? I'm sure each one of you have two nostrils. किसी के पास 4 nostrils हैं क्या? Do you have 4 nostrils? Nahi na. There will be only 2 nostrils. You breathe from 2 nostrils and the nostril inside में, right? यहाँ पे we have the mucus. We have the mucus and we have the nasal hair. वो क्या करते हैं? Dust particles को पकड़ लेते हैं. तभी हमें छींक आती है. That's why we sneeze. To remove that dust particle out. They trap that. So when we inhale, it moves inside our nose, right? Inside our nostrils and then goes to the pharynx. Now pharynx is a common passage. खाना भी जाता है और air भी जाती है वहाँ से. So, right, the pharynx is a common passage. Then we have the larynx. मैं अभी कहाँ से बोल पा रही हूँ? right? What is the other name of larynx, everyone? Your teacher can, right? Your teacher can speak, right? Very good. Voice box. I can see लोग बोल रहे हैं हम 10 nostrils हैं, 4 nostrils हैं. Okay, right? We have the voice box. The other name of the larynx is the voice box. No importance from the exam point of view. ध्यान मत देना उस पे. Okay? Just remember that larynx is a voice box, right? Then the sound moves from the, sorry, not sound. The air moves from the nostril to the pharynx to the larynx, okay? And then it moves to the trachea, the windpipe, right? The windpipe. Are we clear? Yes, it moves to the windpipe. And in the windpipe, right, before it's enter into the windpipe, there's a very important part which is there. That is called as epiglottis. How many of you are aware about epiglottis? Jaldi, what is epiglottis? Yes, 1 marks question, everyone. Epiglottis is a flap-like structure that actually closes the windpipe so that the food cannot move inside it. Right? It acts as a blockage. It covers the windpipe so that the food cannot move inside it. Very important function, okay, about the epiglottis. So, nostrils to pharynx to larynx to trachea. Trachea has cartilaginous ring structures, C-shape, cartilage ring. If these are not there, trachea will collapse. Then the air moves into the trachea, goes into the bronchus, right? Then more further divided into the bronchioles, and then we have small tiny little structure which is the alveoli. Clear? Okay, good. Now, we have 2 important steps in breathing which is over here. We inhale and we exhale. So everyone, very easy, inhale and exhale. Yes, inhale and exhale. You will get the break, but abhi nahi, thoda time baad mein. Why you need a break abhi se? After respiration. हाँ, you'll get after respiration. Yep. Good. Hitchki. अच्छा, it causes hitchki. अच्छा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. But everyone, here we have, right? Inhale and exhale. We inhale and exhale. चलिए, इसमें भी let's quickly go through this, everyone. Can you repeat after me? Just everyone inhale. Now let me ask you, poll करें क्या? You only tell. Larynx को हम लोग voice Adam's apple बोलते हैं क्या? Yes or no? It's okay. What do you think? ऐसे questions क्यों पूछ रहे हो? Larynx को हम Adam's apple बोल सकते हैं क्या, ma'am? Larynx is a voice box. Can we call them as the Adam's apple also?
Because part of the larynx.
Yes or no? So you can discuss over it because it's not important from the exam point of view. I still said it because you need a break, right? So I'm giving you break in between. It's not important from the exam point of view and you are giving the right answer. Chaliye. So let's discuss about the path, right? Let's discuss about the path. From nostrils to pharynx to larynx to trachea to bronchus to bronchioles, then to the alveoli. Yes? Are we clear, everyone? Remember this, the pathway usually comes in your examination as 1 marks question. Okay? Nostrils, pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchus, bronchioles and alveoli. So we inhale and we exhale. Here we have, everyone, we inhale and we exhale. We will be discussing about the mechanism now. So let's take a look over here. Nostrils, may we have the mucus in the air. You can take a screenshot. We have already discussed this part. See, mucus in the nostrils, what we have the hair and the mucus. We have epiglottis, which is flap-like structure preventing the entry of the food in the trachea. Yes, voice box, which is there, and we call it as the larynx also, right? We call it as the larynx also. Everyone, I hope that this is clear. Yes. Good. Okay. Then of course what we have, you don't have voice box. Kaise possible hai ye? Right? Then we have the trachea, which have the C-shaped cartilaginous ring. Then of course it prevents the collapsing of the air passage. We have the bronchus and bronchiole, the division. And of course, then we have very, very important, which is the alveoli. Now here everyone, I want full of your attention. Many of you are asking about the alveoli. Let's take a look. So alveoli are nothing but the sac-like structure which is present. Where we have the exchange of gases, and this is important everyone. Take a screenshot. समझाती हूँ, रुक जाओ. Yes. Take a screenshot everyone. Okay. Clear? So, alveoli कहाँ पे present होते हैं? They are present in the lungs. Where we have the alveoli? Yes, the alveoli is there inside the lungs. And alveoli plays a very important role in the exchange of the gases. They are really important for the exchange of the gases, right? So inside the alveoli, what we'll see that when we inhale, we have the oxygen which is there in the blood. It goes right, yes, and the arteries and the veins, the blood vessels which are coming from the body will have the carbon dioxide. So they have the carbon dioxide. So what we see over here is a very important process which is diffusion, right? We'll see the exchange of the gases between the higher concentration to the lower concentration. Everyone, are we clear? Yes? Are we clear everyone? I will go to the previous slide, but everyone, are we clear? Cilia, छोटे छोटे से hair like structures होते हैं जो of course organisms में होते हैं. They actually help in the movement. Okay? Cilia and villi are different. So exchange of gases occurs in the alveoli, right? And it occurs with a simple process of diffusion, where we have the higher concentration to the lower concentration. The movement will be happening from the higher concentration to the lower concentration. Oxygen zyada is there in the alveoli sac. It will go into the blood vessels, and carbon dioxide, which is more in the blood vessels, will enter into the alveoli sac. Yes, everyone, are we clear? Jaldi. Everyone, are we clear with this? I know, but this chapter is like that. Good. From high concentration to the low concentration, and that occurs because of the simple process which is diffusion. So this is a 2 marks question everyone, that how the exchange of gases occurs in the alveoli, and you can write about this. There's an important diagram which is there in your textbook, right? Yes, you have this diagram which they haven't given, but they have mentioned about the alveoli. They can ask you to draw this diagram, so please make sure you remember this. Good. Yes, see, I'll not be repeating it now. You have to wait for some time. So everyone, are we clear with this? Then let's discuss about the mechanism now. I'll repeat all of it one more time. You have torn pages. Why? I don't know why you're just tearing your book apart. अभी तो pass भी नहीं हुआ हमने, exam भी नहीं दिया अभी हमने. Okay, let's discuss about how we breathe in. Many of you are asking about the diaphragm, right? So here we have. So everyone, what happens when we breathe in? Right? Residual volume is the volume of the air that we have inside our lungs. Even if we have expelled all the air out, even if you forcefully remove the air, there's still some air left inside our lungs. We call that as the residual volume. Yes, okay. So what happens everyone when we breathe in? Right? When we breathe in, what will happen? We know that the diaphragm will contract and flatten. So it will contract and it gets flattened. It gets more space to our lungs. Right? So see over here. It contracts, it goes down and it becomes flat. So our lungs have more space. Our ribs move forward. Chest cavity enlarges and the pressure decreases. And the opposite of it occurs when we breathe out. So because of this, we have the movement of the air in and out. Very simple everyone. Pressure ज़्यादा है, pressure कम है, उसकी वजह से the oxygen air moves in and out. Simple as that. Simple. So what is diaphragm? It's a muscular structure, right? Very important structure that we have. It actually moves up and down, right? and gives our lungs an expansion that they need so that they can inhale and have more of the oxygen. Clear? Very simple. I know that थोड़ा difficult हो सकता है कुछ बच्चों के लिए. ये जो दिया हुआ है इसे याद रखो. Oh, acha, it's okay if the rat ate the page. Sad. Okay, everyone, are we clear with this? Jaldi se. Cilia and villi का difference. Cilia actually help in the movement. बहुत जगह पे हमारी internal body में भी present है. They actually help the cells to move. And villi are the one that actually help in absorption. Good, very good. The diagram will not come. Diagram will not come. Bore हो गए, you can leave the class. मतलब पढ़ाई में अगर आप बोर हो रहे हो एग्जाम के टाइम पे तो आई फील दैट टेक अ ब्रेक एंड कम बैक. क्लास से बाहर जाओ, कम बैक आफ्टर 5-10 minutes. क्लियर? सो विद दिस एवरीवन वी आर डन विद रेस्पिरेशन एंड नाउ आई विल गिव यू ब्रेक. आई नो कि आपने बहुत मेहनत कर ली है. राइट नाउ आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू डिजर्व ब्रेक. सो आई एम रिपीटिंग इट वंस अगेन एवरीवन, द होल रेस्पिरेशन. आई एम मूविंग aside. Close your eyes. If you want to not close your eyes, it's also fine. Take the whatever I'm saying, everyone. Just imagine what you have studied now. क्या क्या पढ़ लिया हमने? We started with respiration, cellular respiration में very important flow chart, right? Very very important flow chart. Super important how we have aerobic and anaerobic respiration. Please remember this. This chart can come. Then what we have? This is not important. We have human respiratory system. Remember the path. Nostrils, pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchus, bronchiole, alveoli. Then we have inhale and exhale. This is not important. We have just discussed, so you don't need this. Super important. The gaseous exchange in alveoli. 2 marks question. बहुत easy है. Diagram will not come, Kriti. इसका diagram नहीं आएगा. ये diagram आएगा आपको बनाने के लिए. They can ask you to draw the exchange of the gases. They can ask you to draw this. Then breathe in and breathe out. This is important. The mechanism of breathing. So they can ask you to write the mechanism of breathing. Please do not draw the diagram. बस लिख देना ये 4 points. Remember everyone, take a screenshot now. Take a screenshot. So with this we are done with respiration. Till now, if you talk about diagrams, important diagrams. I think last year, if you remember, you got a diagram of a page. मतलब जो leaf का diagram है in your textbook, which is on page number 96. Photosynthesis वाला diagram is very important. It came in your exam. Stomata का diagram you all know. Please do practice that. Amoeba का diagram, ingestion वाला, it's important. Please make sure you practice that also. Digestion and respiration, nobody will ask you to draw the diagram. Okay? So you don't have to worry about it. Whatever is important, we are telling you by page number, everyone. So don't worry. Gaseous exchange, last time एक बार repeat कर दो. बिल्कुल करते हैं. That's we are here for, right? So, we have these blood vessels, right? Okay, my diagram is not that great as Ashwara's, ma'am. But I'll still try. So here we have oxygen. Oxygen भरा पड़ा है क्योंकि blood से अभी this is alveoli पे एकदम बह के आया है oxygen अभी, right? And then of course we have CO2. Blue color में we have CO2 जो blood vessels के अंदर बह रहा है. Happily this is coming from the body. Now what will happen? Concentration difference है, right? ओहो, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा और यहाँ पे कम. What will happen? Oxygen will move inside the blood vessels, right? And CO2 will jump into the alveoli sac. Simple process of diffusion. Okay? And this is how we'll see the exchange of gases in the lungs. Clear? Yes? Now I want let's have a poll. Is it possible for us to conduct a poll? Oh. Everyone, are we clear now? I want to see a big chain of thumbs up, everyone. Quickly. We'll have a break of 5-10 minutes. Don't worry. Aditi, diaphragm is nothing but a muscular structure, bachche, which goes up and down, right? And gives us a space for our lungs to expand. It contracts and relaxes so that we have a space, good space in our lungs. ताकि वो एक्सपैंड हो सके और एयर इजीली अंदर रश कर सके. क्लियर? Activities will be doing tomorrow. Don't worry बच्चों, activity will be doing tomorrow. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. अब जाके थोड़ा पानी पियो.
5 minutes break बोल रहे.
Yes. समझ में आ गया ना? कुछ thumbs up है? Ma'am, yes. See, I know that. See, there are two things. We really want to go fast. If you tell us, we will be very quick. But what I feel is that there are so many of you who are here in class who have doubts. And at this particular point, we don't want to leave you. I know, हम जल्दी पढ़ाएंगे, briefly पढ़ाएंगे अगर ऐसा बोल रहे हो तो. हम वो भी पोल कंडक्ट कर लेंगे अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम. मैं कुछ ज्यादा ही भावनाओं में बह गई. Right?
But this is the major part.
Yeah.
Like for subjective questions, it comes from these 3 topics.
Yes, so we will do a poll, don't worry. अब हम भावनाओं में नहीं बहेंगे and we will teach you fast. फिर बोलना मत कि मैम बहुत जल्दी पढ़ा रहे हो. डायग्राम इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है ड्राइंग के लिए, but they can come in your examination to identify. So please make sure to go through the diagrams. ठीक है? ऐश्वर्या मैम ने एक सेशन किया था इंपॉर्टेंट डायग्राम्स का. मेक श्योर एग्जाम में जाने से पहले देख के जाना वो सेशन. अगर नहीं देख के गए तो यू विल बी लूजिंग योर मार्क्स. Make sure to watch Aishwarya's ma'am session on diagrams. Okay, and we have the polls, everyone. I can see, let me also vote. Even I need a break now. So I have given my vote, everyone. Quickly vote. And I think fairly good. 75% of you wants break. So बच्चों, we'll take a break of good 10 minutes. जो बच्चे बोल रहे थे मैम पानी पीना है, थक गए हैं. Now is your time to go and quickly take break. ठीक है? 10 मिनट का ब्रेक है. We'll meet at 12:50. ठीक है? 12:50 में मिलते हैं फिर से. थोड़ा सा चाय पानी पीना है, पियो. खाना वाना खाना है, खाना तो नहीं खा सकते हो, बट हैव ड्रिंक वाटर, वॉक अ बिट, और एक बार सीबीएसई की टेक्स्ट बुक को देख लो ताकि सब समझ में आ जाए. हाँ, लंच ब्रेक विल हैव इट एट 1:45. चलो, yes, okay, bye everyone. I'll see you in a bit. And then after me, when you come back from the lunch, from this break, Aishwarya ma'am will continue the class with the transportation and excretion. So please make sure. हाँ, जहाँ जाना है जाओ. Okay? And yeah, see you everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon to all of you. I hope all of you took a good amount of 5-minute break, and 10 minutes break. You drank water, you took a little bit rest, took some time off, right? All of you are saying, ma'am, no break, we will study continuously. But it's important that you also take break, right? Because at the end of the day, you should also be able to understand whatever we are teaching you today. So now I'm very proud of all of you for doing such an amazing job so far. We looked at all these, we looked at nutrition, we looked at respiration, right? Now, very important thing that you need to know is that nutrition and respiration, if you look at it, on analyzing your sample papers, your practice papers and previous year questions, lot of subjective questions can come from this particular thing, which is why Ankita ma'am took it a little slow, right? So that's important to understand that. That is why we've gone a little slow with certain topics. Even photosynthesis can come, objective or subjective, whatever it may be. But in this case, right, now the next set of things that we're going to look at is transportation and excretion. And our aim is to look at it from an entirely examination point of view, where we are going to understand what is needed, right? We've analyzed our sample papers, we've analyzed our practice papers, but now we need to understand how to go about it. So are we ready, everybody? Are we all ready? Quickly give me a chain of thumbs ups in the chat. I hope you have your notebooks and pens. Now, for those of you telling me, ma'am, I think this is going to take forever, my aim is 1 hour. I told you I will teach you on an examination point of view, right? I will teach you in a way where I'm going to finish big chunks of information. I need you to listen to it carefully, and then uske baad I'm going to take doubts. Okay, I am very clear about this. Yes? So I need focus. Krish, if you have a problem, bacha, please stop spamming and spreading unnecessary hate. But please do go ahead, and if you don't want to study with us, it's okay. But at the end of the day, don't unnecessarily spread hate on the chat. Yes? Very good. What is our aim? 1 hour. That means we have 2 things to get started, right? Break ho gaya 16, abhi chalu karenge. ठीक है. Phagocytosis I will take it, but I need you to now listen, right? Only listening. Now no asking doubts and spamming, because I am not reading the chat. I am looking at the camera, right? So now we are going to tackle with the next and third life process that is there, which is transportation, right? Now whether when we looked at nutrition, which is nothing but mode of intake of food and utilizing it, we saw that especially in our body, food has to be broken down and then it needs to be sent to different parts, or it needs to reach the cell, right? It needs to reach the cell so that cell can utilize it. Now at the same time, when we look at respiratory system, or when we looked at respiration, we knew that respiration is how we get energy. That means that for energy to come, we know that oxygen needs to get transported, right? Oxygen needs to reach the cells. So here in this case, we see that glucose or whatever other nutrients are there, from different parts, they need to reach the cell. And how is it that in our body, we are able to do this? Can you quickly tell me, how is it that different parts or different substances are getting transported? Can you tell me which organ system is responsible? Quickly in the chat. Unnecessarily don't get distracted, then you will tell me, ma'am, aapne acha nahi padhaya, or things like that. Is it heart, blood, kid? Okay, somebody's telling me blood, but I'm asking you organ system. If I ask you organ system, will you tell me only heart and or only blood? Yes, very good for somebody who told me circulatory system. Exactly. So in the human body, when I say organ system, it means circulatory system, right? So we have a circulatory system which has different components that are there, right? So we have blood vessels and the heart, which are the components of circulatory system. Now, why do we require a circulatory system? Because we have a lot of things to transport, right? To circulate the nutrients, right? So we have various nutrients which need to be transported to different parts. We need to provide oxygen to different parts of the body. Now, we also know the byproduct of respiration is carbon dioxide, which our body does not want, which is why it has to be thrown out of our body. And along with that, we also know that there are various ions, there are various hormones, various substances which need to be transported, all of which is transported by the circulatory system. Now we see that when we say this is getting transported, it is mainly the blood which acts as a transporting system. Now we know that blood is a type of connective tissue. Quickly in the chat, can you tell me what is the type, which type of connective tissue is it? We know that blood is a certain kind of connective tissue, right? And we know that it is a connective tissue because it connects and binds different parts of the body. Which one is it? Very good. It is a fluid connective tissue. Now in a fluid connective tissue, we know that there will be a fluid part and there will be a cellular part, right? So in this case, we know that blood has two components. It has a fluid part and it has a cellular part, okay? Now fluid part is mainly your plasma, right? Now basically fluid part is your plasma, and we see that the different cells that are here are found suspended in the plasma. Now what is the function of plasma? Now we see that plasma also plays an important function, right? So we see that certain proteins are transported by the plasma, right? Certain amount of unwanted substances are transported by it. Yes? So we see that plasma also has an important role to play when it comes to transport. Now we have cells, right? Now very quickly, how many cells are there? People need not be using Instagram at this point, pro devil. So pay attention, right? Yes, quickly. How many that are there? How many cells? 2 or 3? Exactly. We have 3 kinds of cells that are there. We have red blood cells, we have white blood cells, and we have platelets. Now here, especially in these concepts, right, you need to remember this because assertion reason questions can come from transportation. That is what we have seen in sample paper and practice paper. So make sure that you pay attention to these pointers because assertion reason questions will come. Now when you talk about red blood cells, right, red blood cells very evidently are red in color because they have something in them which is called as hemoglobin, right? So they have hemoglobin in them. Now apart from giving the blood the red color, the hemoglobin is also responsible, or they are responsible for transporting oxygen, right? So now we know that what is the function of red blood cells? Transport of oxygen molecules to different part of the body. Then you have WBCs for which you don't need to pay too much attention, but nonetheless, WBCs that are there, they have like an amoeba-like structure. They don't have a fixed shape, okay? They are like amoeba. So in this case, right, what is the main function of this amoeboid shape, I would say, right? So what is the main function of white blood cells? They are responsible for fighting against some disease-causing organisms, right? Or pathogens, very simple. So disease-causing organisms. Then you have your platelets, right? So we see that platelets that are there are responsible for blood clotting. So whenever we get hurt, if there's a cut or a wound internally or externally, what will happen? We know that the blood that is there, we have a fixed amount of blood in the body. We can't allow the blood to go away, right? The amount of blood needs to be fixed. So in this case, we know that whenever there is an injury or a possibility, where in this case, we see that the blood can leak out or ooze out, we see that we have the platelets which are responsible for sealing the wound, right? So you can think of your platelet like M-seal. You know, whenever there is a leak in the pipe or whenever something is leaking from here and there, we go and we buy M-seal and we put it, right? So you can imagine your platelets to be little bit like M-seal. What is plasma? Once again, plasma is nothing but the fluid component of the blood, right? Makes up about 55% of the blood. And we know that main function of plasma is to help in transporting various substances, right? So we see that it transports food, it also gets rid of some amount of carbon dioxide and also transports hormones, so on and so forth. Now here on an examination front, what should you know? Pay attention, right? Examination front may, what all do you need to know? You need to know functions of different things, right? Because they can ask you assertion reason. For example, I'll give you an example, right? Assertion. Oxygen is transported to different parts of the body, right? Different parts of the body. Reason being that red blood cells have hemoglobin, right? And is responsible for oxygen transport. So if they give you something like this, what should you know? What should you know in this case? You should know function of red blood cells. You should know red blood cells have hemoglobin. So what would it be exactly? Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation for A, right? So R here is correct explanation for A. How did we come to this? Now in this case, for those of you who are saying, ma'am, how to go about assertion reason, I always tell you, assertion statement, after the assertion statement, you put a Y. Okay, first figure out if both are true, right? If both are true that are there, then you put a Y and see if this is the correct reasoning. If this reason answers your why question, then the answer is correct, right? Explain, this is the correct explanation, right? Now, for those of you who are asking me if the cellular part is suspended in the plasma, yes, it is suspended in the plasma. That is absolutely right. Yes, Nidhi, it's correct, okay? So, this is why you need to know all of these pointers, right? Now, blood clot, you don't need to know much in detail. You don't have it. You will not get the mechanism or anything. But basically, if at all there is a wound, right? The platelets will run and they will seal it. That is all that you need to know. So now we know all about the functions of the blood, right? Primarily transport, but we also understand that there are various other things that happen. Now moving on, we know that blood needs to get transported to different parts. But blood is just a fluid, right? So you think about how you get water, right? You think very simple example. How do you get water at home, right? You have water, right? And we know that water comes in the tap. But how exactly is this water coming? Is it coming by itself? Not really, right? But we know that there will be some water tank somewhere. From there, we know that there will be one pump that will pump this water, and there will be many pipes that will take it, and ultimately it will reach, right? So you have pipes which are there. So now think about this, right? Now, if I have to give you this analogy, water here is nothing but your blood, right? Now, blood needs to get pumped. And which is the pump that is pumping the blood? It is nothing but your heart, right? And we know that it is moving through some pipes. These pipes are nothing but blood vessels, right? So we see that blood vessels are nothing but channels through which the blood moves. And we have three kinds of blood vessels, okay? Now I will tell you about lymph also very much in detail, don't worry, but let's focus on blood first, right? So now in this case, right, we have three kinds of blood vessels, where in this case we have veins, we have arteries, and we have capillaries. Now here also assertion reason questions can come from this part. So this here is also very, very important, right? Now here you need to first understand what are the two broad ones, right? What are the two broad categories of blood vessels? You have arteries and you have veins, right? Now what are arteries? Always think of this. Artery means away, okay? Artery means away. That means arteries are blood vessels that transport or carry blood away from the heart, right? Arteries are blood vessels that transport blood away from the heart. Now, mainly we see that they carry oxygenated blood. Now, what is oxygenated blood? Oxygenated blood is nothing but oxygen-rich blood, right? So, oxygenated blood is nothing but oxygen-rich blood. That means that in arteries, we see that the blood that is moving will be transporting the bulk of the oxygen. Now, we see that if this is the heart, right? So, if this is our heart, arteries are blood vessels which are moving away. And I told you heart is a pump, right? Which means it is going to be pumping the blood. So, the blood that moves through the arteries will have high pressure or will it have low pressure? In the chat very quickly. Blood that goes through the arteries, that is actually taking it away, will have high pressure or low pressure. Yes? I'll answer that question right away. Exactly, it is going to have high pressure, right? And because it is going to move through high pressure, the walls of the artery should be able to withstand it, right? So will it have thick walls or will it have thin walls? Yes, because blood is flowing through high pressure, is it going through thick walls or thin walls? What is it going to be? Exactly, the walls need to be thick, right? So these are 4 pointers you should know about arteries. They can ask you for assertion reason for sure, okay? Now, in this case, right, because it's going away from the heart, there is no chance of backflow, right? If a pump is pumping it, is there any chance of backflow happening? Right? So in this case, there is no chance of backflow, right? So no chances of backflow. So in this case, what will happen? We see that there are no valves, right? So we see that valves are absent because no backflow. So in this case, thick walls are there to handle the blood pressure. Now we see that somebody has asked me what is lumen. Lumen is basically nothing but the gap or the cavity or the pathway through which the blood flows, right? So that is something that you need to understand. Now in this case, what will happen? So we have your arteries, okay? I'm going to draw this. We have arteries, right? And we know that they are your blood vessels carrying it away. Now what happens is that it is transporting oxygen-rich blood, right? So it is having a lot of oxygen-rich blood in it. And let me tell you, most arteries do this. We do have exceptions, of course. Now what happens is that this oxygen needs to go to the cell, right? So we see that there will be many cells like this. So let me quickly draw this. So these are all your cells which are there in yellow color. Now from here, your arteries are very big blood vessels, okay? They can't just go directly and give oxygen, right? They cannot transport it. It needs to further branch out, right? So we see that this will further branch out to form thinner blood vessels, right? So we see that it will form thinner blood vessels. It will become even more thinner, right? And it will branch out to such an extent that it is so thin that it is just one single cell thick, right? So it will reach a point when it is just, so I'm going to use another maybe green color for you all to understand. So it is going to reach a point when it is just one single cell thick. Now when it is one single cell thick, what do we call it? Very quickly in the chat. Arteries will branch into smaller ones and then further it's going to branch out exactly into capillaries, right? So at one point we see that it is going to form something called as capillaries, okay? Now what are capillaries? How to define capillaries? Capillaries can be simply defined as blood vessels, right? Which are just one single cell thick. Now they can ask you assertion reason. It has come in either, I don't remember whether it was, I think it is your practice paper, right? Why are arteries only one single cell thick? What is the reason behind this? Because we know that at the capillaries, what is the function of the capillaries, right? Function of capillaries is exchange, yes? Exchange of gases, yes? Exchange of substances, basically. Right? So in this case, we know that all this oxygen that is there from the blood has to move into the cells, right? It has to move in. Now we also know our carbon dioxide is there, right? We know carbon dioxide needs to be thrown out. So all this carbon dioxide from the cell will move into the capillaries, right? So it is going to move into the capillaries. So now what has happened? Exchange of gases, or I will rephrase this and I will say exchange of substances has happened. Right? So capillaries are one single cell thick. Okay, again I'm going to do an assertion reason question. Capillaries are one single cell thick. Yes? And here the reason is diffusion of substances takes place. How will we go about this? Right? Again, quickly. Go ahead and tell me, capillaries are one single cell thick. Reason being that diffusion of substances are taking place. How are you going to go with this? Exactly. Option A, right, which says that both assertion reason are true and R is the correct explanation for A. Very good. Right, so you need to know these functions. That is why it's important, and this is a question right off your practice paper that I'm telling you, right? So now we know all of this has happened, right? All of this has happened. Now at the same time, what will happen? All these capillaries will now join together, right? They will all join together and they will form big structures at the end of the day, right? So in this case, let me quickly draw this, right? They'll all join together at the end of the day and they will form veins, right? So we have learned these are our arteries, right? So we have arteries here, yes. Then we have our capillaries here, and then finally we have our veins. Now look at the veins. Veins are coming from different parts of the body, right? And what do veins have? Do they have oxygenated or deoxygenated? Fatafat in the chat. Oxygenated or deoxygenated? Can you tell me oxygenated blood, that means oxygen rich, or deoxygenated? Exactly, right? So veins will primarily, understand the word I'm using, they will primarily have deoxygenated blood, right? So they will have carbon dioxide rich blood. Now you know why it's carbon dioxide rich, because all that gaseous exchanges happened in capillaries, right? So it is carbon dioxide rich blood. Yes? Very good. Heart ka diagram you don't need to know, right? Now this is just for you to understand how the blood network goes on, right? Now in main cases, what happens is that if you want to take a screenshot of this diagram, quickly you can take it, because I'm gonna, once I change my screen, this is going to go, right? Pratham, why am I saying primarily? Because we have exceptions in our body, right? Types of WBC is not important for NCRT, forget about it, okay? Yes. All right. Heart ka diagram labeling is important, okay? Yes. So shall I move ahead? Shall I switch my screen? Have you all taken a screenshot? Can I move ahead and explain about veins once again? Can you give me, will this come for drawing? No. This is just, I am explaining it for your visual understanding. Bio may, if you have visual understanding, you will write answers like this, right? Very good. So now, of course, we know that we have arteries which will branch out forming capillaries, right? Which facilitate exchange of substance, and all these capillaries will join together and form veins, right? Now, when you talk about veins, veins are mainly blood vessels that go towards. So when you think of vein, think vein 2, right? You can just think of some random thing. I always say artery away, vein 2. Right? So when I think of it, I know that veins are blood vessels that go towards the heart, right? So they mainly go towards the heart, which carry deoxygenated blood mainly, right? Now, because it's going from different parts of the body, right? So imagine one is going from liver, one is going from maybe muscles, right? Do you think liver, muscle and all is like our heart, which is pumping, right? Will it pump the blood? Yes or no? Can you quickly tell me? Yes, double circulation is important and I'm going to teach you. Don't worry. Is it going to pump? Of course not, right? Only heart is a pump in our body. Nothing else is a pump. So that means high pressure or low pressure. Yes? High blood will flow with high pressure or blood will flow with low pressure. Yes, in the chat. I need answers coming like this. Yes, very good. So in the veins, we see that it is going to flow with low pressure, right? So pressure is going to be very low. Now, if pressure is going to be very low, then will it have thick wall or is it going to have thin walls? Yes, thick wall or thin wall. Why is it flowing through low pressure? Because other parts of our body is not like our heart, which is going to be pumping the blood, right? It is going to go with low pressure. So in this case, it will have thin walls, right? Now, if it is having thin walls and it's not like a pump which is pushing the blood, but due to natural forces, that means that chances of backflow are there, right? So chances of backflow. Is it going to be high or is it going to be low, right? Chances of backflow. Is it going to be high in the veins or is it going to be low in the veins, right? Exactly. Chances of backflow of blood. That means it going in the ulta direction is very high. Ulta direction, if it's going to be very high, then we need to have valves, right? What are valves? Valves are nothing but flap-like structures which prevent the backflow of blood. Yes? So in this case, we see that in veins, valves are present. Now, this kind of question for assertion reason will come. You can get 2-mark question to differentiate between arteries and veins. So chances of these things are very, very high. Okay. Now I'm going to take another 10 more minutes, right? I'm going to finish double circulation, and before I go into lymph, I'm going to do doubt board. Okay. So till then I need you to pay attention. I am seeing your doubts and I am reading your chats and I'm trying to clarify as much as possible. But a proper doubt board I will go later, right? Easy definition for capillaries. Capillaries are blood vessels which are thin wall that which are only one single cell thick that facilitate exchange of gases, right? Okay. Do all arteries carry oxygenated blood? No. Because I'm going to tell you the exception, right? So now we have had a look at two things, right? We have had a look at two things, which is blood and blood vessels. Assertion reason can come for sure. Now here we are going to look at a question which can come maybe for your 4 marks, right? So we will have a look at it. Now we know that the third component that is there is basically the heart, right? Which is nothing but the pump that is pumping the blood to different parts of the body. Now we know that heart is a muscular organ which is just made up, or it's the size of your fist, right? So that is one thing that is there. And we see that they are made up of cardiac muscles. Even if you know, you are telling me, ma'am, NCRT pe nahi hai, you've already studied this, not some new thing, right? And if they are muscles, they will be contracting and relaxing, and there is rhythmic contraction and relaxation. Now, important question on is diagram of heart, right? Now, before I go ahead and before you start spamming, diagram of heart, will it come to draw? How many of you are confused about this? Yes? How many of you are worried ki, Arey ma'am, diagram aayega, should I draw the diagram? Is it going to happen? Yes or no? Palak, I'm answering your question. Why are you getting angry, bacha? Don't get frustrated. Exactly. See, I have my laptop here and I have NCRT open with me. So far, if I have to talk about the important diagrams, right? See, whatever I explained so far, there weren't many, right? Whatever I explained, there's no diagram. But labeling of heart diagram is important. Learn to label the heart diagram. Drawing is not going to come. So don't get worried, right? Don't take tension on drawing. Only labeling is important. Are we clear now? Yes. Are we all having shanti in our minds that, Arey ma'am, we don't need to worry, right? Man shanti hai abhi. Yes. Ma'am, half yearly mein aaya tha, but CBSE board exam mein nahi aayega. How to label without drawing? They will not ask you to label the diagram. They will ask you a diagram based question, right? Okay. Sahi bata diya abhi, full man shanti now. Now we listen to heart ka explanation so that you don't spam. Very good. Okay. So now we will move ahead to learning about the heart, right? Now when you talk about the human heart, we know that the human heart that is there is a 4-chambered heart, right? Now it is a 4-chambered heart. Now when you talk about the 4 chambers, right, if I take the heart and I slice it into half from top to bottom, we see that there is a 4-chambered heart that is there. Now easy way to remember. Now I know most of you know this, but nonetheless I am still explaining because it's important, right? Now we see that 4 chambers are there. Now here we see that there are 2 upper chambers, right? So here we see that there are 2 upper chambers, and in this case we see that there are 2 lower chambers, okay? Now we have 2 lower chambers. Are we clear? Are you all with me? 2 lower chambers are there. Now your upper chambers are called as atria, or if I talk about one single one in singular form, it is atrium, okay? Now every time we always call the upper chambers as the receiving chambers, okay? That means that the upper ones will always receive blood. If they are on top, they are receiving blood, right? Now lower chambers that are there are often called as the pumping chambers, right? So lower chambers ko we will call it as pumping chambers. That means we know that their function is to pump the blood, right? Now here we call these pumping chambers as what? Jaldi chat mein. Lower ones, what do we say? In the chat. Alright, don't be stressed. Exactly, this is going to be ventricles, right? Now these are called as ventricles. Now apart from this, we see that there is also another kind of division, right? Now there is one division in this way which I am drawing in green color. Now we see that the heart chambers are divided into right side and left side. Now they can ask you a question. Why is there a division between right side and left side of the heart? Can you tell me? Yes, Pranjal, I will tell you that answer. I will clarify that down. Rumaisal, I already told you, right? Can you tell me? Right and left to prevent mixing of blood, okay? Very good, right? So this prevents, so what is the reason behind this? Make a note of this, right? Because you can get a give reason question. Give reason can come for 2 marks. Alright, 2 mark question is going to be this, right? Why is there a right and left side? So first and foremost, no mixing of blood. So there is no mixing of blood. Now what do I mean by that? Actually the thing is that the right side of the heart always receives deoxygenated blood, while the left side of the heart actually receives oxygenated blood, right? And we see that this separation of right side and left side is important so that there is no mixing. But why is no mixing good? Because we also know that our body, this makes it very highly efficient, right? So this makes it highly efficient because our body requires a lot of energy. Very good, Rajveer. high amount of energy is required, right? And we know that this much energy is required to maintain our body temperature, especially in birds, right? And in mammals, we know that large amount of energy is needed to maintain our body temperature. So in this case, we see that for facilitating this, you know that there is right side and left side. Do you want to take a screenshot of this, everybody? I will quickly show it to you. So then based on this, we have right atrium. I'm going to fill this up, okay? So we have right atrium. Then we have left atrium here, okay? Then we have right ventricle. And then we have left ventricle, okay? Take a screenshot, fatafat. Significance, Aditya, going to explain. But this is one of among the significance of that, right? Ma'am, how can I take screenshot? It's blur. Bacha, go to settings, increase the thing. You will be able to do, right? Very good, very good. Done? Lungs ka diagram also they will not ask you to draw. Alveoli, they may ask you to draw, right? Important diagrams, I will again discuss tomorrow. So don't worry. Okay, very good. Done? All right. I'll go faster also. Don't worry. Okay, going to go fast. Don't worry. Now, of course, moving on, right? So we know that this is the structure of the heart, and we know that between atria and ventricles, both on right side and left side, we also know that there are valves, right? And we know that these valves prevent backflow. So always imagine your valves are like your one-way doors, right? You know there are these doors which will open only on one direction, no? So think of your valves are like that. Only in one direction it's going to go. If you want to come in the other way, it's not going to happen. You should take a separate door, right? So that is something that you need to do. Myogenic is basically with respect to the muscles that are there, right? It's with respect to that, but you don't need to know all that for exam, right? Don't worry about it. Don't take stress on things you don't need to take stress on. Yes, bicuspid, tricuspid, but exam mein NCRT it's not there, so don't worry. Yes? So now I told you that the heart, again, there's a significance of why we have right side and left side. So how exactly does this whole process happen? It happens with the process of double circulation, right? So how do we define double circulation? It is the phenomenon where the blood flows through the heart twice, right? So when the heart flows through the heart twice, we call it as double circulation. Now, how exactly does this happen, right? Now, pay attention. Now, imagine that these are our capillaries, or these are capillaries coming from different parts of the body, right? I am going to explain double circulation ka significance. Just pay attention, right? Pay attention here, everyone. I need you to have a look, and I'll answer those questions also. Now, from the body, we know that we have veins which will transport your deoxygenated blood. And one of the largest veins that are there is what we call as vena cava, right? So, your vena cava here is, of course, going to carry deoxygenated blood, okay? And we know that it's going to carry deoxygenated blood from different parts of the body. Now, which part of the heart is going to receive this? Which part of the heart is going to receive this deoxygenated blood? Can you tell me very quickly? Right atrium. Very good, because right side receives deoxygenated blood. Upper chambers are the ones, the atrium that receives this, the receiving chamber that is there. So it is your right atrium which is going to receive it. Now, from the right atrium, it will go to the right pumping side, which is the right ventricle. Now, from the right ventricle, we will have a blood vessel that will go away from the heart, but it is going away from the heart, transporting deoxygenated blood. So, that means that this blood vessel is an artery, and it is taking this deoxygenated blood all the way till the lungs so that it can be expelled out, right? So, in this case, what do we see? We see that pulmonary artery here is an exception, right? This is an exception. Why? Because most arteries carry oxygenated blood. But here we see that pulmonary artery is transporting deoxygenated blood, right? And why are we calling it as pulmonary? Pulmon, that is there, right? Pulmon here means lungs, right? So that means that it is going towards the lungs. Now, once it reaches the lungs, what will happen? We already learned about it in respiration, right? Gaseous exchange is going to happen at the alveoli. That means all your carbon dioxide is going to go out. All your oxygen that is there is going to enter into the blood. Now, you have a blood vessel coming from an organ and moving towards the heart, right? So, it is moving towards the heart. That means it's going to be a vein. And it is coming from the lungs. And it is carrying what? It is carrying your oxygenated blood, right? So now it is carrying oxygenated blood. Now here we see that the only vein that carries oxygenated blood is your pulmonary vein. Yes? So now what has happened? The blood that entered the heart once, it went out, and the same blood is entering for the second time, right? Second time it is entering, which is why we say that blood flows through the heart twice. Yes? And now which side will receive? Your left atrium will receive. From left atrium it will go to left ventricle. Left ventricle will pump it out through the aorta, right? So through the aorta it will pump oxygenated blood to different parts of the body and bring it back. So now are we all clear? Yes, activity is important hai Aniket, hum kal karenge, but are we all clear? Yes, schematic diagram we shall do for sure, right? Schematic diagram will also work where you're just drawing a box, right? Making sure you label right atrium, right ventricle, left atrium, left ventricle. Draw the lungs here, draw nice boxes, okay? Make it neat and clean. Don't make it as a hodgepodge. And then of course you can draw body and use arrows. Use the diagram, right? So make sure that you use arrows properly. So this is your vena cava, mark deoxygenated. So you will have to also mark that, right? So you have deoxygenated blood. Yes, and then we know that in this case through this it will go through pulmonary artery. I'm writing short forms right now due to time crunch. Then from here we know that we have pulmonary vein which is going to transport oxygenated blood, right? And from here we know it will go to left ventricle. From here we know that it is the aorta that will transport it. Simple and easy. Yes? What is the significance of double circulation? We know that there is again no mixing. We know that oxygenation happens, makes things more efficient. Cardiac cycle, you don't need to know, not there in board exams. I can see a lot of complicated things coming in the chat which is not relevant to your exam. Right? In exam, schematic diagram is enough, right? Very, very simple and easy, okay? Ma'am, what pumps blood? Okay, now I'm going to quickly take some doubts, right? Because I do see that so many doubts are coming. But so far, are all of you clear? Are you all clear with whatever we have learned? Main part is over. Main part is over, right? Very good. Vein exception is pulmonary vein. Exactly. Yes, tricuspid, bicuspid, you don't need to know for exam. They will not ask you. Don't unnecessarily break your break your head over that, right? Amazing. Yeah, this is called as pulmonary circuit and this is called as systemic circuit. But they are not going to ask you in the exam. So don't worry about it, right? Brain ka structure and all I will do later, right? When we do control coordination towards the end. Now, another thing that they will ask you for, give reason, right? Now this can come for a give reason which is going to be 2 marks. So please put a star mark in your book. And in page number 106, right? So go to page number 106 and star mark the last paragraph which says oxygen enters into the blood, right? Go to this last paragraph and mark it, okay? Last paragraph, this is going to be very, very important, right? So now what are they going to do? They'll ask you a give reason as to why is it that there is no mixing of blood in maybe mammals and birds, but we observe why is it that maybe reptiles and frogs have 3-chambered heart, right? Now the thing is, when you look at reptiles or if you look at amphibians, right, we see that they don't have a fixed body temperature. They are often called as cold-blooded animals, right, because they require relatively lesser amount. Don't say less energy, but you should say relatively lesser amount of energy to maintain their body temperature. So if it is lesser amount of energy to maintain their body temperature, then we see that in this case, mixing of blood is almost okay, which is why we see that they have maybe 2 atria, but they have only single, ventricle where mixing of blood happens, right? So that is why we see that they have 3-chambered heart. But on the other hand, there is no other name for aorta. Aorta is aorta, largest artery, okay? But on the other hand, when you look at fishes, right? How many chambers does fish have? Heart mein how many chambers are there? Very quickly in the chat, right? Yes. How many chambers? Very good. It is 2 chambers, right? So you can get we see that there are 2-chambered heart in fish. Now, in the case of maybe if you look at heart in, if you look at circulation in, frogs as well as in snakes or reptiles, right? We see that double circulation, but not exactly, mixing takes place. But here, in the case of fishes, we see that it goes only once, right? It flows through the heart, blood flows through the heart only once. Because we know that at the gills, we know that there is exchange of there's exchange of gases, and we know that whatever oxygenated blood is there will get pushed or they will get pumped by the heart, right? So that is what we mean by this. So now they will ask give reason for these 2 things. I have told you what to mark, put a star mark and write give reason, okay? Very, very important. Now another important topic which all of you are asking me, which I keep telling you I'm going to do it, is blood pressure, right? So what do we mean by blood pressure? Now to understand this very easily, right? How many of you have observed this? You have a tap, right? You have a tap, okay? And you put it in full, you open it fully, yes? Then you imagine you connect a hose to this, right? A hose pipe, right? You put a hose pipe because you want to garden your plants, okay? Now you want to to water your plants. How many of you have actually touched that hose pipe? And how many you see that when the water goes through it, you open it fully, we see that it will go through these ripples, right? It will go SH. How many of you have seen that? How many of you have observed this? Yes, you would have observed, walls. So basically what is happening? Think of it like that. Yes, that is pressure, right? So basically when you have this and water is flowing through it, okay? Water is going to exert pressure on the walls, right? So similarly, bada maza aata hai, exactly. So in this case, when your blood also flows through the blood vessels, right? I'll take that question in some time. When it flows through the blood vessels, we see that blood exerts pressure, right? So simply to define blood pressure, right? What is blood pressure? Blood pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the arteries by blood. That's all. Or pressure exerted on the walls of the artery, right? Now I can see one question which I'm constantly getting, which I will take right away, right? So now one thing somebody is telling me is, ma'am, should I write LA, LV and all that? See, when you're writing double circulation, right? How to write answers if double circulation comes. 2 marks on writing what is double circulation, you write definition, that's all. Okay, don't unnecessarily explain. And I've already told you the example. But if it comes for 4 marks or 5 marks, you should not just draw flowchart and leave. You will get only half the marks. You will have to write stepwise. Okay, either you can start from the left side or you can start from the right side. Write it stepwise and then after that draw a flowchart to support your answer. So Chirayu, I hope all of you are clear with this, right? Now, of course, this is all you need to know about blood pressure. They'll not ask too much, okay? This much is enough, right? Enough. Now, next, we know that this is a type of fluid connective tissue, right? So, blood that is there is basically a colored fluid connective tissue. It has more amount of proteins, right? And we also know that it is responsible for transport of oxygen. But is this the only type, right? Is this the only type of blood connective tissue that is there? Yes? What is the other type of connective tissue? I almost gave you the answer. Other type of connective tissue. Yes? Lunch break at... I think I'll have to finish transportation and give a break. Or shall I finish excretion and give you break at 2 o'clock? I'll give you at 2, bacha, because I'll finish excretion also. Exactly. See, this is your most part where you always ask us, okay, once and for all, I'm going to clarify this for you. That is my, ambition for today. Yes, 2 p.m. I'm going to give you a break. But now, after finishing excretion, I'll give you a break. Half an hour, aram se you eat. Don't worry. Now, everyone, How many of you are worried about lymph? Ma'am, lymph कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. How many other times I read it, I don't know what is lymph, right? How many of you are getting worried? Yes? Ma'am, lymph क्या है? ये क्या है? What is this? Blood is easy, heart is easy, everything is easy. What is lymph? Right? Yes. So like I said, my aim for today is to make sure that I make you understand. Like after this class, right, you will be like, I will explain lymph to my friends. That is what is going to be there, right? Okay, now those of you who are thinking, Arey ma'am, this is too much for me right now, and you want to take a break right now, you can go ahead and you can take break, okay? Don't worry. So now, let me tell you about lymph, right? Now, lymph is a type of colorless, okay? Now, colorless connective tissue or a colorless fluid connective tissue, right? Which has lesser amount of proteins, right? So, it has lesser amount of proteins, and similarly, we also see that it is not involved in oxygen transport that much, right? So, that is one thing to know. Now, how exactly is lymph formed? Now, we know that blood is formed in bone marrow and then, blood is secreted, and we all know about that. But how exactly is this lymph coming from? Now, to understand that, we need to go back to inside the body, right? So, now we are inside our body, and you can see here, right? What do you see here? You see that there are various cells, right? And when you look at these cells, we can see that there is capillaries. Are we clear? Are we clear on this, right? Are we clear? These are our cells, okay? White color, वो है, those are cells. Uske surrounding में you have capillaries, right? Now the thing with these capillaries is, which we know, it's only one single cell thick, right? Only one single cell thick. Now one thing about these capillaries are like leaky channels, okay? They are very leaky. Now what do I mean by they are leaky? Let me show you, okay? Now, it means that there are chances that things from the blood, components of blood can ooze out. Now, can you see these things here? Yes or no in the chat very quickly. Are you able to see this? There are some channels like how ghar mein, if you have pipes, right, from somewhere one drop of water will be falling, right? And what we'll do, we'll go keep bucket, right? We'll go keep bucket to save the water, right? So that whatever water is falling, we don't waste it. We'll go keep bucket there. Yes? Now think of your lymph as that water that is getting collected in the bucket, okay? Now the thing is, when you have leaky channels, plasma, right? Then some amount of your WBCs and some amount of proteins will ooze out, right? They're going to ooze out of the capillaries. Now when it oozes out through these leaky channels, where is it going? It is going around your cells, right? It is going around the cells. Now in this case, when it goes around the cells, it is surrounding the cells, right? So it is called as extracellular fluid. Now all this lymph plasma proteins, it is formed a fluid surrounding the cells. So it is called as extracellular fluid. Are you all with me so far? Are you all with me? Yes or no? In your textbook, it will be written differently as intercellular. Okay. Intercellular is there in the textbook. It is the same. Extracellular, that means outside. Extra cell, that means outside the cell. Or intercellular means between the cells, right? Inter means what? Between, right? Between the cells. Both are same. Okay, not like this is some new word I've come with. No, both are same. Yes? Now this is your intercellular fluid. Now will our body be like, oh, something is leaking, let it be, let it go as it is? No, right? Our body is going to be little more careful. Chalo, now something is leaking. I need to keep my bucket there. So when water was leaking at him, I went and I kept bucket. But in our case, what will it do? All this fluid that will get drained into another channel, right? So it is going to come and it will get drained into another channel. This other channel that is there is nothing but your lymph capillaries, right? Or they are your lymph vessels. Now I had a very good question which I want to look at, right? Now in this case, when you see, RBCs are bigger in size. But why is it only your WBC squeezing out? Because your WBCs are amoeboid in nature, right? Amoeboid in nature. That means that it can squeeze out because of its shape. RBC ko, it will not happen, right? RBC cannot leak out, Yes? So abhi it has gone out. Okay, now the bucket that I kept for my leaking pipe is my lymph vessel, right? So all this is going to drain. Now what is lymph now? What is this fluid made of? It has your plasma, your WBCs, lesser amount of proteins, no RBC, right? There is no RBC whatsoever. And all these lymph channels that are there, they are basically your lymph capillaries that are there, they will form your lymph vessels. So this is all that is lymph. Now what is the function of lymph, right? What is the function? Now think about what all is present in that, right? So you know that lymph is of course responsible for transporting fat, right? Because of course when you learnt about villi, you learnt about how blood vessels are there, and you also have lacteals. And now in this case, right? So we know that fat that is there is passed through these lacteals, which are nothing but lymph vessels that are there. So it also helps in transport of fat, and it also has your WBCs. That means it is also protective in nature, right? Or it helps in defense. Now what will happen? All your intercellular fluid, okay, whatever leaked out, went into your lymph vessels, okay? Now, does it mean that lymph will just keep going? What? This will keep leaking out. Plasma and WBCs will keep leaking out, and lymph will keep forming. Then what will be left in the blood? If all this plasma is leaking out, what is going to be left in the blood? Nothing, right? Blood may have, then plasma is not going to be there. Not like new plasma will come. Yes? So whatever these lymph vessels are there, they will finally go back and they will drain into the veins, right? So larger veins, all these lymph vessels will then go join, pour it back inside. And this is a cyclic thing that is going to happen. So now, I want to know, how many of you are clear with lymph? Yes? How many of you are clear? So just like how when the leaky pipe was there, I kept my bucket, I collected all my water, I will go and then I will put it back into the tank, right? So that is what is the function. Okay, are we all clear? Very good. Yes, I am so happy right now to see this, right? At least most of you are clear, right? Some of you are still like, oh, ma'am, kind of, okay, I will do one revision, okay? For all you kind ofs, I am going to do a revision, right? Now I'm just like, yes, Abhi, how many of you are like, yes, ma'am, we got this, right? Now all of you are having man shanti, ha, now I know lymph also, right? So ultimately, one very important thing, lymph and blood also I am going to do, okay? Now, think of this as your pipe at home, right? Ghar mein pipe hai, on top it is running. Now from here some water is leaking. I kept a bucket, okay, and I collected all this water. Now what will I do? I will take all this back and I will put it in my tank, okay? This is what is going to be there. Now think of the next one, okay? Next thing that you need to think of is analogies, right? So this pipe here is your capillaries, right? Capillaries have leaky channels, right? So they all have leaky channels in them. Now when leaky channels are there, that means plasma, right? Some amount of WBCs, right? And then we also see that some amount of proteins that are there, they will all leak out, right? So all of this gets collected as extracellular fluid. So this becomes what? It becomes your intercellular fluid. Yes? Now this is it is surrounding all of your cells. You can't just let it be. It needs to go somewhere. Which is why this bucket that is going to be there is your lymph, right? This bucket that is going to be there is your lymph vessels, okay? Now all these lymph vessels, and now whatever water is getting collected here is what we call as lymph. Now here when you talk about differences between blood and lymph, which they can ask you, practice paper pe indirectly it was there, right? What is the difference? This is colored while this is colorless, right? Next up we see that this has, what do you say? This has more proteins, yeah? This has lesser amount of proteins, right? Lesser proteins I'll write. And then of course what did we see? We saw that in this case oxygen transport is involved. Is this involved in oxygen transport? No oxygen transport, right? So those are simple and easy, yes? So now of course in this case as we move on, right? We know the differences between these two. Now finally what do we observe? All these lymph vessels will go and they will pour, or we say that they will drain it into the larger veins that are there. Are we clear? Platelets cannot stop the leakage because see, it is not detecting it as a wound, right? It is not detected as a wound, which is why it will not do this. Ma'am, is this important on an exam front? See, in your practice paper and in your sample paper, they have asked questions on lymph. So I think it is important and you should learn, right? Why? How does lymph flow through lymph vessels? Basically, there's no pump, right? As and when fluid gets added, it keeps moving, right? Unidirectional, yes, it is unidirectional, right? Okay, now for those of you who still haven't understood, please go back and watch it and you will get it ASAP, right? You'll get everything ASAP. Okay. Oh yeah, I missed one point, but it's okay. Koi nahi, like now you know, right? That is something that you need to understand. Ha, Manshanti, full Manshanti has come. Take a screenshot of this and we will move on. Jaldi, jaldi. Last chotu parts are there. 15 minutes pe we'll wind up. Okay. Yes. Differences between egestion and excretion. Pranjal, can I go ahead and do it when I finish this? See, everybody telling me, ma'am, you took 3 hours for this one chapter. Do you know how big this chapter is and how important it is? That is why we are taking long, right? Extracellular and intra. See, intra means within the cell, right? Extra means outside, okay? Intra means inside. Inter means between, in between. So this is inter, ठीक है? Okay, very good. Yes, thumbs up. Jaldi jaldi. Do limbs have valves? नहीं. Okay, plants करेंगे अभी. We'll move on, बच्चास. We'll move on. कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है मैम. जल्दी वापस जाके आप एक और बार देख लीजिए ताकि फटाफट आपको समझ में आएगा. ठीक है? Artificial kidneys when I do excretion. See, all of you, I told you, right? It's important that it's a two-way thing. Okay. Yes. Ma'am, you like water pipes. Water pipes is an easy example for me. Ha, nephron diagram is important, but to do nephron diagram, we have to go back and learn. Tarun, I answered your question. Okay, I have already answered the question. Now let's move on to transport in plants. Now transport in plants is very easy, right? Because unlike our body where we require a lot of energy, right? So we know that we require a lot of energy to carry out various activities. Plants may energy requirement is slightly low, right? So in this case we see that for transport in plants specifically, we know that there are only certain substances which need to be transported. List the substances that need to be transported very fast, right? Yes, jaldi jaldi. What all substances need to be transported? Okay. Done. Arteries, veins, everything is done. Go back, rewind, watch it. PDF you will get. You will be able to write it. Ha, very good. So we have water, minerals, right? Food substances which all need to get transported. Now we see that for efficient transport, we have a certain channel that helps in transport of water and minerals, and there is a certain channel which allows for transport of food, right? So we see here that in the case of plants, right, we have certain structures which support this. So we know that there are water, necessary nutrients, and of course minerals, ions which need to be answered. Yes? So now of course when we have a look, right, we know that there are structures called as xylem and phloem which help in the transport. Now we know that xylem that is there is responsible for transport of water and minerals, phloem is responsible for transport of food. So let's have a look at components of xylem, right? Now components of xylem include tracheids, vessels, xylem parenchyma and xylem fibers. So for those of you who are asking, right, here we see that these xylem tracheids and vessels that are there, they are dead. Fibers that are there, they are dead. Only xylem parenchyma is living cell out of this, right? Now when we talk about tracheids and vessels, right, we see that tracheids and vessels are what are mainly important for transport of water and minerals. Now exam may they'll not ask you this. They'll not ask you this. They will ask you how exactly is transport happening, right? They are going to ask you exactly how is this transport happening. That they can ask you again on give reason or assertion reason, or they can ask you 4-mark question with subparts, okay? So that is something that you need to do. Monica, I'm going to answer that question right away. Now for small plants, right? Plants like herbs and shrubs and everything, right? What happens is that we know that water that is there is absorbed by the roots, right? So they are what is responsible for absorbing water. So this is underground and these are all your water molecules that are there. Okay, all this water is available. Along with that, we also see that there are some ions which are there, right? Ions, minerals which are there. Minerals exist as ions, right? Now the thing is, if I zoom into this, right? I want to zoom into this and imagine if this is a root hair, right? So this right here is a root hair. Now what happens is that all these ions, okay, they will move inside, right? So they will move inside due to difference. That means like ions are more outside, less inside. They're gonna, or by, active transport, they will move inside, right? Now more amount of ions inside or less amount of water. So here inside there is less water, while outside there is more water, right? So now in this case, right, recalling a concept from 9th standard, which is osmosis. We know that osmosis is a process, right? Osmosis is a process by which water molecules move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration, right? So this is what we mean as osmosis. So now because all these ions have gone inside, it has created some osmotic pressure. What is osmotic pressure? Osmotic pressure is basically the pressure that is created for water to enter, right? So that is what we mean by this. Now what will happen? All this water will move inside and water will get transported, right? That is what happens in smaller plants. But in bigger plants, right, or in taller plants, we see that there is another force that comes into the picture, which is transpirational pull. Now we know that transpiration that is there is nothing but the loss of water, right? And that too excess water in the form of water vapor. From where? From the aerial parts of the plant, right? So on top from here we see that it's from the aerial parts. Now when excess water is going, right, we see that it creates a suction pull, right? So there is a suction force. Now think about it. It's almost like sucking water from with a straw. When you do, that's a suction pull that is there, right? So we see that there is a suction pull that gets created. And this is what we call as transpirational pull. So we see that there is a force which gets created, especially in tall plants. And we see that as a result, there is unidirectional one, right? So we see that there is unidirectional transport. Now we also see that root pressure, what I told you about, is also one of the reasons of transport. This is what you need to know. Now moving on to next one, which is phloem, right? And we know that phloem here is responsible for transport of food items, right? So basically your glucose, amino acids and other substances, they are what is called as phloem, right? They are what is transported by phloem. And we know that here transport in phloem is bidirectional, unlike the case of xylem, which is unidirectional, right? And so far when we discussed about xylem, right, we see that there was no involvement of ATP. Only simple physical forces were used, right? So simple physical forces were used and we were able to do this. So this transpirational pull is also what we call as ascent of sap, right? Very simple and easy. Exam point of view, you do not need to worry about structure of xylem and phloem. You only need to know the names of the components, right? Only name of component you need to know, okay? So now of course in this case, right, we know that transport of food substances is also what we call as translocation. Now in the chat, Jaldi, can you all tell me how many of you are confused about the process of translocation, right? How many of you are confused? ATP full form is adenosine triphosphate. Photosynthesis occurs underground? Absolutely not, right? Ma'am, little bit. I am not. So I want you all only to tell me, ma'am, shall I go a little bit in detail for translocation? Shall I tell you what happens? Yes or no? You should only tell. Then later don't tell me, ma'am, आपने break नहीं दिया. अगर आपको समझना है तो आप बता दीजिए, ठीक है? मैं डिटेल में जाऊं? ठीक है. But you should listen to me. Later on you should not be like, ma'am, आपने तो बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल में आपने गया, अभी टाइम हो गया. We need to pay attention, right? So I'm going to give you a simple version of a 5-minute explanation for this, right? Now the thing is, your mesophyll cells that are there, listen to me, I'll do it in 2 minutes. Mesophyll cells that are there, they are present in your leaves, right? So these are your mesophyll cells, right? What do? They will do photosynthesis, right? They will do photosynthesis, they will produce the food that is there. Now once they produce the food, right, we see that they will then load it, okay? It's like kind of loading your, big boxes into a truck. They will load it into the sieve tube, right? And when they load it into the sieve tube, they will utilize ATP. That means ATP is utilized in the process of translocation, right? So all this food will now be in the sieve tube. Now here we see that more solute, less water, right? If there's more solute and less water, all this water will move in due to high osmotic pressure, and it will go from high osmotic pressure to low osmotic pressure. So this movement of water into the sieve tube is basically what is helping in the transport of food, and this is what we talk about. This is what we talk about as translocation, right? So very simple and easy. And with this, I am done with transportation, right? And they take it to the storage organs. Where are the storage organs? Storage organs are mainly your roots, your fruits. They are all storage organs, right? So are we clear? Any more doubts? I'm going to take a quick doubt board, or shall I finish excretion? Doubt board right now for transport. Transportation ho gaya. Okay? Yes. All clear? Very good. How is the Josh level? Ejection, excretion, bacha, I'll do excretion and then do. Brain diagram is not coming. Don't worry. Okay. Translocation definition. Translocation is a process by which food is transported by the phloem to the storage organs, the upper and lower parts, right? Okay, what is sucrose? Sucrose is basically another form of carbohydrate formed by glucose. Okay? Abhi we have 10 minutes. 10 minutes mein I will wind up excretion. Okay, then lunch break. Aram se half an hour lunch break. Okay. Transpiration pull is basically when transpiration takes place, right? So from the aerial parts of the plant, when water is lost in the form of water vapor, it creates a suction force, right? So there is like a vacuum which gets created, right? When vacuum gets created, water will get sucked inside. Yes? Okay. Difference between arteries and veins, it's already there, but arteries transport blood away from the heart, mainly oxygenated. Veins transport blood towards the heart, mainly deoxygenated. Arteries have thick walls, veins have thinner walls. Valves are absent, valves are present. Okay? Alright. Why everything? Okay. Ma'am, during day, transpiration pull or root pressure? During day, it's actually transpiration pull. Very good question. During the day, it is transpirational pull, because you know that during the day, sun is there and amount of light received affects transpiration. But during night, it is actually the root pressure, right? Primarily due to root pressure. Ascent of sap that is there is very simple, bacha. It's nothing but due to transpiration pull, water and minerals get ascended. That is what we call as ascent of sap. Importance of lymph is transport of fat, right? Okay. Done, because I'm trying my best, because we also need to wind up, and I see that we have still a good number of students on live. So everyone, for those of you who are still confused, I've taken the important questions, but don't worry, okay? Now moving on to the last one, which is excretion. Are we ready? 10 more minutes. 2:10 I will give you the break. Ho jayega, okay? Lunch break ho jayega. And then I'll come back, and after lunch also I can take doubts, so don't worry. Excretion is the easiest, alright? What should you know in excretion? And what can come in your exam for excretion? So in your exam point of view, nephron, structure and function will come, right? They can do a compare contrast of nephron versus alveoli, right? They can ask you this, right? Then they can ask you function of kidneys, okay? Then in some cases, they can give you a diagram-based question. Okay, so they can give you diagram based question also. Okay, now before moving on, ATP is adenosine triphosphate. ADP that is there is called as adenosine diphosphate. Nephron diagram, if nephron diagram is important, right? Nephron diagram, it is important to learn and go about it. See, root pressure and transpiration pull. I have actually explained it. When I told you about ions getting moved, right, and osmosis coming, that is root pressure that is getting created wherein cell to cell osmosis is happening. And like I said, I'm not going too much in detail because again, I'm giving you just enough for your board exam, what is needed for boards. Yes, if I have to teach you everything in detail, I can go on and on, but boards may whatever is needed is all that I'm doing. Darshit, why fishes have two-chambered heart? Fishes have two-chambered heart because gills are present, right? And we know that mainly exchange of gases takes place there, and because they are underwater and because of the way in which the process of respiration takes place in them, we see that only two chambers are there where the blood moves only through it once, right? That is what we mean by it. I hope now you are clear. Why blood does not flow back? Because arteries take blood away from the heart, right? That is something. Now coming back to excretion. So how do we define excretion? Excretion can be simply defined as the process of removal of toxic metabolic waste. Now everybody will ask me, ma'am, what is metabolic? Metabolic or metabolism is the sum total of chemical reactions which are happening in the body. So metabolic means that it is going to be removal, right? Removal of the any waste material which is generated as a result of chemical activity. Now in our body, we know that we utilize amino acids. We know that, carbon dioxide is an example that is there, right? So we see that carbon dioxide that is there is given out through the lungs. But on the utilization of amino acids, we see that urea is a nitrogenous metabolic waste in our body. And we see that our body cannot store this urea, okay? It cannot store urea, so it has to be expelled out. So in what form is urea expelled out from the body? Yes, quickly in the chat. How is urea expelled out from the body? In what form? Jaldi, jaldi. Yes, very good, Chira. You was the first to give me the answer. It is expelled in the form of urine, right? Now we see that this formation of urine, right? Formation of urine and expelling or getting rid of this urine is done by the excretory system, right? So it is done by the excretory system. Now the main excretory organ here is your kidney, which are two bean-shaped structures that are located in the abdomen region behind your back, right? So we find them in the back region. This is where your kidneys are present, yes? And right kidney is little lower than left kidney to accommodate the liver. Now we also see that we have adrenal vein and renal artery and renal vein, which everybody was asking me, right? So renal vein that is there, right? So renal vein is the vein that takes the blood away. So renal artery is the artery which provides blood to kidneys, right? And this takes blood away from kidney, okay? So this is the difference between renal artery and renal vein, okay? Now this diagram can be asked, but most often than not, they'll not ask. They'll ask you only labeling. But learn this diagram, it's easy, okay? Important. Make a star mark, it is important. Now we see that kidneys, we see that is where urine formation takes place, right? And what exactly is responsible in the kidneys? Now we see that inside the kidneys, we see that there are various filtration units called as nephrons. So in the alveoli, in the lungs, how there are millions of alveoli that make sure that efficient diffusion of gases take place, we have nephrons which are present in the kidneys that are millions in number, right? And they make sure that filtration of blood happens at a faster scale, right? Diagram of nephron is important. They may ask you to draw, so learn the diagram, okay? So now we often call nephron as the structural and functional unit of the kidney, because millions of nephrons are present inside the kidney, right? Now what exactly happens, or what all are the different parts of the nephron? Now we see that we have something called as a Bowman's capsule, inside which we have a knot or a ball of capillaries called the glomerulus, right? Then see, there are many parts of the nephron, but we see that there is a tubular part and collecting duct is there. Okay, so these are the important parts that you should know. All you need for CBSE. Yes. Now, when you talk about how urine is formed, this can be asked in the exam for a 4 marker at times. Some of your PYQs will show this, right? So here you need to know how exactly it happens, right? So first and foremost, we see that blood is brought to the glomerulus, right? Or we see that the blood vessels that are there, they come, or the blood comes to the glomerulus, which is present inside the Bowman's capsule. Pay attention, okay? Pay attention to what I am saying at this point. Very, very important. So here we see that this is the blood vessel, okay? This is an artery, this is one part, right? And these are your capillaries, okay? So I'll make it smaller, and these are your capillaries which are here. Now this is what you call as the glomerulus, okay? And this glomerulus is sitting in a cup-like thing called as the Bowman's capsule, right? It is sitting in one cup. Just think of it like that. Now here what happens is when the blood flows, right? We see that there is a difference in diameter, okay? Diameter of the blood vessels. So here we see that it is bigger, here we see that it is smaller. Now due to the difference, we see that there gets a pressure that gets created, okay? So we see that there is high pressure inside the glomerulus, right? Now when there's high pressure, what happens is that all the particles or some components in the blood will get filtered, okay? Now this filtrate that is there, right? The initial filtrate, it will have urea, it will have glucose, it will have amino acids, right? And it will have water. Now this particular process, Vaibhav, is what we call as ultrafiltration. You are asking me, so I am telling you, but on an NCERT front, this is not important, okay? ये important नहीं है. अगर all you need to know कि glomerulus में filtration होता है और initial filtrate में urea, glucose, amino acids होता है, okay? So now from here what will happen? This initial filtrate will go to the tubular part, okay? Now tubular part may see there is PCT, DCT, loop of Henle, all these things are there, and the way it happens is very complicated. But exam point of view, NCERT is only telling you tubular part, and that is all you need to know, okay? That is all you need to know. So we see that in the tubular part, all the good stuff like your glucose, your amino acids, right? And of course, water as well, because now excess water is also part of your initial filtrate, right? So in this case, when you look at it, right, we see that some of these things need to go back into the body based on multiple factors. So we see that reabsorption takes place, right? So reabsorption takes place here and all the important things goes back. And the water, how much water needs to go back, how much water needs to come out is all dependent upon the total water concentration that is there. And then finally we see that urine is formed, and then from the tubular part it will go to the collecting duct, right? And once it reaches the collecting duct, all the collecting ducts will then pour it into the ureter, right? So then it will go back and it will pour it into the ureter. From there it will go to the urinary bladder where it is briefly stored, right? And finally it is expelled out through the urethra. Right? So this is all about excretion in plants, in humans, and this is all that you need to do, right? Now one thing you need to also understand is excretion that is there. So I'm going to quickly go into excretion in plants, right? Now somebody was asking me, ma'am, egestion or excretion ka difference kya hota hai? See, egestion is removal of undigested food, right? It is removal of undigested food which is happening in your digestive system. But excretion is removal of metabolic waste, right? It is removal of metabolic waste. That means chemical activities that are happening, right? So that is what we mean by this. So are we clear? Okay, I hope I have answered this question that has been asked for me from a very long time. Now last but not the least, we are going to talk about excretion in plants, very chotu sa part, right? So we know that plants also get rid of unwanted substances, right? So it could be excess salt, even oxygen that is produced as a result of photosynthesis is a byproduct, right? And we know that there is a loss of excess water through transpiration. There is release of resin and gum, and at times they get rid of plant parts, removal of dead cells that are there, right? So these are different ways in which excretion in plants once take place. So everybody, with this, I am done, or we are done with live processes. Now quickly before we go ahead, take a screenshot of this, right? So here, as you can see, for every chapter, we will also tell you some 10 important questions you can practice. Take a screenshot of this so that today evening, after you are done, you can practice these 10 important questions. We are not going to deal with it in greater detail, but of course, you can do it at your own speed, time that is there. These are all important PYQs from this particular chapter, right? So everybody, I hope all of you are taking a screenshot. Yes, if it is not clear, don't worry, Telegram will be shared, that it will be shared with you in the Telegram channel. And here are the remaining few questions which are going to be there, right? Important questions from every chapter, which means today you will get 50 PYQs to practice also. Okay, extra stuff. All right, so guys, with this अभी हो गया, मैंने बोल दिया आपको 2:10, right? 2:10 हो गया. Now separate session will be there for NCERT activities. Now let me tell you, I will do a doubt clearing, or Ankita ma'am will do a doubt clearing thing, because next up we are going to do heredity and evolution, which Ankita ma'am will take, right? So this will be taken by Ankita ma'am. Here this I will take, yes. Then Ankita ma'am, and then I will finish it off. Okay. So everybody, this is the plan, right? This is what we are going to do. But before that, it is time for lunch break, right? Abhi lunch break time ho gaya. All right, half an hour. So we will resume again at 2:40. 2:40 p.m. we will do this. And everyone wondering how long this session is going to go. Ma'am, are we really going to understand everything? Today are we doing 15 hours, 20 hours of session? See, like we told you, today you will ace biology. Today, if it takes us even how much of a time it takes us, even if we will of course finish on time, don't worry about that. We told you till 5 p.m. it is going to be there. That was told to you yesterday only, because we knew this was going to happen. But the thing is, you will ace biology, okay? We will ace it, and that's our aim, right? So everyone, I need your attention, I need your love, I need your support, I need you all to be mentally prepared, okay? Yes, all right. Ma'am, let Ankita ma'am finish the revision for biology. You want Ankita ma'am to take the rest of it, is it? You don't want me to take? But I don't know. All right. Okay. So with this, of course, everyone, you have some amount of time and we're going to wind this up. I will meet you. Ankita ma'am is going to meet you at 2:40, right? Hey, I was also just kidding. Don't take tension. Okay. So chalo, moving on everyone. See you. It's lunch break. Every other doubt that is going to be there will be taken up by both of us. Okay. All right. Both of us are going to teach you. See you soon. Lots of love.
Yes, hello everyone, good afternoon. Hello everyone, good afternoon, right on time, not late. So I hope that all of you had your lunch. Yes. Right, I hope that all of you had your lunch and all of you are ready. Good everyone. So you are doing amazingly well everyone. Love the concentration. We really love the focus you had. My hands are not greasy. I'm just cleaning everything around me. I'll share my board experience. Yes, I will share that. So yes, my board experience, yeah, like I was just same as you guys, I guess. I was very much afraid. I was worried actually. Yeah, but eventually when I started writing my examination, my first examination was of maths and it moved. Okay, chaliye. So everyone, the break is over and welcome back to the class. And now we'll be starting with a very, very important chapter, which is the heredity. So I will just wait for 30 seconds more so all of your friends can quickly join the session, everyone. Have your textbook with you, right? Please sit with your textbook. I can't tell you my percentage, right? I'll not be able to tell my percentage. I can't share my percentage on such platform, on this platform. So yeah, I can tell you my percentage if you're meeting. Yes, so please make sure you stay subscribed to the channel because next year, right, you will have a lot of opportunity where you can come to the studio and meet your teachers. Okay, chaliye. Yes, everyone, let's get started. So we have limited time now, and of course, now what we all know that we are done actually with a very, very important chapter. That was a life process, and now we'll be moving ahead with the heredity. Yes, it's a very easy chapter, everyone. It's a very, very easy chapter and we will be taking a look at this particular chapter together. So again, the information remains same. Please make sure you stay focused. Please make sure you ask doubts only when we are discussing about the doubt, right? And please make sure that all of you are giving your 100% attention. Phagocytosis is nothing but a process, of course, where we'll be seeing the engulfing of the food, right? We usually see this in the, like for example, we see this in the amoeba, right? Engulfing something. Okay, ready everyone? So let's get started. I want all of you to stay focused. Those of you who are feeling sleepy, don't worry. We will make sure that your doubts and your sleep is not there. Right? Good everyone. Yes, so let's get started everyone, and here we have those of you who have doubt in the process, in the chapter life process, please make sure you watch it later. Yes. Okay, I will be starting now, no sleep, right? See, Ashwara ma'am will come back. Now I am here. So let's focus on the new chapter, right? Ma'am will come and ma'am will be discussing how do organisms reproduce. I took nap and come. That's very good. Good utilization. Yes, Palak, don't have red face. Have green face. Have yellow face. Have a smiling face. Have yellow face. Okay. Everyone will be discussing about some of the important terms we have, right? Now please pay attention. We'll not be repeating it again and again. And let's say focus over here. Bilkul for denge. Exactly. Right? Chaliye. What is heredity, everyone? Heredity is nothing but the passing of the characteristics from the parents to the offspring is called as the heredity or inheritance. A very, very important thing. Right? What is heredity? We all know it is nothing but the passing of the characters from the parent to the offspring. For example, you have beautiful eyes, right? Like your parents. Maybe from your mother or from your father. So that's how you will be writing this, right? In the examination, nobody will ask you the definition of heredity, but you should understand. So here we have, right? We can have, see, look at the boy over here. Has a lot of eyes like her, his mother, hair, color like his, both of their parents, right? So that is nothing but the heredity. Now let's talk about the character. Now what do you think about the character, everyone? What is the character? So character are the characteristics, features that we can observe. Definition nahi aayegi. Examination mein you will not have the definition. So everyone focus over here. Right? So observable features, right? The features that we can observe in ourselves and in others. Nose, ear, right? Hair color, eye color, skin color, height. All of these features that we can actually see in the other person, we call them as the character. Okay? The characteristics, hair color is a character, right? Oh, hair, having hair is a very important characteristics of humans, right? Having 2 hands with 1 thumb and 4 fingers are characteristics of a human, right? And of course other animals also. These are the character. Are we clear? So here we have the example of it. Height, right? The color of the flower are the character. Then everyone, can you tell me what is trait? Ma'am, what are the marks matrix for this particular chapter? So usually we have seen in the trend that usually from this particular chapter, you will get either 6 marks or 5 marks, right? That is a weightage that we have from this particular chapter. Usually 6 marks, right? Very good, very good. Trait is same as the gene, okay? Inherited characteristics, okay? Please, Romea, please write it out. Characteristic features is called as very good, obtain. Awesome. So let's discuss about the trait. Traits are the distinct alternative of the character. For example, if someone has a tall height, what is the opposite? Or what is the other feature or other part of that? If someone is tall, what will be the other thing? They could have a medium height. They could have a short height, right? So that is nothing but the trait. Here, you and I have hair, right? We have hairs on our head. But what is the color of a hair? Mine is currently black, but eventually it can turn into white also, right? We have different people who have brown color also. So that will be the trait. Flower ke petals ka color, that is a trait, okay? So everyone, I hope that all of you are clear what is character and what is trait. Now moving ahead to the very important thing I want all of you to pay attention, that is gene. What is a gene? It is a small fragment of the DNA that carries the genetic information, right? It has the genetic information over here. And this gene actually makes the characteristic features. So whatever we have in our body, right? The characteristic features that you and I have is all because of genes. So everyone, are we clear with genes? Very good, very good. Allele, I will be looking at it now. Yes, good. Now, let's talk about the allele, everyone. This is very important. Now, what are allele? As we say that they are the alternative form of the gene. Alternative form of the gene, right? Allele is one of the 2 or more variation of a gene present on the same locus of the homologous chromosome. Homologous chromosome means same. Okay? See over here, the location is same over here. Clear? So the alternative form of the gene is called as allele. Let's suppose we have this chromosome from the father and we have this chromosome from the mother, right? Both have the same gene for the hair color, right? Let's suppose hair color gene is present over here, right? So mother have black hair color and father have a brown hair color. Yes, so both of these are the alternative forms, right? They are the gene for the hair, but definitely the color is different. So everyone, I hope that you are clear with the allele. Yes? Jaldi se, I hope that it's clear to each one of you. Yes, very good everyone. So what is allele? Allele को मैं हिंदी में बताती हूँ क्योंकि नहीं समझ में आता है. There are times की difficulty होती है. तो allele क्या है? Alternative form of genes है. ठीक है? हमारे मेरा बालों का कलर क्या है? ब्लैक है. मे बी देयर विल बी इंडिविजुअल हु हैव रेड हेयर कलर, राइट? तो क्या है इसका मीनिंग? द क्लियर कट मीनिंग ऑफ द एलील ऑफ अ डिफरेंट ऑल्टरनेटिव फॉर्म ऑफ अ जीन इज दैट one gene can have different forms. skin color, right? We have different skin color throughout the individuals, right? In the world, we have different individuals with different skin color. So those are the allele, right? Alternative form. If skin color is one particular trait, right? We have different types over there. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, it is basically the different forms altogether, the alternative forms. Clear? Laws I will be discussing. Let's focus over here. Locus means one particular point on a chromosome. Good, everyone. I will be taking up your doubts, but you have to have patience. I can see your doubts, but we will be going when we are discussing that particular topic. So finally, everyone, here we have the example of allele. Different forms, alternative form of gene is called as allele. Here we have the example, right? Which type of hair or which type of hair color we have? We're going to have straight hair, curly hairs, wavy hairs, or red color hair, right? So over here, what is the meaning that we have different forms of gene? Are we clear? Quick, everyone, quick thumbs up. Good, good, good. हिंदी में समझा रही हूँ जो important points है. I'm explaining in Hindi, but please make sure everyone you're not spamming. Good. Now everyone, let's talk about homologous and heterologous chromosome. Sorry, homozygous and heterozygous chromosome. Here we have homozygous chromosome and heterozygous. Now what is the meaning of this? Homozygous means both are absolutely same. The allele that they have are also same. Are we clear? Same. Same allele located on the same homologous chromosome. See over here. Same. Homo means same. Remember that. Same. We'll remember the word, right? So they have the same allele, which we call it as the homozygous chromosome. Heterozygous over here means they will have different, right? They will have different allele on the same chromosome. Can you see everyone? See, pink same hai. Jaldi bolo. The pink color are same, right? On both the chromosome. Very good. That is homozygous. Then over here we have pink and yellow. They are heterozygous. Clear? Good. So we are clear with the important terms. Now let's discuss about variation. Now everyone, in genetics we have this word variation, which is very important. Now what is variation? Now variation is nothing but the difference that we see in the genetic makeup of various organisms is called as variation. See, you and me are not same. Right? You and me are not same. Yes or no? Tell me. See, both of us, right? All of us, homologous. See, we will be talking about homozygous. Yes, homologous and homozygous is different. Clear? In your textbook, what we have homozygous. So let's focus on homozygous. See, you and me are different, and why we are different from each other? Because of the variation. Variation is really important to have the variety. Clear? See, we are different from our parents also. So clear, everyone? Yes. Very good. So this is the definition of variation. Now, 2 marks question, everyone. I'm sure this question was there. 1 marks question was there in the recent paper. What is inherited traits? So the traits that you and I get from our parents, we call it as the inherited traits, right? Like eye color, skin color, hair color. Whereas there are some traits that we acquire by ourselves, like swimming, riding bicycle, beautiful handwriting, drawing beautiful diagrams, etc. Clear? So there are 2 types of traits. We have inherited traits that comes from the parents, and then there are acquired traits that we acquire during our lifetime. The benefits of variation is that it actually helps the species to survive. It actually helps in the mixing, right? And because of that, the species can easily adapt to the change that is happening. Okay? Clear? Bilkul, ab 1 marks hamare hue, bilkul hue. So everyone, are we clear up to here? Close your eyes and just recalling. Let's not focus on homologous. By mistake I said it, it's homozygous. Yes. बहुत help करता है. Very good, everyone. So we discuss about heredity. We are clear what are trait. We are clear what is character. Allele, I can see there are still few of you who have doubt. So everyone, allele. Acha. What is allele? Let's suppose, okay, wait, there's no point of me writing. So let's see everyone, let's see. For example, throughout the world we have different skin color, right? Okay, you tell me everyone, do you think that all of us have same skin color? Jaldi, jaldi. Factors are also the same. Allele factors we say them. Traits ko we say. We don't have same skin type, right? Or we don't have same, skin color. We don't have it. Why? Why don't we have a same skin color? Definitely because even though the gene for skin color is there in each of us, the allele, right, the particular thing which actually gives us that color is different in all of us. Clear? Clear everyone? Yes? Very good. Clear everyone? So even though we all have the gene of the hair color, right? We all have the gene that will be giving us hair color. But you and me will not have the same allele for the hair color. It will be different. It will be different. Clear? Yes. Very good. Awesome. So variation is nothing but the changes, right? The changes that we have. For example, for the variation, tell me, if we mix X, or let's suppose, for example, if your mom has green eyes, right? If there's a female who has green eyes and there's a male who has black eyes. What are these? Can you tell me what are these? These are what? These are allele. What are these? These are allele. Yes or no? Good. See, they are different in the individual, right? They are the alternative form. So if there is a cross, right? If there is a cross between these, so the child either can have green eye color or a black eye color. Good. The alternative form of a gene is called as the allele. Remember that. Yes. I hope that it's clear, everyone. If you still have some doubts, I would request you to go back and watch this video because we will not be able to spend more time over here. We have to move forward. Good. Now, everyone, what is really very important in this particular chapter is the experiments that Mendel did. So, we all know that the father of the genetics is Mendel, right? And he worked on a pea plant, which is a 1 marks question, right? Pisum sativum, that was the name of the pea plant that he worked upon. And this particular pea plant has various advantages, right? So that's again a common question asked, that why he opted for the pea plant only. And here we have the reason. So the reasons are very much clear. It has a very clear contrasting characteristics. We can easily differentiate between two plants. Shorter lifespan and they're very easy to maintain. They produce many seeds at a time. Then they are bisexual flower. Then it's a very good advantage, right? They don't have to spend time in the pollination process by themselves. There's no artificial pollination is important. Okay? Artificial cross-pollination, even if you want to do the artificial cross-pollination, it's really very easy. Clear? Now I can see, I took that as an example. Manasavi, Mohan, I think many of you are asking, कि मैम उसका क्रॉस का क्या रिजल्ट होगा? I took it as an example. I didn't mention which one of these are dominating or recessive. So let's not go there. Okay. So everyone, this is a 3 marks question or a 2 marks question. Why he opted for a pea plant? Are we clear? I can see if you're asking, if you write anything on your question paper, the examiner have all the power to say that you are cheating. So please do not do anything. Do not write anything. Don't write anything on the question paper. Yes. Okay. Contrasting means, Palak, opposite. Right? You and your brother or your sister will have opposite characteristics, right? You can easily identify the other people. Height is one of the contrasting feature. Okay. Yes, now everyone, this is important, and Mendel worked upon these 7 characteristics. Again, it can come in your examination. Ke how many characteristics Mendel worked upon? So total number of characteristics are 7, right? So here we have, yes, okay, 7. So you can note down these, all important. You don't have, we are not going into the topic of twins because it's not in your syllabus. Okay, everyone. And here we have the 3 important law. This you can take a screenshot. Okay, want to take a screenshot of this? Take a screenshot of this, everyone. Homozygous chromosome. Yes. Very good everyone. I hope that you have taken a screenshot. Okay. Then of course everyone, the most important topic that we have in this particular chapter are the law. 3 laws. Nobody will be asking you to explain the law. Nobody will be asking you to define the law because it's not given in your textbook. But still we have some questions, right? So please make sure you take a screenshot of these, right? I will be discussing the laws with you, but nobody will be asking you to define, okay? So please make sure. Let's move ahead, everyone. Let's discuss about the genotype and the phenotype. Now, this is one thing that you will be learning again and again. Yes, I will show you the slides so you can take the screenshot later. Okay, everyone, let's quickly move ahead, everyone. So there are few words I want you to understand. Dominating. What is the meaning of dominating, everyone? Let's suppose this is a dominating character. Okay, this is the dominating character. Clear? And over here, what we have the recessive. I'm sure all of you are aware about this, right? So I'll not be spending time here. बहुत easy hai. Dominating is the one who will be expressing themselves, right? Who will be expressing themselves. Always they will express themselves. Then we have recessive one that will not be able to express itself. So in genetics, when we talk about, we represent the dominating characters with the capital alphabets and the small characters with the small alphabets. Okay, over here. Clear? Recessive and the dominating. So this is how we will be expressing themselves in the genetics. Are we clear? Are we clear, everyone? Apart from that, there's one thing that we'll be learning now is the genotype and the phenotype. Now this question comes in your examination. What is genotype? Genotype is nothing but the genetic makeup of the individual, right? What are the alleles it have? What are the alleles it have that actually help us to understand its genetic makeup? We call it as a genotype. For example, capital T and small t. It has one of the dominating allele and it has one of the recessive allele. That is what? If we study deep down, we'll be able to understand this. Clearly, are we done, everyone, with this? Genotype. Remember this. It actually helps us to understand the genetic makeup. Bilkul yaad rahega, Palak. Clear? Yes, I will explain. I will be explaining this again, Tanya. Okay, again, everyone. So genotype. Genotype is nothing. Genotype is nothing but in terms of discussion, right, when we discuss about genotype is nothing, but it actually helps us to understand what is the genetic makeup of the individual. Yes? Remember this very short, genetic makeup of the individual is called as genotype, and phenotype actually help us to see the characteristics, right? We can easily see the visible characteristics of an organism. Yes, that is nothing but the phenotype. Genotype, phenotype. I will be explaining you again with the example. But are we clear up to here, everyone? Yes, are we clear? Quickly. Yes. Chaliye, jaldi se everyone, now we will be looking into the laws. Now this is where things become really very important. I want all of you to pay attention. What is monohybrid cross? I need 15 minutes of yours and then we'll be done with the genetics. No extra time. Focus, full focus. What is monohybrid cross? Monohybrid cross will just discuss about one particular character. Let's talk about capital T and small t. What are we talking over here? We are discussing about one single trait. And what trait we are discussing over here? Height. What are we discussing over here? The height. So here we are taking an example and we are moving ahead with the cross. So please pay attention. So we know that this is dominating, this is recessive. Yes or no? Good. Now everyone, so we are clear with this, right? So let me divide the screen. Capital T, small t, right? Now, this is parents. These are the parents, right? Good. Everyone, these are the parents. Now what we'll do, we'll make the Punnett square. What we'll do, we'll write capital T, small t. What we'll get? Jaldi. After this cross, what we will get? Very good, Harshita. After the cross, the F1 generation will be all heterozygous. That means there will be capital T and small t. All of them are tall, but the genetic makeup is, it has two alleles, right? It has two alleles. All the offspring in the F1 generation is tall. Very good. So are we clear up to here? Yes, in monohybrid cross, you can take any of the character, height, skin color, hair color, eye color, but only one character you are discussing. Good. So what happened over here in F1 generation? We just have all the plants will have same type of genetic makeup. That is capital T and small t, which is heterozygous. Right? There it is heterozygous because it has two alleles. Now, capital T, small t. This is F1 generation, everyone. What we do in genetic crosses is that T1, so basically what we'll do, we'll have the cross. See over here, the cross of selfing, right? We'll do the selfing and what we will see, we will get what? Again, we'll make a Punnett square. We'll write capital T, small t, capital T and small t. What will the result, everyone? Awesome. See, you all have my lots of love. मैं थोड़ा side में आती हूँ. What we'll have? We'll have capital T, capital T, capital T, small t, capital T, small t, and small t and small t. So the ratio is what? 3:1. 3 tall hair and 1 is drop. That is phenotype ratio or phenotypic ratio. By looking at the plant only, we can say that 3 are tall. That is phenotype. Then, if you want to look at the genotype, what we'll have? 1 is pure tall, 2 are heterozygous tall, and 1 is pure dwarf. That is 1:2:1. Everyone, see, take a screenshot of this image. Jaldi say. If you have this, you don't need anything. And this law helps us to, this cross actually, help us to understand about two laws. कौन से law? Law of dominance. Law of dominance clearly says that the dominating trait will always express itself. Here we have the proof. Recessive trait will be able to express only itself when it is present with the recessive allele. Small t. So first law, law of dominance. Monohybrid cross can help us understand. Law of segregation. What is the meaning of segregation, everyone? Mitosis, meiosis nahi hai syllabus mein. So don't worry about it. हाँ, jaldi se. I can see many of you are asking how 3:1 and 1:2:1. I'll explain you again. Separation, right? सबने लिया ना screenshot? Good. Let's move ahead. लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि what is law of segregation? See, capital T and capital T. What are these? ये क्या है? What are these capital T and capital T? जल्दी बताइए. These are allele. Yes or no? Right? These are allele. These are also allele. Right? So law of segregation says that during the gamete formation, before the reproduction, right, these will be moving to the different cells, right? They will go separate way. They'll not be going together. It's not that wherever capital T is going, the other capital T will go with them. No. Right? So basically, law of segregation says that the gametes will be separated. Clear everyone? Allele alag ho jayengi. Clear? Yes or no? See, we did the cross, right? If we did the cross, we can see that capital T and small t are coming together. Capital T and small t, capital T, small t, capital T, small t. Segregate हुए, separate हुए ना एक दूसरे से? हाँ या नहीं? जल्दी बताओ. Segregation का मतलब क्या होता है? Separate होना. Yes, the law of segregation says that during the gamete formation, during the cross, what will happen? They will go separate way. अलग अलग हो जाएंगे. See, the capital T is not stuck to capital T. It actually went ahead with the small t. So gametes form होंगे. Right? Gametes will be forming and they will be separate. Are we clear? Yes or no? Okay, this boy, Syed, I want to read your comment. रुक जाओ अभी. Ma'am, doubt. Please don't ignore me. No, not ignoring you. See, I can't see your doubt. I told you if you write anything on your question paper, you will be getting caught. Can you write your doubt again? It was a very not so important. Ma'am, I always draw a box around the diagrams for the neatness to differentiate between the answer. Do it in the board. मतलब my God, Syed, इसके लिए इतना परेशान करोगे? Please do. Nobody is asking you. No issues. आराम से. That's a good thing that you're doing that if you are segregating it. Very good. That's a good thing. Please keep on doing it if you have time in the examination. चलिए. Everyone, are we clear? Now, we have this beautiful visuals, right? Please pay attention. I'm sure you will get this. Jaldi, jaldi, everyone. So we have the parent. This is the monohybrid cross we are discussing. And we are discussing 2 cross again, right? Repeating it again, everyone. Please pay attention. Here we have capital T and small t. Yes. Then, of course, we will see the gamete formation. Can you see the gametes? Yes or no? Good. Very good. I'm sure you can see the gametes, right? See, capital T, small t, small t. These are nothing but the gametes. So, we can see they are getting separated. Yes or no? Yes. Can you see the gametes are separate? Can you see gametes are separate? Good. Then, once we will start the cross, right, what we'll see that in the F1 generation, all plants are tall. All plants are tall. And then if we do the cross, right, if we move further, from the F1 generation, what we'll see? We'll see the cross, right? And we will see that in F1 generation, we have all tall plants which are heterozygous, right? And we have the homozygous. F2 generation may, what we'll see? We will see that tall and dwarf will be there. So that's a first thing, everyone. The law of dominance. Are we clear? Variation occurs in cross pollination. Mixing होता है ना, दोनों parents, दोनों के ही अलग अलग genes जा रहे हैं तो mixing है. Good. Okay, that's the law of dominance, everyone. And here we have the law of segregation. See, capital T and small t. Can you see this? Capital T, small t, capital T, small t. Now what will happen? If you do the cross, this is what we have. Capital T, small t, right? So we have this. Of course, we have the phenotype, which is 3:1 and 1:2:1. Yes. So this actually helps us to understand that the two alleles of the genetic characters are always going to separate or segregate from each other in the gametes formation. So as they're forming the gamete, they'll go separate. Clear? Yes, we can call them. See, allele कहाँ पे present होते हैं? Gene के ऊपर. यहाँ पे just for our understanding, so that we don't confuse ourselves, we're calling it as a gamete. Gamete is nothing but a cell. What will cell have? It has nucleus. What will nucleus will have? Chromosome. Chromosome will have DNA. DNA will have gene. Gene will have, you know what will it will have. So let's not go there, everyone. Gamete and allele, technically they are not same. Right? They are very different identity altogether. Those of you have doubt कि मैम gamete और allele same होते हैं, नहीं होते, बिल्कुल नहीं होते. Allele क्या था अभी पढ़ा है हमने? Allele is a alternative form of gene, है ना? और what is gamete? Gamete is nothing but a cell. That is, for example, sperm is a gamete, ovum is a gamete. Okay? Yes, I know that many of you doubt, but I'm really sorry. We don't have time. I'm trying my best. If you have doubt, please go back and watch the session. I'm sure you will be able to get it. Okay. Now let's discuss about the dihybrid cross. This is not important from the exam point of view. The question can come over here, right? But you have to make sure you remember this. The ratio of this cross is 9:3:1. So very simple. We are taking two characteristics now. Dihybrid cross में क्या है? दो characteristics हम लेंगे. कितने लेंगे everyone? We are taking two characteristic features. We have round and yellow and green and yellow. Sorry, green and wrinkled. दो characteristics लेंगे. That's why we call it as a dihybrid cross. Then of course here we will see the gametes. Can you see the gametes? क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? ये जो सेल था, basically जो parent है उसके पास में जो सेल है उसका segregation हो रहा है. Law of segregation, right? See over here. This is how the cross gametes are formed. See, we have this capital R, capital Y and capital Y. Right? कैसे बनेंगे gametes? Equally divide होंगे. Capital T है तो दो gametes बन गए. Can you see there are two gametes? Capital R, small capital Y, capital R and small y. What are these? These are gametes. So basically after gamete secretion, a pair of gametes is formed. Which are the other traits? Yes, we can say something like that. Blood group nahi hai. We don't have blood group. We don't have blood group. We'll not be teaching. You will not be learning that. Okay, everyone. Then small r and capital R. Yes. Okay. Then everyone, if you do the cross of the dihybrid cross, right? If we do further, we will have the F1 generation, right? In F1 generation, what we have? We have capital R, small r, capital Y and small y. Very good. I can see many of you are saying, yes, good. अरे हिंदी में पढ़ा दूंगी, रो मत. Yes. Please don't cry. अरे ऐसी sad से smiley भेजोगे तो हमारा सारा motivation चला जाएगा. Please make sure you stay happy. हाँ, good. Okay. चलिए, I think there are a lot of doubts you have. Let me explain you आराम से. Allele किसको पता है क्या है allele? जल्दी जल्दी. What is allele? Everyone, what is allele? Jaldi, jaldi. What is allele? Alternative form of gene, right? Alternate form of gene. Okay? And what is gamete? I don't want to go there, but ठीक है. अच्छा ठीक है. Okay, what is these everyone? Right? Can you see this yellow, the green color dots? What are these? These are allele. Okay, these are the allele. If this is a mother chromosome and this is a father chromosome, we have alleles on them. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, 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 yes. Say yes, 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 everyone. Clear? Now, you know that chromosome has two parts, right? See, if I open this chromosome, I have this and this part. Yes? Jaldi, jaldi. Yes or no? Yes, 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 right? If I open this chromosome like this, right, it has two parts, right? And on both of these parts, we can see these are what? These are allele. Yes or no? Yes or no? Good. So, what we understand that during the gametes formation, जब gametes बन रहे होंगे ना, पता है क्या होगा? ये दोनों अलग अलग हो जाएंगे. देख सकते हो ना आप? जब gametes बन रहे होंगे तो ऐसी कंडीशन होगी कि एक क्रोमोसोम एक पार्ट पे है और एक क्रोमोसोम एक पार्ट पे है. यस, डन. ये क्लियर हुआ. एलील हमको पता चल गया. एलील क्या होता है? ऑल्टरनेटिव फॉर्म ऑफ जीन. मदर के पास में कोई और अलील होगा, फादर के पास में कोई और एलील है. अगर इस क्रोमोसोम को ओपन करेंगे तो दोनों के पास में अलग अलग एलील है, वो सेपरेट हो जाएगा. ठीक है? दैट इज कॉल्ड एज लॉ ऑफ सेग्रीगेशन. क्लियर? अब समझ में आया ना सबको? क्लियर है? गुड. चलिए, अब we're discussing about the dihybrid cross. Right? We're discussing about the dihybrid cross. Dihybrid cross when we have two characteristics. Two characteristics may always remember everyone. We'll have these gametes and after the cross what we have? We have F1 generation may we have capital R, small r, capital Y and small y. See, we have these gametes and what we did, we took one of each side. One from here and that's how we have the F1 generation. If we do the selfing in the F1 generation, everyone, this is what we will have. Now, this is something I'm sure all of you are aware about it. The question can come in the examination and they can ask you, yes, here we have the Punnett square over here, Chirayu, yahan pe hai. Right? Rarely I'm telling you, by looking at the trend, this cross will not come for you to draw. This cross will not come to draw. But it's great if you practice once. Okay? The ratio after this is 9:3:3:1. Clear? Clear everyone? The ratio will be 9:3:3:1. Done? 9 are capital. Basically 9 are yellow and round. 3 are green and round. 3 are, right? Sorry, you can see. Right, they are green and wrinkled. One is completely green. Right? This is the phenotype. Genotype है ही नहीं. याद ही नहीं रखना है दिमाग में. Don't keep it. Yes. Angela यहाँ पे बना रखा है. मेरे बनाने से कुछ नहीं होगा. I'm telling you this because it's not important. That's why I don't want you to spend your time over here. You should know what are the gametes. You should know how to make the F1 generation. Practice it once. Look at the table once and you're sorted. Remember the phenotype, which is 9:3:3:1. This is nothing but actually help us to understand about the law of independent assortment. The gametes will be expressing themselves independently. Clear? This is very important, everyone, and this comes to the last law, which is the law of independent assortment. That the allele of two or more gene will get sorted or segregated with gametes independently. Are we clear? See over here. Yes? यहाँ पे अलग अलग हो गया ना? I always give you an example. If your best friend wants to take arts and if you want to take commerce, it's not that both of you will be going in one direction. No, right? You will segregate. Right? And you're not dependent on your friend. You will express yourself independently. So everyone, this is very important that you should remember. Clear? Nobody will be asking you to explain this, but you should still have the understanding. Good. See, definitions sab di hui hai. You have to go through this and you will be able to get it. So, and everyone, I hope that this is clear. jaldi se, are we clear with the 3 laws? Definition are not important, but if you still want to, you will get the PDF. Go through the definition. Done? How many marks in dihybrid cross? अभी तक तो आया ही नहीं है वो. हाँ. What is the meaning of assortment? Nothing but they will be moving ahead. अलग अलग अपने अपने रास्ते में चले जाएंगे. I can still see few of you have doubt, but बच्चे you have to read the chapter once again. या फिर एक बार go through the session, right? I'm sure you will be getting it clear. चलिए. Now very important topic which is sex determination, right? This is 3 marks question and case based study question can come on this. Which is the sex determination. So we have X and Y chromosome. X chromosome is for the female and XY chromosome is for the male. So what will be the chances of female or the male? Very good, very good. So 50% chances, right? 50% can be male and 50% can be female. Father is responsible in determining the gender of the next generation, gender of the fetus, right? So questions on the sex determination will surely come. So please make sure you practice. The question can come that, okay, right, that we have to, it can be a case-based study question where they're talking about that a woman is being blamed for the birth of a child at in his family, in her family. But we know that, right, male is responsible for determining the gender of the offspring. Okay, so please make sure you do practice these crosses. I'm not going at it over here. This is the easiest thing. Okay, if sperm which is carrying X chromosome will fuse with the X chromosome of female, will have a girl child, and if the sperm carrying Y chromosome fuses with the X chromosome of the female, will have the female child. Sorry, male child. Clear? So with this everyone, we are done actually. Nothing more over here, and let's just quickly take a look at the important questions. Right, so here we have some of the important questions. Twins, we are not discussing Shreya. Twins, you don't have in your syllabus, right? So we will not be discussing twins. So I'm not repeating these questions, everyone, because we have gone into the details and have looked into the whole chapter. Heredity difficult hai, I understand. Please watch the session that we did, right? We have discussed about the heredity questions also. So please make sure you go through these questions. We have solved a lot of questions altogether. Yes, okay, take a screenshot everyone, and don't worry, I'll share the PDF also. How the traits, arey, Atifa, pura session mein bache we discuss about that. The expression of traits is, that's how we will be doing it in the traits. Sorry, cross mein, right? The way we do the cross, right? You will be able to see the expression. Thank you so much. Lots of love to each one of you. See, कुछ बच्चे रो रहे हैं, कुछ बच्चे बहुत खुश हैं. I'm really sorry, we just have to make a balance. थोड़ा तो complete करना है. Evolution chapter नहीं है. Evolution part ही नहीं है. Yes. हाँ, question number 6 and 8 same है. गड़बड़ है हमारी टीम की साइड से. क्या करें? बोल देंगे. Good. With this everyone, with lots of love, please, I'll be meeting you again. Please make sure you stay active because अब थोड़ा सा हम जल्दी करेंगे. Thank you so much. See, I have lots of love for and respect for each one of you. Really sorry अगर थोड़ा सा fast लग रहा है क्योंकि डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है. ये चैप्टर उतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, जो इंपॉर्टेंट था वो हमने डिस्कस कर लिया. So please make sure to stay active, right? I'll be meeting you again. And let's quickly have a 5 minutes break. जल्दी से 5 minutes का break लो. फटाफट से NCERT पढ़ो. And we'll be back. Then Ashwarya ma'am will be coming and ma'am will be discussing how do organisms reproduce. Okay? चलिए. 5 minutes break everyone. Bye bye.
Hello everybody, good evening. I hope I'm audible now. Yes? Am I audible to all of you? How's the Josh? Yes? Josh वापस आ गया अभी? Yes, sound okay, video okay, screen okay. You can see me right on screen as well. Huh? Yes, very good, very good. Ma'am, you wasted your energy. Are no, I have way too much energy in me to be wasting it. I have way too much, right? It is in abundance. So if any of you feel like, ma'am, मेरे पास energy नहीं है, आप मुझसे ले लो, right? I have way too much energy, yes? So everyone, of course, now, lot of you here are very worried, right? Ma'am, we have so much left. 4 बजे तक खत्म हो गया होगा क्या नहीं? I am very worried. First and foremost, our aim is to make sure that we teach you properly, okay? Our first and most important aim is that after you watch this video, if you have been there from morning 11 to whenever we finish, if you have understood everything, that then it is a success. Timing, everything is secondary. Okay, let me tell you that. Of course, does not mean that we don't care about time. We will try our best to make sure we finish it on time. But for those of you who are worrying unnecessarily and you're concerned about the time, I'm saying don't be, right? So everybody, we're going to quickly move on to the next chapter, which is how do organisms reproduce. Now, Ankita ma'am already answered your question on phagocytosis, right? So she has already answered. But nonetheless, right, phagocytosis is nothing but engulfing, right? So in amoeba, when you see that they will engulf the food items, and that's what we understood as phagocytosis. And Manav has said, ma'am, I understood everything so far. And if you are somebody who has understood whatever we have taught so far, then quickly go ahead and give me a thumbs up in the chat, right? And everyone, we are going to be doing this chapter on how do organisms reproduce. Now, this particular chapter is a very big chapter, so we may take at least 45 minutes to 1 hour to finish this, right? Subjective questions are going to come. That means your 2 markers, your 3 markers, even 4 markers will nicely come from this chapter, right? So we need to pay attention to some pain points which we need to go ahead and understand, right? So I am going to go a little bit, I will focus on those parts, right? Things you don't need to know for exam, I am not going to waste time, okay? So let's get started on this particular chapter, which is how do organisms reproduce. Now in this case, right, we need to know what is reproduction, because when we talk about reproduce, right, what do we understand by the process of reproduction? Reproduction that is there is nothing but the process of producing an offspring that is biologically or genetically similar to the parent. Or another definition that I always use is reproduction is the biological process by which living organisms, right? We see that living organisms produce young ones of their own kind, right? So that is what we understand as reproduction. Now, why is reproduction essential? Yes, that is also something that we need to know. Why should an organism reproduce? Now, we know that earlier we learned about life processes like respiration, and we know that we've learned about nutrition, that if it does not happen, that the organism cannot survive. But it's not that if reproduction does not happen, it does not mean that, the organism will cease to survive. The organism will still survive, right? But why is reproduction essential? Because reproduction ensures the continuity of species, right? And if an organism keeps reproducing, then we know that this will no longer, that means that organism will not become extinct, right? So this right here is one of the importance of reproduction. Now, how is it that reproduction enables continuity of species, right? What is happening in reproduction that if I have an organism X, right? And then I have another offspring, maybe let's say this is daughter of organism X, okay? This is a daughter of organism X, and this organism is genetically similar. Now, how is it that it is genetically similar? What is the mechanism here? Can you tell me? What is the mechanism that is happening here? Yes? Everybody, organism X has reproduced and given us daughter, okay? But in this case, how is it that it is genetically similar? Can you tell me? There is a specific process. Very good. Dragon Slay has given me the answer. Savita. I can see Vinamra. Okay, very good. Exactly. There is DNA copying, right? Now we all know DNA. Now after heredity, this has become easy. DNA is our genetic material, right? Has all the information. It has to go from parent to offspring. Now it cannot be that this DNA will leave parent X's cell and then go and sit in daughter X's cell, right? It cannot do that. It needs to make a whole copy of itself, right? So it will make a copy of itself. It will make an exact, you can say Xerox copy, right? It's almost be like you will photocopy, like how you photocopy your friend's notes, right? When you photocopy it, it's the exact same thing as your friend's notes. And then you will maybe use it for whatever reason it may be, right? So a Xerox copy is made so that one will remain with this and it will then go to, the copy will then go to the daughter, right? So here the mechanism that is involved is DNA copying. Now at times we know that there could be some slight alterations while DNA copying, right? Some slight differences. Now these slight differences that occur is what we call as variations. And you have already learnt about it. Heredity it has been discussed, right? But in this case we know that, like for example, somebody gave me this. Ma'am, so imagine if I take Ankita ma'am's notes and I am writing it, okay? Will it be the exact same thing as Ankita ma'am's notes? More or less the same. But here and there some changes I would have made, right? Some changes, chotu-motu changes would be there. So those are some slight differences that are going to be there, right? So that is what is something that we understand as DNA copying. Now everybody who's asking me, ma'am, will live be there? Will live be available post the stream? It will be available, right? Yes. Okay. So now of course, right? We know that there are various modes of reproduction. Everybody take your textbook and put a star mark on this point because you will get questions, right? This is very, very important. So now we have modes of reproduction where we have asexual mode of reproduction and sexual mode. 3 marks you can get kinds. I'll tell you what all kind of questions you can get. One is you will be asked to differentiate, which is a very direct question, right? Then you will be asked advantages of sexual reproduction over asexual reproduction. They can ask you assertion reason questions also. So you need to put a star mark in your textbook, all right? So now in this case, right, let's understand the first point of difference between asexual reproduction and sexual reproduction. Now if you were to talk about the number of parents, we see that in asexual reproduction, only one parent is involved. While in sexual reproduction, we see that there are 2 parents. That means we see that there is a male and there is a female. Now in this case, we see that because only one parent is involved, we see that it does not produce any special cells for reproduction, right? There are no specialized cells for reproduction. So these specialized cells for reproduction is what we call as gametes. That means gametes are not produced in this case, right? Gametes are not produced in asexual reproduction, while gametes are involved in sexual reproduction. Now, because gametes are not involved, we see that the offspring that is there, offspring is identical to the parent, and most often than not, we don't observe a lot of variations. But in this case, we see that offspring is not identical, right? Offspring is not identical. And here we see that offspring is only similar to parents, right? So this is similar to parents and variations are observed, right? So in this case, for 4 marks, if you get difference, then you have 4 differences. And जो भी chat में unnecessarily conversation कर रहा है, अभी please stop disturbing the class. If you are not paying attention, you are allowed to leave and you can take a break and come back whenever. But please do not disturb my class, right? So it's very important. A lot of students are studying here and I need you all to stay focused, okay? Now coming back, all right? So some of you are asking me, ma'am, how do we define gamete, right? Gamete can be simply defined as a reproductive cell, right? Reproductive cell or cell which is involved in reproduction. Now, in your sample papers, right, and in your practice papers, they have asked you an assertion reason question and I want all of you to give me the answer. Now, the assertion statement is offspring produced by sexual reproduction, right? So, sexual reproduction shows variation. Yes? Your reason being that each offspring, right? So, we see that each offspring produced by sexual reproduction, yes, reproduction inherits genes, okay? They inherit genes from each parent, right? Now this is your sample paper question. What do you think is the answer? Offsprings produced by sexual reproduction. Sorry for my very bad handwriting. So offsprings produced by sexual reproduction show variation. Reason being that each offspring produced by sexual reproduction inherits genes from each parent, right? So what is the answer to this? Very good. So if you add a Y to this statement, you know that why is it that they show variation? Because two parents are involved, gametes are involved, right? And we know that gametes will come together, they will fuse by the process of fertilization, and they will give rise to an offspring. So here both assertion and reason statements are true, and on the other hand we see that R is the correct explanation. Now one more question which I'm sure all of you remember from your sample paper. I have it written because I felt it was very important to discuss. Now one question was, how are variations, right? How are variations useful for species? Yes, species, if there is a drastic change or a drastic alteration in the niches, right? How many of you have remembered this question, right? This is going to be another question which is there in your sample paper. It is a very direct question, but in this case it is related to importance of reproduction and importance of DNA copying, right? This is very, very important. It's directly off a paragraph in your textbook. Yes? It's very, very important. It's not even inbox. It is there as a part of your NCRT. Now, this is going to be important. Okay. Now, most of you have asked us in the session also, ma'am, what are niches? We don't really understand. See, niche is like a group of organisms, niche of organisms, right? So, you can always say that it is a well-defined place, right? Or you can say that it is a well-defined group of specific organisms, right? Specific organisms. Now basically if I have a group, right, imagine this is a group of organisms, like let's assume this is a group of organisms like goats, right? So we have goat, this is a niche, right, niche of goats that are there. Now in this case, yes, I'm explaining the question, right, we have some goats here, right? Now how is the niche preserved? How is this well-defined group of goats maintained? How am I maintaining the population, or how are they maintaining their population? They are reproducing, right? They are reproducing, they are doing DNA copying, and then they are able to maintain their population, right? And we know that in DNA copying, there cannot be drastic changes. Slight changes or variations are allowed, right? Yes, very good, Alcina, very good. Variations are essential for survival. That means small amount of variations are okay. But in this case, they are saying that if drastic changes are there, right? Are variations, if there are drastic variations, will it help in maintaining the population in a niche? Yes or no? I want you to tell me the answer to this. Yes or no, if drastic changes in variation take place, right? Yes or no, if drastic changes take place, or if, when I say drastic changes in variation, that means I am talking about drastic changes during DNA copying. That means if my DNA has a certain code, I have decided that my DNA has become something else altogether, which is very, very different from the parent organism. Is the population going to survive? Absolutely not. It will not survive, right? So how are variations useful, or how are variations useful for species, right? If there is a drastic alteration in the niches, they are not really useful, because in this case if drastic changes takes place, it could affect the niche, right? So that is where the answer is coming from, because consistency in DNA copying is very, very important. But in some cases, right, in most cases if it is drastically altered, the population will get wiped out. But in some cases, like in your textbook, they give you an example, right? They give you an example of bacteria. Now normally if there's a bacteria which can survive only in hot water, and then suddenly the water becomes cold, then most organisms will not be able to survive. But in some cases, some drastic alteration can help them survive adverse conditions. So this could also lead to maybe new organisms evolving altogether. ठीक है? अंशुल शर्मा, friendship अभी आप एग्जाम के बाद कर लो, अभी आप क्लास पे फोकस कर लो, ठीक है? So how will you write the answer? In adverse, if normal cases में, if it is drastically altered, organisms cannot survive. But in some cases, we see that it will also actually help them survive or overcome it, right? So now are we clear? See, this is a concept which is making you apply your understanding of DNA copying, understanding of variation in reproduction, right? And how exactly it is helping. Okay, these kind of questions are going to come in your exam. That's why this is what I am explaining. Okay, later on what you think are going to be important are very, very simple. They're very easy. You have nothing to worry about. Yes? What are niches? Well-defined spaces or group for a specific organism. Okay? Very good. So now we are going to move on. Okay, we are going to move on to exploring more on asexual reproduction. ठीक है? मैम आप थोड़ा बहुत हिंदी में बोल दीजिए. हाँ जरूर मैं बोलती हूँ, but आप एक और बार अगर if there's a specific part that you don't understand, then I will take that up. And Polar Pandey, I will do it for sure, but अभी के लिए I'll not be able to tell you how exactly to phrase the answer, right? I'll give you the answer maybe later. And in sample paper, anyway, we have done it. You can check out the session on that as well. All right? So now we're going to go ahead quickly to having a look at types of asexual reproduction. Now you have different types of asexual reproduction, but we are going to focus on the main points of each of these types, right? So whether it's fission, budding, fragmentation, regeneration, spore formation or vegetative propagation, I'll cover main points on each of this, right? So first up, let's have a look at fission. Now fission literally means splitting into two parts, right? Fission means splitting. Now we have two kinds. We have binary fission and we have multiple fission. Now binary fission is when we see that the parent organism that is there will split and give rise to two daughter cells, right? So parent will split and give rise to two daughter cells. While on the other hand, right, we see that if the parent splits and gives rise to multiple daughter cells, then we call it as multiple fission. Now this kind of a question can come for MCQ based 1 mark question that is there. So you can make a note of it. Now in binary fission, we have amoeba and leishmania as examples, and they can ask you a difference between amoeba and leishmania. Now in amoeba, understand the structure of amoeba and leishmania. Amoeba may we know that it has an indefinite shape, right? It has no proper shape. While leishmania here kind of has a spindle-like shape, I would say. I'll not say it is spindle, but spindle-like, okay? Which means that when splitting of the parent happens, right? So when splitting of parent happens, in amoeba, we see that there is no orientation. That means in any way it can happen, right? Splitting can happen like this, like this, like this. No orientation is there, right? But in this case, we see that in leishmania, we see that there is a definite orientation, right? So that is one main point. Now in this case, in multiple fission, we know that an example is plasmodium, where first we see that there is nuclear division, where the nucleus will divide into many nuclei, and each of these will be surrounded by a small amount of cytoplasm, right? And then of course we know that when conditions are ideal, it will burst open and we will have multiple daughter cells. So these are the main points for fission. Now we are going to move on to the next one, which is fragmentation, which we observe in organisms like Spirogyra, right? Now we know that if there is a parent Spirogyra, we know that the parent upon maturation, right, it will split into fragments. Now each of these fragments then will give rise to a new organism. So somebody was asking me, ma'am, what is the difference between fission and fragmentation? Fission may we see that the parent cell will split in itself and give rise to two daughter cells. But in this case, right, we see that the fragment, in fragmentation, they will first become fragments and then they will go on to forming new organisms, right? So far if you look at it, we've looked at very simple types of asexual reproduction, right? Now I have one more question for all of you, which I hope you all remember, right? Now, why is it not possible to reconstruct? Okay, this is again from your CBSE sample paper. Reconstruct the whole organism from a fragment in multicellular organisms. How many of you remember this question? Thumbs up in the chat very quickly. How many of you are able to remember this? Now for those of you who are struggling right now, please make sure that it's okay, right? If you want to come back and watch it later, you can watch it and put it in 2x and watch also, right? Exactly. Very good. This question is also important. It's directly of your NCRT. Okay. They have made a question out of a paragraph in your NCRT and you need to write two main points here, right? Exactly. It was there in the sample paper. So in this case, right, we know that in multicellular organisms, they cannot simply divide like your amoeba or your leishmania, which is single cell organism. No, they cannot simply divide and then they will form. In multicellular organisms, it's not the point, right? And we cannot do that. There are way too many cells involved, right? Which is why we see that there are specialized cells, right? So in multicellular organisms, we see that there are specialized cells, or in some cases there are tissues, right? There's division of labor, and thereby we see that these specialized cells get involved in the process of reproduction. So first and foremost, we see that there are way too many cells, and that too not the same kind but random kind of cells that are there, which is why in this case they cannot simply reconstruct them by splitting into fragments, right? They will have specialized tissues that are there. Yes? All right. So now of course let's move on, right? So let's move on. With this, we understood that fragmentation is found in lower organisms. Now, along with this, we have different kinds that are there, right? We have the other kinds of asexual reproduction like budding. Then we also have vegetative propagation, spore formation and regeneration, right? And yes, we'll take the most popular question on difference between fragmentation and regeneration. Now, in budding, all you need to know is it's observed in multicellular organisms like Hydra, right? And in this case, right, we see that in these organisms, there's a parent Hydra and it grows into, we see that at a certain point of the body, it will go into more and, you know, at one point, we see that there will be a small outgrowth or what we call as a bud, right? And this bud will then further grow and it will develop and mature and then it will form a new organisms, okay? Budding mein, what do you need to know? There is an outgrowth which is there in the parent body. The parent body in itself is not undergoing some complex change, right? A part of the parent body has an outgrowth which will eventually become a new organism, right? Now, how is it different from budding? I mean, fragmentation. Fragmentation may, like I said, the parent in itself will break into fragments or each fragment will grow into a new organism, right? So now I hope all of you are here and you are understanding. Now here with fragmentation, what becomes a little more complicated is the idea of regeneration. Ma'am, fragmentation, regeneration, humko pata nahi hai, looks all the same, we don't know when, we don't know what. How many of you are very confused with regeneration and fragmentation even now? Up until today, ma'am, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि ये fragmentation क्या होता है और ये regeneration इससे कैसे different है, right? और are you all sure and you're clear on what it is, right? Are you all clear? Ma'am, little bit, idhar udhar, okay. Ma'am, no confusion. For those of you who are telling me no confusion, I'm very happy, right? No, ma'am, it's easy. Some of you are saying, ma'am, yes, full clear hai. No worries, I'll still explain, right? See, understand that fragmentation is a mode of reproduction where once an organism is mature, right, it will break into a fragment. That means it is bound to happen. Which is why most often than not we say it is a mode of reproduction. But in this case, right, if you look at regeneration, right, regeneration. In regeneration, what happens? We see that it's observed in certain organisms like planaria. We find it, you know, even in starfishes, where if you think about it, right, we know that maybe some organism or some rock fell on this planaria and the planaria got cut. Right? It got cut and now its head, its body and its tail are all different. Now at this point what will happen? It will become into three parts. Now each part what it will do is it will regenerate. And at this point due to some maybe some unavoidable conditions we see that this right here will be forming a mode of reproduction also. But is this the commonly adopted mode of reproduction where an organism like planaria wants to chop its head off and then suddenly regrow itself? Absolutely not, right? Regeneration happens when there is accidental damage, right? So when accidental damage happens, it has to survive. So this is more of an essential thing. And why is it that it is able to do this? Why is it that it is able to regenerate? Because they have certain specialized cells in them, right? So there are certain specialized cells that enable them to regenerate, right? So that is something that you need to do. Yeah, most often than not, we will not consider regeneration as a mode of reproduction. This is very, very important. Diagram is important. They can ask you to, maybe they may give you a diagram. They will ask you to go ahead and redraw the diagram in your exam. So please make sure you go ahead and you check it out, right? Yes, they are called as regenerative cells, okay? All right, ma'am. Fragmentation, once again, see, fragmentation is the easiest of them all. I don't know why you are worried, but nonetheless, I will explain to you, right? So in this case, if you think about it, right? Fragmentation is seen in organisms like Spirogyra, where we know that the parent organism, that means when Spirogyra has become a parent, full mature, it will be like, okay, time to break myself into fragments, and push, they become fragments, right? Now what will happen? Each fragment that is there will grow into a new organism. Favorable or unfavorable, ये fragmentation होगा, उनका body fragments में हो जाएगा और each fragment will grow into a new organism. So does this mean, so now I hope you are clear with fragmentation, regeneration. Now is regeneration, if organisms like planaria exhibit regeneration, does that mean that organisms like planaria never die? Very important. So it's not that organisms like planaria don't die, right? See, they have a lifespan and then once their lifespan is done, naturally they will die, right? But the thing is, in unfavorable conditions, right? Imagine if a population is at threat, they will still be able to survive, yes? Now, of course, we're going to move on to spore formation and then I'll do vegetative propagation where I would want to take, I will take up the concepts on vegetative propagation. Yes, next up we will do spore formation, right? अभी ये spore formation में क्या होता है? Spore formation में spores form होता है. Now what are these spores? Right? Spores are something, basically they are like these small, tiny structures, okay? And we see that spore formation is mainly observed in organisms, or this kind of asexual mode of reproduction is observed in organisms like fungi, sorry. We observe it in organisms like fungi. Now in this case, what we see is that these spores, when they fall on some maybe mold or something like that, wherein we see here that in such cases, like whenever it is moist, some water is available, it is hot, right? And we also know that, maybe nutrients are available, right? Wherever nutrients are available, they will germinate, okay? And they will germinate and they will grow into bigger organisms where eventually they will have or they will form a sporangia inside which spores are there. And then again, once the spores mature, the same thing will happen. This will burst open. It's like a balloon. It will burst open. Spores will form everywhere and it will keep growing, right? So basically for spores to grow, they require a moist surface. Now this again mainly will come only for 1 mark, not more than that. You have nothing much to worry, right? This is a very simple topic. You don't need to break your head too much on this, okay? Yes, I will do tissue culture also. Don't worry about that. So far, so good, right? So far, Abhi, we are feeling good, right? Are we all feeling good? Are we all feeling ki, अरे ma'am, how do organisms तो simple है. Half an hour में ये chapter भी हो जाएगा, right? Half an hour में chapter हो जाएगा. Yes, correct. Who was that? Who sent me that right now? I think the chat did not refresh, right? Yes, yes. Okay. Let me just have a look. But some of you, hi. Oh, I missed. Can you just go up again, Ranjit? Can you scroll the chat once up? Malarial parasite reproduces by, okay, Danny T. Manoj, yes, your answer is correct. And some of you asking me on malarial parasite reproduces with the help of multiple fission. Yes? Okay. Binary fission in amoeba, no orientation during fission. Leishmania, definite orientation, right? Ma'am, there was, see, in earlier days they used to ask you sporangia diagram, but most often than not that will not be asked in the exam. Thank you, Sanket. Thank you so much, right? Yes. Now let's move on to vegetative propagation. Somebody, Khushi was I think asking me on vegetative propagation. Mahesh, placenta B, I will teach you, right? Hyphae are the thread-like structures that form the fungi, okay? Now, of course, let's move on to vegetative propagation, after which a very big chunk on asexual reproduction will be done, and then we're left with only sexual reproduction, right? So now, of course, in this case, right, in vegetative propagation, I think I said vegetative reproduction, but vegetative propagation, we see that it is a type of asexual reproduction we observe in organisms, right? Especially we observe it in organisms like plants, right? Now in this case, right, we see that the vegetative parts of the plant are used. So can you all quickly tell me in the chat what are the vegetative parts? Very quickly in the chat. DX edits, I will tell you, right? And Dharani, who's new to class, welcome Dharani. We are having a Maha marathon for biology for class 10 for your science exam. Ma'am, does Spirogyra die? Technically, when Spirogyra reproduces, the parent organism is no longer there. So their concept is like the parent eventually becomes the offspring. Like, if you think about it, the parent splits and that's what grows into an organism, right? Very good, exactly. So your vegetative parts include your root, it includes your stem, and it includes the leaves that are there, right? So root, stem, and leaves, yes? Now we also know, right? We know that in vegetative propagation, we have the vegetative parts which are there. Now, important question which a lot of you have asked me, right? Why vegetative propagation, or what are the advantages of vegetative propagation? Somebody was asking me, ma'am, will this come? It can come for 2 marks, right? And they can ask you indirectly. It could be like a case-based question, right? Or they may ask you a little bit indirectly. They'll not ask you directly on advantages, but they'll ask you what are the advantages. So for everybody out there, I'm writing the points on screen, right? What are the advantages? We know that for plants which are propagated through vegetative propagation, right? If I do vegetative propagation for the plant, I will actually get flowers and fruits, right? So flowers and fruits will be formed earlier than maybe when I sow a seed, right? That means, let's assume I have a plant, okay? I have this one plant with me. Now what I did, I first took the seed of this plant, I sowed it in soil, and for the other one, I took maybe the stem of this plant, I put it in a pot and I grew, right? It means that in both cases, this plant, when I reproduce or when I do vegetative propagation for this, I will see that flowers and fruits will come faster when compared to when I take the seeds, right? So in this case, we see that it is faster to obtain flowers and fruits, right? And along with this, right, for some plants which have, you know, where the seeds have, where they've lost their ability to produce seeds, right? So for plants which have lost ability to produce seeds, I will be able to do vegetative propagation, right? So that is one more thing. And last but not the least, right? In some cases, we see that the offspring that is going to be here is going to be genetically similar, right? So if there are some characteristics that I want in the offspring that is there in my parent, I will be able to get it through, through vegetative propagation. Now in this case, if you think about it, this could be an advantage and this could be a disadvantage, right? Now in the chat, very quickly, can you tell me how is this a disadvantage in the chat, right? How is it that the fact that genetic similarity to parent is a disadvantage also? Yes? Neela, yes, bacha, I'm already done. You can rewind back and watch that. Yes? Dormancy means seed is not able to germinate, right? Exactly. That means there'll be no variation, prone to diseases, right? So in this case, we see that they could be prone to diseases as well. So this right here is very, very important, right? So now everybody, please make sure that you all take a screenshot of this. Take a quick screenshot, right? Yes. Niche, Sonal, niche is a well-defined area of organisms, right? So a well-defined area of organisms is what we call as a niche. See, I'm going slow because the subjective questions that are going to come from this chapter, right? Yes, I like one point which I'm going to take, which is undesirable or unwanted characters can also get passed. I am going slow in places where you will get questions. Then later you will tell me, "Arey ma'am, aapne to you should have discussed. It came in my board exam." So that is why I don't want you to give me that complaint later, which is why I am spending some time here. Okay? So this is all about vegetative propagation. Yes, yes, Aditya, everybody keeps telling that. Thank you. But now you pay attention. Yes? So now, of course, let's go on, right? I'll do niche ka explanation once again towards the end, but I'll wind up asexual reproduction, right? So now we have vegetative propagation where we have natural as well as artificial. Natural means I don't need to intervene. I can take it as it is, put it in the soil, I will get a new organism, right? So in natural, I can take either the root, I can take the stem, or I can take the leaf. Yes? So now if I talk about roots, we know that in this case, let me go a little fast with the animations. So now if you know, we have sweet potato, which is an example, right? Sweet potato here is an example of an organism which has modified root. I'll take the modified root as it is and then I'll keep it inside. We know that there are certain, on the surface, we have something called as bud. And each bud, we know that it will grow into a new plant. So sweet potato mein, we know that there are modified buds. Now everybody who might have just joined the class and who's asking me, अरे आप मैम आप हिंदी में क्यों ऐसे बात नहीं कर रहे हो? Because when I teach, my Hindi is not very fluent, right? But I am trying my best. Yes? And I want you also to try your best. Yes? Okay. Now moving on, that is for modified root. Now for modified stem, we have normal potato, right? Normal potato जो हम घर में हमको मिलता है, उसके surface में भी buds होता है, and we know that these buds that are there is what actually grows and eventually forms a new organism. Then of course for leaf, we have bryophyllum, right? Now don't fight on the chat for Hindi and English. Don't worry, all of you will understand, okay? Now we know that in leaf we have bryophyllum, right? So bryophyllum is something, or begonia is an example, yes? And we know that in the surface of the leaf side pe there are notches which will give rise to new one. So these are all natural. What all was natural? Sweet potato, normal potato, right? And bryophyllum. They can ask you MCQs, right? MCQ questions can come from asexual reproduction. Very, very important. Now we have artificial, Shravan, grafting, layering, cutting, tissue culture, right? So we have all these all these four. Now quickly, see, one thing is they will not ask you too many in-detailed questions. They can give you a context of layering or they can give you context of cutting, and then they'll ask you some case-based or they'll ask you something related in general to vegetative propagation. You don't need to go too much in detail, right? Sweet potato is modified root, regular potato is modified stem. Yes? So quickly moving on, we know that in tissue culture, for those of you who are wondering, right? Tissue culture may we see that we take a certain tissue of the plant. It could be the meristematic tissue. Basically, we either take a leaf tip, right? Or we take a node of the plant, or we will take root tip, right? So we will take some growing parts of the plant. And then what will we do? Yes, Ranjit, can we have an eye on the chat? So then after we take some growing parts, what we will do? We will put it in a nutrient medium, right? So I'm going to take either leaf tip, I'll take node, or I'll take root tip, and I will put it in a nutrient medium. And once I put it in a nutrient medium, what will happen? It will form something called as callus. Okay, now this callus is basically like some undifferentiated mass of cells, right? So you don't need to worry, it will not come, don't get scared, right? It is an undifferentiated mass of cells that are going to be formed. And from this, it will grow into a new plantlet, right? So that is something that you need to do. Undifferentiated means there is no specific root cells, xylem, phloem, sclerenchyma. It is not going to be there, right? It's going to be undifferentiated altogether. Then of course, in this case, going back, right? If I were to show you, just going back to this diagram. So grafting is basically when you take two stems, right? You will take two stems, you will put one on top like this, you will take another stem of another plant, you will tie it together, and eventually it gives rise to a new organism. While in cutting, you will take a stem cutting, right? You will take a stem in such a way that there is at least one node, right? So that is what we understand by this. Is this important? Not really. You will not get much in your exams. You have nothing to worry about, okay? ज्यादा नहीं आएगा इससे शायद. कैलस तो एक मास होता है, प्लांट सेल्स का एक मास जो इवेंचुअली एक न्यू प्लांट होता है, राइट? इनके डिटेल्स में नहीं आएंगे. अगर आएगा तो नेचुरल मेथड्स ऑफ वेजिटेटिव प्रोपगेशन जो भी टेक्स्ट बुक में है, लाइक स्वीट पोटैटो, ब्रायोफाइलम, वो सब आएगा. आर्टिफिशियल में से आपको कॉन्टेक्स्ट आएगा बट ज्यादा तो नहीं आएगा. एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से बहुत ज्यादा नहीं आएगा, ठीक है? तो इससे we are all done with asexual reproduction everyone. बाकी 15 minutes में we are going to wind up sexual reproduction also, right? We are going to wind up sexual reproduction. 4:30 is our aim to finish how do organisms reproduce. So shall we move on to sexual reproduction? Shall we move on, right? Yeah, today is a Maha marathon. We already gave you heads up that today is going to be long, right? Yes, it will be over. You see how it will get over in 15 minutes, right? Very good. जल्दी जल्दी बहुत सारा जोश चैट पे चाहिए. अभी सब अरे मैम नहीं होगा बायो, डन हो गया आज का बायो कोटा. But come on everybody, we need to quickly revise. So let's get started with sexual reproduction, right? Now in sexual reproduction that is there, we see that of course two parents are involved, right? That means we have a male and a female, right? And when we say that a male and a female is involved, it's not that they're directly getting involved, right? So in this case, we see that they produce certain reproductive cells, right? They produce certain reproductive cells which we call as gametes. So we see that there is formation of gametes and there is fusion of gametes, right? So we see that there is formation and fusion of gametes, and we see that once fusion takes place, a young offspring is produced, right? And we know that variations are observed. Yes? So this is all about sexual reproduction. Those of you who are still stuck somewhere in asexual reproduction, right? All of you who are worried about asexual reproduction, please don't worry. Yes, I will take your doubts once again, but I need you to focus on what I am teaching right now, okay? Now, one thing you need to understand is that variations are observed, right? Now, here you need to understand one thing. They can ask you again one assertion reason question, right? In assertion reason question, they can ask you that variations are observed in offsprings produced by sexual reproduction, right? Now in this case, what could be the possible reason? We see that reason here could be that there is accumulation of variations from previous generations. What do you think about this particular question, right? Variations are observed in offsprings. Accumulation of variations are seen in previous generation, right? What do you think? Exam point of view से tissue culture का tension नहीं लेने का, be chill. Yes, exactly, right? So we know that in this case, right, here it is a tricky one. This is right, it is a little tricky. Because we know that variations are seen in offsprings. But why is it that we are observing variations in every generation, or we see that there is no identical, or it's not identical, but rather offspring is only similar to parent? Because we know that when the parent was formed, right, and the parent makes gamete, right, there will be certain amount of variations, right? And then we know that similarly so this is a male, this will be the female, there will be some variations here. They will fuse and they will form zygote, which will have some amount of variations. Now the variations from two parents have accumulated, right? Now once they have accumulated, what will happen? This eventually will become a parent. So these variations will then be passed down. So at all points, it is getting accumulated as well, right? So this is something that you need to understand. They can ask you a MCQ or an assertion reason based question. Now when we talk about sexual reproduction here, right, we know that human beings are sexually reproducing organisms, right? And we know that here again two parents, a male and female, or a father and mother is involved. And of course we know that development of the young one takes inside of the mother. But in this case, right, it's one thing you need to understand, right? Is it that as soon as an individual is born, okay, as soon as a baby is born, right, or as soon as there's an organism, let's take it simple, right? As soon as an organism is born, yes, does this mean that eventually they are capable of reproduction? Eventually or immediately? Yes, immediately are they capable of reproduction? Yes or no in the chat? Are they capable of reproduction? Absolutely not, right? So in the case of humans, if you think about it, we have our lifespan. No, this is very easy. You have learned it in your lower grades. Very simple, right? So we know that we all start off as young children. We move into childhood where our body physically develops, right? So physical development of the body takes place. And then we move on to this transition phase, which is what we call as adolescence, where our body attains reproductive maturity, right? So we see that they will attain reproductive maturity. Only then when they become into an adult phase, they will be able to grow, right? So in this case, we see that the time period where the body starts to undergo changes is what we call as puberty. Yes? Okay. Whoever is unnecessarily spamming in this chat, I request you all to either leave the class or kindly stop spamming in the chat, right? So that is something that I need you all to do. Now we know that of course there are various changes that happen in the body. We know that there's growth of body hair. We know that genital areas or areas in and around our reproductive organs may become a little darker, right? Skin becomes oily. But other than that, we also understand that there are various other changes that take place, right? So in the case of males, we see that there is growth of facial hair, growth of chest hair. We see that body becomes broader, it becomes more muscular. There is change in voice where the voice becomes deeper, right? And we also know that there is enlargement of the external genitalia, and there's production of sex hormone, or there is production of testosterone, right? So this is something that you need to know. Now similarly in girls it is different, right? We know that there is production of estrogen, and we know that there is starting of the menstrual cycle, enlargement of breasts, and we also know that there is widening of hips, right? So we see that these are all some changes that we observe. Now it's important that you know all of this, because in your examination they will ask you to, there was a question as well, right? Elucidate what are the changes that the body undergoes to prepare for sexual reproduction, right? So in this case it's very, very important that you need to write down these changes, right? You need to write these changes down because they will ask you for important questions. Now let me tell you one thing to everybody who is telling me unnecessary things on the chat. If you start doing this, I will not take any of your doubts, and we will go ahead and I will just keep teaching, right? So everybody who wants to unnecessarily spam, I'm very sorry, I will not take your doubts and I will just go ahead with the important questions, right? So coming back to those of you who are asking me, yes? So it's important that you learn this, right? You need to learn these changes for both males as well as females. Now, for those of you who are asking me difference between adolescence and puberty, right? Now, adolescence is the whole time period, or I would say that it is the whole phase where the changes happen, right? While puberty is the point of life, the point which is either 10 years or 12 years, the point where those changes start happening is what we understand as puberty, yes? Now, for those of you who are asking me about, ma'am, are gametes involved in asexual reproduction? Gametes are not there in asexual reproduction, right? Ma'am, how many marks could it come for changes in puberty? Tanya, there was a question which was asked for 3 marks, so you can get questions for 3 marks, yes? So now let's dwell deeper into understanding about what exactly happens during puberty, and when we say that there is, reproductive maturity taking place, what exactly happens, right? Now in this case, we know that I told you in human beings, sexual reproduction takes place, right? So in this case, we know that in human beings, there is a reproductive system which is responsible for all the processes of reproduction, right? Now in this case, yes? All right, so just give me one moment, everybody. Okay, so now moving on, right? So we know that in sexual reproduction, there is a reproductive system which is involved, right? So we know that in males, there is a male reproductive system, and in females, there is a female reproductive system. Now, for those of you who are asking me, ma'am, why gametes are not involved? Because in asexual reproduction, only one parent, and it is found in lower organisms, right? So in that case, there is no need for production of gametes, yes? So in this case, let's have a look and understand male reproductive system. Now, in male reproductive system, I'll just take you through a very simple one. In male reproductive system, the main reproductive organ is the testis, right? This is the main reproductive organ. Now, why am I calling this as the main reproductive organ? Because we see that this is responsible for the production of the male gamete or the sperm, right? So, we see that they are responsible for the production of male gametes. Now, along with this, we see that they are also responsible for producing the male sex hormone, which is testosterone, right? So they are responsible for that. Now, for those of you who are asking me, ma'am, will the reproductive system ka diagram come? Labeling will come. Okay, diagram based questions for labeling will come. Diagram will not come. So you do not have to take tension about that. Now, what is the function of testosterone? All the secondary sexual characters that we discussed about, right? All the secondary sexual characters, maturation of the reproductive system, all of this is carried out by the testosterone. Okay, now I told you that here once the testis produces the sperm, we see that it will go to the epididymis, which is this highly coiled structure which is present at the back of the testis, right? And from here we see that it will go into the next part, which is the sperm duct, right? So we see that it will move into the sperm duct. Now the sperm duct goes upwards. Okay, now the thing is that the testis are located outside the body. Yeah, right? They are extra abdominal, right? They are located outside the body. Yes? And why are they located outside? Because we know that sperm production requires a temperature slightly 2 to 3 degrees Celsius lower than the body temperature, right? So now, of course, in this case, we know that that is why it is located outside, or it is extra abdominal. Yes? So now in this case, we know that it then goes on to it moves into the sperm duct or the vas deferens, where then it will go it will loop over the urinary bladder, which is this huge structure, right? It will go into the urinary bladder, and then finally it will join into the urethra, right? Now on its way, it will get secretions from some accessory glands as well, right? You don't have it in detail, right? You just have it saying that there is prostate gland and there is also seminal vesicle, right? You just have so much. And we know that they pour their secretion so that they get motility and they'll also get nutrition as well, right? Now in this case, we know that once the secretions are poured, we know that sperm plus secretion, what is it going to form? It will form a milky fluid called as semen, right? So it will form something known as semen. And this semen that is there is actually what is released out, right? And we know that it will move through the urethra, and of course the urethra enters into the external genitalia, which is the penis, and then it will be ejaculated out from the body. Now pathway, somebody was asking me, ma'am, where is testosterone produced? Testosterone that is there is produced in the testis, right? Cowper's gland is not there in the syllabus, right? वो नहीं है. Now next one, I also saw very important question that was there which I missed. Somebody asked me, ma'am, can you explain seminal vesicle and prostate gland, right? Yes, Bhumi. Seminal vesicle that is there. So I'm just going to use short terms, right? So seminal vesicle and prostate gland, right? What do? They pour in their secretions. You don't need to know it separately what they do, but basically it provides nutrition and of course motility as well, right? Allows the sperms to move. Yes? So that is something that you need to understand. Now here pathway of sperms is very, very important, and on an exam front, MCQ can come to identify the correct pathway, right? So please make sure that you all understand. Testosterone is a hormone. Yes, bacha, testosterone is a hormone. Okay. So MCQ, they'll ask you pathway, and what will you write? If they ask, it will be testis, then sperm duct, or it is also known as vas deferens, right? So this is also known as vas deferens. From there, you can, write urethra and then penis, right? So these are the main parts that you should know as per your exams, right? You don't need to know too much in detail, all right? So are we clear with the male reproductive system? Yes, Jane, there are some diagrams that you need to do, okay? There are some diagrams that you need to learn, and we will do it again tomorrow as well. I've told you some diagrams as and when I've been teaching, but again, Ankita ma'am and I will take it tomorrow once again, okay? Are we all clear? Fatafat, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Yes, brilliant. Ma'am, does testosterone and estrogen bring about the changes during puberty? Yes, they do. Okay. Now, quickly we will move on to female reproductive system, right? 3 disadvantages of vegetative propagation I have already explained. Please go ahead and rewind back. Those of you who are feeling tired, take a break and you can come back and watch it later. Diagrams of reproductive system, important for labeling. So now, of course, in female reproductive system, we see that the main reproductive organ that is there is the ovary, right? So this is the main reproductive organ, right? And we know that in this case, we know that when we say it is the main reproductive organ, it produces the female gamete. Now, can you all tell me fatafat in the chat which is the female gamete? Yes. Very quickly, what is the female gamete? Jaldi. Okay. Yes, ovule or ovum. Exactly, the female gamete here is the ovum, right? Ovum is the female gamete. Now, apart from this, we also know that this is responsible for producing hormones like estrogen. Yes, so it also produces the sex hormone, which is estrogen. Now we see that along with this, the other parts that are there are a pair of ovaries, right? They're located in the abdominal region. Now we also know that there are 2 structures called as the fallopian tube. Then we have the uterus, which is a pear-shaped muscular structure. Then we have the cervix and the vagina, right? So now let's understand a little more. Now we know that the ovum is released by the egg. So we know that in the female body there are a fixed number of eggs, right? So we know that when a female is born, right, during her development in the womb of her mother, we know that there is a fixed number of eggs, right? And we know that they will undergo a certain stage of development and it will stop and they will resume development during puberty, right? So they will resume the development. Now what happens is that once a female hits puberty, we know that every month 1 egg is released by 1 ovary. That means if this month right ovary releases 1 egg, next month left ovary will release 1 egg. And I will tell you what is progesterone also, okay? So now we know that there is release of egg from the ovary. And this process of release of egg from the ovary is what we call as ovulation, right? So this is what we understand as ovulation. Now once the egg is released, we see that it will then go into the fallopian tube. Now simultaneously, right? Now simultaneously, if the sperms are released into the female tract, right? So we see that the sperms are released into the female reproductive tract through the vagina, right? And the sperms will swim up through the cervix, they will reach the uterus and they will swim all the way till the fallopian tube, right? So they will swim all the way till the fallopian tube. And in the fallopian tube, we see that the sperms and the egg meet. And here we see that there is fusion of the sperm and the egg, and this is what we call as fertilization. So we see that it will fertilize to form a single cell structure called as the zygote, right? So zygote formation takes place. Is oogenesis important? Oogenesis is not important, right? What can they ask you so far? So far with what we have discussed, they'll ask you MCQ question on where fertilization takes place. Where does fertilization take place? Fertilization takes place in the fallopian tube. They can ask you on the different parts, right? They'll ask you functions of different parts of maybe either the male reproductive system or female reproductive system. So these things are something that you need to do. Ma'am, can 2 sperms fuse? No. Only 1 sperm will fuse with 1 egg, right? So this is what we understand. And we know that zygote formation takes place, right? So we know that zygote formation takes place, and once zygote is formed, it will undergo series of development resulting in the formation of embryo, right? So embryo formation also takes place. Now simultaneously, what happens is that as and when all of this is happening, right? I'm just going to go back to this diagram. The uterus that is there, right? So we see that the uterus will start to prepare itself to get this embryo, right? So we see that it will, it will slowly start to develop, right? So now what will happen? The uterus will start to thicken, right? There will be thickening of the inner lining of uterus with what? It will have lining with blood and mucus, right? So there will be lining with blood and mucus. Now in this case, when that thickening comes, we know that hormones like progesterone. Now all of you are asking me, ma'am, what is the role of progesterone? Progesterone's role is to maintain the pregnancy condition. We often call it as pregnancy hormone, right? So the fact that this thickening that is there, no, this thickening needs to be maintained. All of that is done by progesterone, yes? So now what will happen? Embryo has formed, right? And it will reach the uterus, and in the uterus we see that implantation will happen, right? So we see that it will get implanted. So first we had zygote, right? Zygote formation happened. Zygote that is there will eventually become embryo. Now embryo has gotten implanted into the uterus. Now this embryo will now become a fetus, right? So this is what you need to know. Now they'll ask you a question on why is the uterus important, what are the functions of uterus. So you need to write. Site of fertilization here is your fallopian tube or oviduct. Progesterone and estrogen. Progesterone is pregnancy hormone. Estrogen is the sex hormone, right? Is zygote haploid or diploid? Your gametes are haploid in nature. Your zygote is diploid in nature, right? Menopause, menarche. Menarche is the starting of menstrual cycle, which I'll explain. Menarche is the stoppage of it, right? Twins ka, you don't need to worry. It is not there in your exam. So we will not talk about twins, right? So now we eventually know that the young one is going to grow into a young baby and the whole development takes 9 months. But how exactly is it able to grow? With the help of placenta. Now everybody asking me, ma'am, placenta, umbilical cord, I am going to explain it now. Yes? See, placenta that is there, it is a disc-like structure. So eventually what happens is that now your embryo has gotten implanted into the wall of the uterus, right? Now they need to start growing. Now once it starts growing, what will happen? We see that the inner side of the uterus will form a disc-like structure that gets embedded in the uterine wall. So this right here is the placenta, right? And we see that it contains villi. So we see that there are some finger-like projections on the embryo side of the tissue, okay? And we see that it is connected with the help of the umbilical cord. So this structure that you see right here is the umbilical cord, right? Now what is the function of the placenta? They will ask you for sure, right? This is very, very important, okay? They will ask you this question. 2 marks, 3 marks, you will get this question. Make a note, right? Everybody, they will not ask you to draw placenta. They will ask you questions based on this, right? They will ask you to write function of placenta. So what should you write? You should write that it helps in allowing movement of oxygen from mother to baby, right? Movement of nutrients from where to where? From mother to baby, right? And we also know that there is movement of waste material from baby to mother so that it can be expelled out, right? So this is what we mean by this. Now, of course, this is all about placenta. Everybody, if you want to take a screenshot, take it. It's there in the sample paper also. Please put a star mark. Very important. Yes? Rich supply of blood is there. Exactly. Okay. Ma'am, zygote is not placed anywhere. Zygote is formed in the fallopian tube and it will eventually form embryo, right? Very good. So now, of course, this is what happens when there is fertilization, right? What if there is no fertilization? If no fertilization takes place, then most of these processes are not going to happen, right? Then we know that the next thing that's going to happen is menstruation, right? So what is menstruation? Can you all tell me in the chat very quickly? What do you all understand by menstruation? Yes? Can you all tell me? Ma'am, mother side or baby side? Let's go back to that. So in this case, right, it contains villi on the embryo side, right? It consists of villi on the embryo side of the tissue. Yes, embryo is planted where? Embryo is not planted in. Embryo is implanted in the walls of it, right? Yes, very good, very good. Exactly. So the shedding of the inner lining. So why is the uterus getting thickened? To receive the fertilized egg or the embryo. But if there is no fertilization taking place, there is no need for all this blood, right? So there is shedding of the inner lining of the blood along with the unfertilized egg is what we understand as menstruation, right? So this happens when there is no fertilization, yes? So what happens? Eventually it is a cyclic process, right? We know that release of ovum will happen, and then after that we know that, the uterine lining will thicken. But in this case we know that there is no fertilization, so menstruation will happen, and finally we know that it will then go back into the process where the uterine lining will prepare for the next month, right? So this is what we understand by this, right? And it's a cyclic process, hence menstrual cycle. Now, one thing you need to understand here, will steps come? Steps will not come, but you might get assertion reason, or they may ask you MCQ based questions, right? I'll explain double fertilization, but before that, I want to do a very important topic, which we end up neglecting, but it's a very scoring topic, right? Scoring topic, that is reproductive health and contraception and STD, right? So this is the last part of the chapter, right? Very last part of the chapter where we are going to be doing this, right? Last part, scoring part, okay? Your flowering part, say one question will come, that's all. Nothing more will come, so we'll do that part very quickly, yes? You don't need to mention luteal phase and all of that. All of that need not be there, yes? We'll complete. This chapter has lot of weightage, especially for 2-3 markers, which is why I've been spending some time, right? So this is very, very important. How long is it? 9 months, okay? Flower is not deleted. I'll do flower, but I'm just doing this before that, right? So reproductive health, we know that taking care of one's body and reproductive parts are also very important. So health is nothing but physical, mental and social well-being. And taking care of our reproductive parts, taking care of the external genitalia, making sure we eat right are all important. Now we know that if reproductive health is not taking place, there are chances of individuals contracting STDs. What are STDs? STDs are sexually transmitted diseases. Now we have examples like gonorrhea, syphilis and AIDS, right? Now gonorrhea is mainly caused by a certain kind of bacteria which affects the external genitalia. Syphilis is also caused by certain bacteria, and all of this affects the reproductive parts, right? So we know that there are chances wherein the reproductive parts can be affected. And why do we say sexually transmitted? Because through sexual contact is when, right? So through sexual contact is how they are transmitted. Now in this case, we also know that when it comes to reproductive health, even the mother's condition is important. Now there are times when if a mother's body is physically incapable, or maybe the pregnancy has certain complications, or in thoughts of family planning, we know that then there are a lot of steps that need to be taken place, right? So in this case, what can be done? It can be done by contraception. So unwanted pregnancies can be avoided using contraception. So what is contraception? The act of preventing pregnancy, right? Act of preventing pregnancy is what we call as contraception, yes? And we know that there are 4 methods of contraception which they will ask you in the exam, okay? Barrier method, IUDs, hormonal method and surgical method. 4-mark question. This is a 4-mark question, everybody. Be very, very careful. Yes, hormonal and chemical method are more or less the same. So what is barrier method? Barrier method is when you create a physical barrier, right? So that we see that it acts as a physical obstruction for the pathway of sperms in the female body, right? So it can be either by using condoms for males or diaphragms, right, which are female condoms. And in this case, we see that there's a physical barrier so that the sperm and the egg don't meet. And if they don't meet, then fertilization will not happen. Unwanted pregnancy can be, avoided. Now next one is intrauterine device, which is IUD, right? So now somebody was asking, IUCD? No, IUD is intrauterine device. You have copper T loop, you have, lippy loop, so many of them are there. Now why do you say intrauterine? They are inserted into the uterus, right? And we know that in the case of copper T, they will release copper ions, right? And we know that normally this can, right? Mainly these copper ions will increase the phagocytosis of the sperm and the sperms will be killed off, right? So that is one thing. Next, you have hormonal method, which mainly have all, Mala D, I pill, and all of these things which are hormones, right? Hormones which are available in the tablet form. And once they are consumed, we see that they can have an effect on the hormone balance, which can difference in hormone levels can affect the process of fertilization. And last but not the least, we have surgical method, right? Surgical method like tubectomy and vasectomy, where we know that when the fallopian tube, in tubectomy, the tubes are cut. In vasectomy, the vas deferens is cut and ligated and tied, so that, the sperms don't at all leave, right? Now here, tubectomy, vasectomy can have certain side effects, and because we know that this right here is a surgical method, but nonetheless, we know that advantages, very, very important. Advantages of using contraception is the fact that it will prevent unwanted pregnancy, family planning can be done, maternal health can be maintained, and prevention of STDs, right? What all questions can come? Advantages of contraception. Explain types of contraception. These questions can come. Okay, make a note. MTP is medical termination of pregnancy. In which method? See, medical termination of pregnancy will not come in any of these because contraception is done to avoid unwanted pregnancy. But medical termination of pregnancy is what we often refer to as abortion, where due to maybe some unavoidable health condition or if an unwanted pregnancy takes place, then it's post that, right? Ma'am, are there chances of things rotting? Nothing will rot. Okay, our body will be fine. Yes? Estrogen, Anirudh, is sex hormone, secondary sexual characters. Progesterone that is there is basically pregnancy hormone. Okay? Yes, done. All right. What is implantation? Implantation is the embedding of the embryo in the wall of the uterus. Where does fertilization take place? Fallopian tube. Please pay attention. Yes? Now, of course, quickly I'm going to take you through sexual reproduction in flowers, right? Now, in sexual reproduction in flowers, what do you all need to know? Now, when you talk about the flowers, see, flower diagram, chances of it coming are very less, okay? But basically, we know that there are different parts, right? So in this case, we have the sepals, which are these green leafy-like structures, right? Then, of course, in this case, we have these brightly colored structures, which are the petals. Then we know that we have the male and female reproductive parts, right? So I'm sorry, I'm drawing it a little faster because, of course, I want to finish the class as soon as I can, right? So these are the reproductive parts that I am drawing. Yes? So now here this is the male reproductive part, which is the stamen, right? And this is the female reproductive part, which is the pistil, right? Now we know that in this case, yes, we know that the stamen produces something known as pollen grains, which are small, tiny, powdery substances, right? And inside the females, we know that they have ovary, right? Inside which there will be ovules, right? So these are all ovules which are there. And inside the ovule, we will find the female gamete. Inside the pollen, we will find the male gamete. Now, what happens here is that by the process of pollination, we see that pollen grains are transferred from the anther. This bilobed part is also what we call as anther. This is filament. It's transferred from anther to stigma, right? And finally, the pollen will reach here. Then we see that it will form pollen tube, go all the way down, and it will transport it. It will reach the female gamete, where fusion will take place. Fertilization will take place. Now we see that eventually once fertilization happens, we know that all the other parts will fall off. Ovule will become the seed. Ovary will become fruit. Okay? Now these are a quick, like I said, right, quick summary of sexual reproduction. Diagram may come, especially pollen tube drawing is very, very important, so that can come, okay. Diagram for drawing pollen tube is very important, yes. Triple fusion and all you don't need to know for board examination. Is abortion a type of contraception? No. Fusion and fission. Fusion is when two cells come together and fuse into one. Fission that is there is when it splits into two. Yes? What is the final step of this is fruit formation, right? Ma'am, what are the common changes in males and females? Common changes is growth of hair in the pubic regions, growth of hair in the armpit regions, right? And increased activity of sebaceous glands is also a common one, right? Okay. Carpel can also be known as pistil, right? Are there any ways to stop menstruation temporarily? There are ways, but it is not acceptable. Some hormonal methods are there to postpone it, but that's not advised, right? Yes, all right. So everybody with this, of course, is germination important? See, exam point of view, I'll tell you what is important from sexual reproduction, right? So from sexual reproduction in flowers, what you need to do is learn about pollination, okay? Pollen tube formation, yes? Then they'll ask you steps of seed formation, which is basically, the whole process starting from the beginning to the end. This could be a 5-mark question, right? So this is something that they'll ask you. Double fertilization is not there in CBSE. If you actually look at it, it is not there in double fertilization is not there. But double fertilization can happen, right? I mean, double fertilization does happen in sexually reproducing flowers. Yes? So everybody, these are some important questions which will come from this chapter. Can you quickly take a screenshot? Yes, you will get a break. Don't worry. Yes? All right. Now for those of you who are getting worried about Kriti ma'am's class has been rescheduled to 6 p.m. So you will not miss Kriti ma'am's class. We will wind it up in half an hour. ठीक है? सारा chapter हो जाएगा. Yes. Niche is a meaning. Niche is a small group of organisms, right? Small group of organisms. A small, a population that is there. So everybody, I'll give you a quick 5-minute break and then Ankita ma'am is going to come and she is going to continue. Yes? So 5-minute break. Alright? 4:55. Ankita ma'am is going to be here. Everyone, please make sure, drink water, please wash your face, walk around. I hope, 3 very important chapters are done. Okay, you can pat yourself in the back right now, right? Very proud of the hard work that you are doing. Whatever doubts are getting missed now, we'll anyway have competency based questions. We'll take it then also. Nothing to worry about, right? Chalo, see you all very soon. Yes?
Hello everyone. Yes. So now everyone, we are left with 2 chapters, right? We have our environment. Hello everyone. Good evening everyone. So good to see that, and we have actually no words to say that we are so proud of you. That just shows that how much dedicated you are, right? And for your examination, you have been working really very hard, and I'm very proud of you. So everyone, we will be starting our class, right? And let's quickly finish this, right? Good, I'm good. Thank you for asking me. I hope that all of you are doing good. I know you are tired. We give you a small amount of break, right? Yes, now it's a very easy chapter, everyone. The next chapter that we have is our environment. Now, with our eye closed only, we can tell what are the important topics, right? Yes, I'm sure you all know what are the important topics from this particular chapter. Yes, very good. Yes, we will be doing control coordination. We will be doing control and coordination, don't worry. It's a breathing chapter in between, right? So if we close our eyes, we know that from this particular chapter, our environment, we have 3 very important points or topics, I would say. First, of course, food chain, 10% law of energy. Second topic, we have biomagnification. Third topic is ozone layer. So in our fingers, we have these 3 important topics. So let's quickly look at these topics, right? Here we go. We know what is environment, right? We all know what is environment. We know that environment is nothing but the sum total of all the living organisms and non-living organisms that we have around us. So we have various factors, right? We have biotic factor and abiotic factor. What are biotic factor? The living factors are called as biotic factors and the non-living factors are called as abiotic factors. So like air, water, soil, all are abiotic factors, whereas living organisms, right, microorganisms, all are what? All are biotic animals, plants. Very good. Hello everyone. Welcome to the class. Okay. Then of course we have the definition of the ecosystem. So in an ecosystem, we'll see the interaction of the biotic and the abiotic factor getting interacted. See, we breathe oxygen, right? We have plants around us which actually grow on the soil. So we can see that living organism and non-living organisms are interacting, right? So in ecosystem, we'll see their interaction. Now, of course, we have different types of ecosystem. Now, this was a question which was there in the sample paper also, right? Types of ecosystem, right? Very briefly, they have mentioned about it. So we have natural ecosystem and artificial ecosystem. Yes, natural ecosystem is like the terrestrial ecosystem, water ecosystem, and we have the artificial like garden, zoos, zoological parks, etc. Yes, we didn't had our environment crash course, but don't worry, this is good enough. We have discussed various questions for that particular chapter for sure. Does it? Absolutely. Carol, Aishwarya ma'am will be starting that session over there. Okay, so everyone, super important over here. Yes, food chain. The chemistry class has been moved to 6 p.m. everyone. So before that, we have to wind this up. Let's make sure we are finishing this, our whole biology. Here everyone. So what is a food chain? Food chain क्या है? जल्दी बताइए. What is a food chain? Food chain is nothing but the linear sequence. Right, the linear sequence where we will see the movement of the energy from one tropic level to the another tropic level, right? Where one organism is consuming the other, and that's how the energy is moving ahead. That is nothing but the food chain. So, if we have to define the food chain, this is how we can define. The sequence of transfer of matter and energy in the form of food from organism to organism is called as food chain. For those of you who want to know the definition of food chain, here we have the sequence of transfer of matter and the energy from one organism to another organism is called as food chain. Right? I've repeated it again. Now we have producers, we have primary producers, we have producers, we have primary consumers, secondary consumers, tertiary consumer, right? So who are consumer and who are producers? Can you quickly tell me? Easy, right? Who are producers? The one that are the main source of energy. And in our ecosystem, right, in all the food chain, we have plants as the producers. Why plants are the producers? Because they can make their own food, right? Plants can make their own food. That's why they are the producers. Then we have consumers, primary consumer, first consumer. They are the herbivores, right? They are the one that only eats the plant. Then we have the carnivores. They eat the meat of the other animal. Then we have big carnivores, and here it goes. Clear? Everyone, are we clear with this very easy food chain? One of the easiest food chain, I'm sure you would have drawn, is this grass, grasshopper, then we have frog and snake. Easiest food chain, right? So over here, these grass are the producers. Then we have primary consumer, secondary consumer and tertiary consumer. Okay? That's how we have the food chain. So everyone, I hope that food chain is clear. Now in food chain, there's one more word, that is food web. What is food web? When food chain are interconnected, right? If food chain are interconnected, we call it as a food web. Very good. When there's an interconnection of the food chain, we call it as the food web. Very good. Good, this video will be there. Nobody will be deleting this video. So everyone, are we clear with food web and food chain? Good, good, very good. Now let's talk about the most important part that can easily come in your examination. We have over here is the energy law, right? 10% energy law. Activities tomorrow we'll be discussing. Yes, now let's discuss about. Ma'am, blue, green are also producers. I didn't get your question. Wait a minute. Yes. Blue and green algae. See, algae, of course, we know that they are the one that they make food, right? So we can consider them as the producers, right? And there are various animals that will be eating on them. Yes, Twin Star, thank you for helping your friends out there. Lots of love to you. Okay, chaliye. What is energy flow, everyone? Energy flow is nothing. I'll explain you about the DTT. Once we are there, we'll explain you. Avisha, noted your point. Yes, remember you, Palak. Very good, Shreya. Gunjan, PDF, Telegram pay you will get. We don't have Menti. Thank you, Babita. We don't have Menti today. Hasini, we don't have. Yes, I'm repeating it again. We don't have omnivorous in the food chain. In this particular food chain, we don't have. Okay? The one that we have discussed, right? We don't have that food chain mein omnivores. Okay, let's just stay focused. Energy flow. Now everyone, this is very easy. See, we have a plant, right? And plant take energy from sun. This is a beautiful sun. Okay, plant take the energy. And plants get the 10,000 joule of energy. Okay, this is the hypothetical situation, everyone. Clear? Yes, clear? Okay. Now, who is consuming the plant? Who is consuming the plant? Jaldi, jaldi, everyone. Let's suppose we have a beautiful grasshopper. Cute little tiny grasshopper is there. And that grasshopper was really very hungry. So that grasshopper hopped and ate a plant. Okay? What will happen? Only 10% of the energy will move from one tropic level to the another. Are we clear? Yes, one tropic level to another tropic level, only 10% of the energy will move. So from 10,000 we'll reduce 1 0, we'll have what? 1000 only. Okay, clear? Very good. Only 10% energy went to the grasshopper. Now you know what? Frog is really very hungry. Frog is jumping from one part to another part. मुझे भूख लगी है, मुझे खाना चाहिए, right? So from the 1000, again 100 joule of energy will move from the one tropic level to the another tropic level. And then of course, snake is also very, very hungry, right? From 100 to, we'll just have 10 joule of energy. See over here. Snake can be easily eaten by the eagle. Eagle is flying really very high. ठीक है? उड़ रहा है eagle. He is hungry. कितना हो जाएगा? 10%. Yes, only very less percentage now we'll have, right? See, very important thing everyone, as we move ahead in the tropic level, what we'll have, will just have only the 10% energy moving from one tropic level to the another tropic level. 90% of the energy will be getting lost in various metabolic process. Yes? No, we can add. Clear? Here. So, this is very important that as we move, right, as we move ahead in the tropic level, the amount of energy received at the end is always very less. Are we clear, everyone? Clear? Manasavi, they are nothing but the बच्चे tropic level. Animal किस level पे है? First tropic level, whether they are consuming the food directly, like primary consumer over here, grasshopper, which is eating the plants directly. Then of course we have the frog, which is a secondary consumer. Okay? Why are decomposers not there? Because see, decomposers are a part of every food chain. Right? Decomposers are a part of every food chain, and every organism, be it a plant or an animal, at the end will be decomposed by the microorganisms. That's why they are there. Okay? Good, very good everyone. So are we clear about 10% law of energy? Let me explain you again. 10% law of energy क्या बोलता है? ये है according to this energy law कि हर ट्रॉपिक लेवल पे ओनली 10% ऑफ द एनर्जी ही जाएगी आगे. प्लांट्स में से 10% एनर्जी जाएगी ग्रासहॉपर को. ग्रासहॉपर ने जो भी खाना खाया उसकी एक्टिविटीज में यूटिलाइज होगा, और सिर्फ 10% फ्रॉग के पास में जाएगी अगर फ्रॉग खाएगा ग्रासहॉपर को. Only 10% of the energy will be moving from one tropic level to the another tropic level. Decomposers artificial ecosystem में हो सकते हैं. अगर हमने zoo बनाया है तो zoo में होंगे. Microorganisms होते हैं हर जगह पे that actually help in the decomposition process. But it's not compulsory कि वो हर जगह पे होंगे. Clear? Yes, that's why. Very good. How much energy is at sun? Not just, so we don't know how much energy is that. We are just starting with the plants. Of course, we know that it has so much amount of the energy. We are starting with the producers. Good. Okay? Everyone, are we clear? It is just the example that we take. Okay? So this is a 10% law of energy. This is how you can remember, everyone. Do take a screenshot of this. Jaldi se take a screenshot. Here we have this also. You can see. Sorry. Good, very good. Ma'am, why? Okay, wait. Ma'am, omnivores are secondary. So omnivores से carnivores कौन होते हैं? So हर food chain में definitely will have the omnivores also. We are the omnivores, right? We eat both the plants and the animals. So if we have a food chain, they will be there. लिख सकते हैं आप जे भी लिख सकते हैं प्रसन्ना, and you can write kilocalories also. You can write both of these. It's better if you write this. Okay, Prasanna, Yes. कैलकुलेट करने के लिए 10% आप नॉर्मल जैसे परसेंटेज यूज करते हैं वो आप यूज करेंगे, but the easiest way I'm telling you is to reduce the number of zeros as you move ahead. Zeros को हटाते जाओगे, you will be able to get it. Chemistry session is at 6. The session is moved to 6 o'clock. Clear? Yes. Very good. अरे there is a question on the eagle. मैम, हाँ कि eagle को इतनी why they are not so powerful than eagle then? हाँ, so again, see of course it's not about, see, tropic level की बात हो रही है, right? That's how the energy is moving. Definitely they are more stronger, for sure. But if we compare the amount of energy that they receive at the end, when the energy is moving in a tropic level, right? In the food chain, it's very less. Okay, I think many of you are asking, okay, ma'am, 10% law of energy किसने दिया था? So we don't have it in a syllabus, right? It was given by the Lindman. He gave the 10% law of energy. Clear? It's unidirectional. It's always unidirectional. Means that it flows only in one particular direction. Any doubts, everyone? Any doubt? Good, very good. So this question can come in your examination. Please make sure you practice this. Likita, I've already explained, bache, what a tropic level. These stages, of course, where we have one organism or the other. As we move, as the food moves, right, we have those tropic level. Chaliye. Here, everyone, let's take a look at the next concept. This is nothing but the food web. Okay? Now, let's discuss about this. Yes, everyone, are we clear? Okay, now you're asking, ma'am, why it is unidirectional. Why it is unidirectional? Now, this is very good. In a food chain, do you think that, let's suppose we have grass, we have deer, and we have lion. Do you think that deer can eat lion? Tell me, do you think that deer can eat lion? Jaldi. Quickly, everyone, quickly tell me. Yes. So even if we are consuming a different level of the tropic level, if we are consuming something, of course we are receiving less amount of energy. Very good, right? Deer cannot eat lion, never, right? So we have the flow of energy only in one particular direction, because the organisms which are placed in these tropic level, right? The organisms which are placed in these tropic levels work according to the system that we have, right? We have producers, we have consumers, secondary consumer, tertiary consumer, all of these. So we have an understanding that the capacity of an animal, what they are eating. See, herbivores are what? They are only plant eating animal. They will not be able to eat the meat of the other animal. So it can never be the ulta of it. That's why it's always in one direction. Clear? The energy move in that particular direction only. Are we clear, everyone? The weightage of this chapter is approximately 5 to 6 marks. Yes, decomposers are nothing but those organisms that will be breaking down the dead and decay organisms. Good, very good. Are we clear, everyone? Jaldi se, are we clear? Good, very good. Number of zero to be detected? Ha, you can remove the zeros. Very good. Ha, absolutely correct. So I have explained everything, everyone. I hope that all of you are clear with it. Good, very good. 1 minute, everyone. Yes, I hope that all of your doubts are clear. Okay. Kilocalories, yes. Okay. Now I think many of you are asking about the biomagnification. Right? I पूछ रहे थे ना, what is my biomagnification? Yes or no? So let's discuss about it. So can you see we have a plant? Yes or no, everyone? Okay, I will take some doubts. Give me some time. Let's quickly focus over here. So everyone, what we have over here, right? We have a plant, and can you see these red dots? Here we have. So let's suppose if this particular plant, right, was there, right, and the plantation was happening, and I added the DDT. Now what is the full form of DDT? It is nothing but dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. Please don't ask me कि मैम what is the full form of DDT, यहाँ पे लिख दिया है dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. That is the full form of DDT. It's an insecticide. ठीक है? तो हमने plants को insect से बचाने के लिए क्या किया? What we did, we added the insecticide. Now what had happened? These DDT went inside the plants. Can you see over here? Right, it went inside the plant. And when the hen consumed it, the number of these harmful toxic DDT increases. Right? See, it depends on the mass of the organism. As the mass of the organism is increasing, similarly, what will happen? The accumulation of these toxin in the body of the organisms will increase. Are we clear? Important नहीं है. DDT की full form important नहीं है. It's not important. Clear है? छोटा सा organism है तो उसके पास में ज़्यादा toxic नहीं होगा. But जैसे जैसे organisms का size बढ़ेगा, number of cells बढ़ेंगे, the level of the accumulation of the toxin in the body will increase. अगर इस hen को किसी human ने खाया तो उसमें ज़्यादा accumulation होगी, and that is nothing but the biology magnification. This is nothing but a phenomena where the concentration of the chemical toxin increases in each tropic level. हर tropic level पे चीजें बढ़ती जाती हैं. Yes, are we clear? Rubel, we are not getting into that conversation, right? We are just studying what we have. Yes, this is the proper definition. Okay? This is the proper definition. Yes. Are we clear? These are the questions that comes again and again, everyone. So, biomagnification में क्या हो रहा है? Toxic का level बढ़ता जा रहा है. The concentration of these toxic materials is increasing in each and every organism at moving from one tropic level to the another tropic level. Decomposers पढ़ा दिया है. We just discussed about the decomposers. Regu, let's just stay focused. आप बताओ आप कहाँ पे होगे? Good. Everyone, are we clear? Yes. Sohini, you can go and watch on the channel. It will start at 6 p.m. Okay, everyone. Let's move ahead and let's discuss about the types of waste. We have biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. And it's a very easy topic where we will be discussing about how we have to manage them. Reduce, reuse and recycle. It's a case-based study question, everyone. It's a case-based study question that can definitely come from this particular chapter. Please make sure you know about this. How we can manage our waste? By reducing the amount of waste that we make, right? By reusing what we have and by recycling. Everyone, are we clear? DDT की full form नहीं आएगी. Okay. Decomposers important हैं because they actually help in cleaning out our environment. हाँ, मैं left-handed हूँ. Okay, चलिए. So everyone, with this, I think we are done. Now let's quickly discuss about the ozone. Now ozone में ये important है. Please take a screenshot of this. Ozone is nothing but we have this amazing beautiful blanket which is there above our atmosphere, right? And ozone layer actually help us protecting from the harmful UV radiation. This is a formula, that reaction that you have to remember. Oxygen molecule is there, right? And of course it will get split by the UV radiation and we'll have oxygen atom. Oxygen atom when combined with the oxygen molecule will give us ozone. O3 is the formula of ozone. And ozone is very, very important because it actually protects us from the harmful UV radiation, right? If there is a damage to it, which is usually done if we use the chlorofluorocarbon, right? Here we have the sources of the chlorofluorocarbon. If there's a depletion of the ozone, we humans can face various diseases. You can write about these. Okay? This is done. Yes, it is a deadly poisonous gas. It is. Skin cancer, eye cancer, cataract, damage to the DNA, etc. Very good. Reuse and recycle. Reuse means, bache, for example, if we have a pen, right? If we can change the nib of the pen, if we can change the refill of the pen, that is reuse. Recycle means plastic का recycle हो गया, steel के जो tin box होते हैं उनका recycle हो गया. Does 10% law means we have to eat more? No, it just tells us 10% energy is what we are getting. Very good. Are we clear, everyone? So, ma'am, where we should be placing the decompose in the food chain? Nowhere. We'll not be placing. That's why we don't place decomposers in any of the food chain, because they are not a part of it. Clear? Good. Everyone, are we clear? Ozone topic is very important. Biological magnification is really very important. And energy 10% energy law and food chains are important. Please do read the textbook. All your doubts will be sorted. So here we have the few list of the important questions. You can take a screenshot. Jaldi say, everyone. Yes, very good. Aditya, the only logic behind the biomagnification is that as we know that the number or the mass of the cells in an organism will increase, the accumulation of the toxic will also increase. 10% law energy is very, very important. Chirayu, so by reducing it, recycling it, right? You can write those things only. Okay, good, 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 very good, everyone. Chirayu, you have answered your question. Easy chapter, right? Bhumi, you can write the formula of ozone. Good. Chali, everyone. So, we are done with this, and let's quickly take a look at the control and coordination, everyone. Chali, everyone, quick thumbs up. Yes, we are not stopping now. Half an hour, everyone. Very important chapter, but I will be telling you the important topics that will be coming from control and coordination. Clear? So, it's a really very important chapter, but we'll have easy peasy concepts. So, focus on the important questions only. Done? Yay! 5 minutes ka break. Nahi bacche, ab nahi. Right? Yes, and let's start, everyone. So here we go. Control and coordination. Yes. Now let's discuss about control and coordination. We all know that control and coordination is really very important, right? So this particular chapter has two major subtopics. We have nervous system and the hormonal system. In the nervous system, what we have the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. Yes, we have brain and spinal cord in the central nervous system. They are the main part, right? And then we have the peripheral nervous system, which have the nerves that we have in the body, right? We have somatic nervous system, autonomic nervous system, sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. This part is not that important from the exam point of view. Okay? Everyone, are we clear? This part is not that important. So, let's move ahead and let's take a look at the important part. Here we go, everyone. Can you quickly tell me what is this? Jaldi say. Tell me, everyone, what is this? Very good, very good. Can you quickly tell me what is this? Nice. This is nothing but the neuron, right? We know that neuron is the structural and the functional unit of the brain or of the nervous system, right? The cells that we have in the nervous system are the neurons, right? So neurons have what? They have dendrites. We know that these are the very important part, right? We have dendrite, we have cell body, we have axon, and we have axon ending or the terminal ending. We call them as nerve ending also, right? We call them as axon ending or terminal ending or axon terminal. Yes? So, now comes a very, very important part, everyone, that we have to pay attention to. So, what we know that dendrite, right, receives the information. Remember this, everyone. So, dendrite will receive the information. Yes, it will pass it to the cell body. Cell body will pass the information to the axon, and axon will pass the information to the axon ending or the last part, right? The axon terminal. Clear? Yes? Don't feel depressed. Don't feel sad. We are here with you. Yes, very good. Yes, I will explain you synapses. Yes, very good. Everyone, I want you to focus over here. Right? I understand that all of you have been stayed with us for such a long time. I want all of you to pay attention. Yes? Good, good, good. So, this is the pathway we have where we'll see the formation. Right? Okay? This is how the information is moving from one part of the neuron, right? And it is moving from that part. Neuron में इस तरीके से signal pass on होते हैं. Two important points that you are been asking over here is myelin sheet, right? Can you see? So on the axon, we have a myelin sheet. It actually protects, right? It actually makes sure that the impulse that is moving, right, is moving perfectly without there's a break into it. It's kind of protect the axon. It makes sure that the impulse or the electrical impulse which is moving is not getting lost. Clear, everyone? We're not able to have a break right now. We'll take a break later. Clear? Good. Very good, everyone. So are we clear with what is the myelin sheet? Good. Now let's discuss about the movement, right? We were discussing dendrite will receive the information, right? It will give it to the cell body. Cell body's information will go to the axon, right? And from the axon, the information will go to the axon ending or the nerve ending. Then at the nerve ending, everyone, what we have? We have a small gap, right? See over here? That we call it as synapse. So what happens in the axon, right? We have the electrical impulse. Yes, we have the electrical impulse. That electrical impulse comes to the end of the axon ending or the nerve ending, and there is a formation of these small vesicles which contain neurotransmitter. Now what are neurotransmitter, everyone? Yes, from cell body to axon. From cell body to axon. Rosina, yes. Okay, what are neurotransmitters? Neurotransmitters are nothing, but they are the chemicals, right? They are the chemicals that actually carries the information. So as the axon will be receiving the information, that electrical signal will be getting to the chemical signal conversion, and we will have the neurotransmitter. These neurotransmitter will come at the ending of the axon end, right? The neural end, and it will release the neurotransmitter in the gap. That small junction between two neurons is called as the synapse. Synapse. Yes? Clear, everyone? Yes, very good. Yes, the signal is always from the cell body to the axon ending. Clear? Yes, it's only in one direction. Okay, it's always in one direction. Ma'am, dendrite tape converting, yes. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, very good, very good. See, you all are my pyara bachchas and I'm very proud of you. So this information will come from the dendrite to cell body to axon, and axon terminal, right? And then we have a small gap which is synapses, and from there it will move to the another neuron. Clear? This is easy. Good. Cyton is also called as cell body. Very good. Okay? So this is how you will remember. Many of you are asking, ma'am, what is signal transduction? How the signal move. Clear? How the signal move. That's how we will remember this. Signal transduction. Okay. See, everyone, this is how the signal moves in a body. From one neuron to the other neuron. This is neuron 1. This is neuron 2. From dendrite to cell body to axon to nerve ending. Then dendrite, cell body, axon, nerve ending. Everyone, you will remember this? Jaldi say. Yes, I will tell you about the neuromuscular junction also. This is clear, right? From this chapter, you will have 4 marks question. Hopefully, you will have approximately 4 marks question. Good. Okay. So this is how you will remember this. Now let's discuss about the important parts only, everyone. There are very important parts which have the neurons. What are neurons? We all know. There are different types of neuron in our body also, you know. We have sensory neurons, motor neurons and relay neurons. Sensory neurons are the ones that are there on our senses, right? Yes. For example, on our skin, what neuron will have? We have sensory neuron. That's why we can feel the pinch, right? That's why we can feel if there is anything hot or cold. Motor neuron are the one that will make our action. For example, if it's at a pinch, I can move my hands back, right? So motor neuron will make sure I'm taking that action. Clear? Feel the stimulus, absolutely correct, is the sensory neuron. Taking action, that is the motor neuron. And relay neuron act as an intermediate between, and it actually helps us in passing the information from the sensory neuron to the motor neuron. Diksha, please don't feel that. I'm sure you'll do good. Let's focus on science exam. Signal can't be transmitted only in a form of... I'll take that question. I will take that question. Give me some time, I'll take that question. Yes. Okay? So let's discuss about it, everyone. So are we clear with this? Everyone, are we clear? Type of neuron? Good. So there's one question कि ma'am neurotransmitter chemicals क्यों होते हैं? So that's how we have the whole setup in our body. So axon में, right? You will learn in your higher classes, there is a change in the concentration, right? Basically, we have positive ions and negative ions. They plays very, very important role. So क्या होता है, ये जो signal जब जा रहा है, तो positive and negative है, तो उससे potassium ions and sodium ions are there, right? उनकी वजह से movement हो रहा है. Eventually, जो signal pass on होता है हमारी body में chemicals ही हैं, right? So, chemicals neurotransmitter बन जाते हैं. Clear, everyone? It's an easy way. That's how our brain can work. Clear? This will not come in your examination, इसलिए आप चिंता मत कीजिए. You should know that we have neurotransmitter. Clear? Very good. See, I'm really sorry I can't see the chat. Yes. Everyone, quick thumbs up. Good. Very good. Awesome. Okay. Yes. See, we'll not be going into that. Suresh, thank you here. Thank you so much. But वो आप class 11th में पढ़ोगे. Okay, चलिए. No, neurons are not joined. ऐसे चुपके चुपके नहीं होते. There's a small gap between. Okay, everyone. Now let's discuss about the nerves. Now nerves क्या होती हैं? Nerves are nothing but the bundle of axons which are coming together and they are surrounded by the myelin sheet. See over here. See, we have the axon and there's a covering, proper covering. Most important part, everyone. Most important part. Take a screenshot, everyone, for this. And then I'll explain you. Disha, neurotransmitters are the chemicals that carries the signal, that carries the messages, right? Acetylcholine, dopamine, serotonin, all of these are the neurotransmitter. Good. Okay, everyone. This, I don't have to tell you, this is very, very crucial, important topic, right? Reflex action. कितनों ने ये question exam में देखा है? Ashwin, it's a very fast process. Right? The movement that we have in our neuron is really very fast. Jaldi batao. I'm sure all of you have seen this question in your examination. Yes? Many times. Absolutely. So we know for a fact that's really very important. Reflex arc and reflex action. So there are two different words and there's a difference also between these. What is reflex arc? Reflex arc is nothing but a neural circuit which starts from the sensory neuron at the receptor and ends at the motor neuron at the effector. Yes, that's the reflex arc, the small arc which is formed. ऐसा small arc बन जाता है, एक circuit है. यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे checkpoints हैं. This is the reflex arc. And what is reflex action? Reflex action is the involuntary movement which happens, right? action, reflex action is responsible, which is completely involuntary. You and I cannot control it. Yes? So we can define reflex action as involuntary and nearly a very instant movement in response to the stimuli. Okay? And this action happens with the help of reflex arc. Clear? Yehi diagram aayega. This diagram is really very important. Okay? This diagram is really very important, everyone. Clear? Yes. Are we clear, everyone? This is very, very important diagram. Good. Please practice about this, right? Practice for this particular diagram because this is really important. Good. So, we are clear with the reflex arc, right? I hope that all of you are clear with what is reflex arc and what is reflex action. So, receptors are present, right? They will be receiving the information. The information will go to the sensory neuron. Sensory neuron will carry that information to the spinal cord. This information will go directly to the spinal cord, right? And the spinal cord will send the signal to the brain. And the spinal cord is an active part which is getting involved in the reflex action. So, in the spinal cord, we have relay neuron, which will transfer the information from sensory neuron to the motor neuron, and motor neuron will carry that information to the effector in the muscle. That's how we'll be able to move, right? We'll be able to move our hands back. Yes, Varshini, I know that this chapter has less weightage among all of the other chapters. Breathing is involuntary, right? We do sometimes controls it, but mostly it's involuntary. Clear, everyone? I will explain you about the food chain में एक ही direction में क्यों, but let's just finish this part first. Clear? Clear, everyone? Good. So we are focusing on just important points. So here we have the central nervous system has the brain which controls everything, right? And then we have the spinal cord which actually connects the brain to the peripheral nervous system which have all the nerves, right? See, we have different nerves. I can move my hand like this. So all of that is controlled by the nerves. So we have peripheral nervous system. You're talking about the brain, and here we have everyone. Brain, central controlling part, right? It has three parts: forebrain, midbrain and the hindbrain. And it has three different layers which are called as meninges. And over here, everyone, we have the different parts of the brain. Okay? So we have this part, but important for you to take a look over here. Can you look over here, everyone? Take a screenshot of this. Yes? Take a screenshot of this. Very good. What are meninges? Meninges are nothing but basically the layers that we have, that are protective layer that we have in the brain, which is called as the meninges. Good. I'm not ignoring anyone. I'm really sorry. There are so many of you here. I might miss calling out your name. So we have forebrain, midbrain and the hindbrain. Forebrain has the major part responsibility, right? It's a main controlling activity that actually helps us to sense the surroundings, smell, taste, all the five senses that we have, right? Plays controlled by the forebrain. Cerebrum, very good. We call it as a cerebrum, absolutely correct. Then we have the midbrain. As the word midbrain is there, it is a bridge between the forebrain and the hindbrain, and it controls various involuntary activities. Involuntary activities, right? Like visual and auditory stimuli. Then of course, last part we have the hindbrain, which has three important parts: cerebellum, which helps in balancing, right? Then we have medulla, which controls in the involuntary action, and then we have the pons also, which also plays a very important role in facial control, right? Right, and of course sometimes breathing, all of these, this also part has some involuntary action functions. Clear? See everyone, we have shared this with you previously also. So please make sure you take a look over here and remember these. Clear everyone? Yes? If someone will ask you to write the functions of the brain, please make sure you write these. Right? Basically, it actually handles our sleep cycle, right? And breathing also some. basically mostly the involuntary actions that are not in our control. Okay? Clear, everyone? Yes. It has a very important role in our facial expression. So of course, when you think about it, right, every part of the brain is connected and they have small responsibility. I can see one thing. Corpus callosum. So our brain, right, is divided into two parts. We have right and left hemisphere. They are joined at a part. In the center, they are joined with a very small part that is called as the corpus callosum. Clear? It's Pradeep. There's no reverse flow of it. It's always in one direction, bache. Yes. Thank you, Suresh. Sri Hari, I remember your name. Good. Brain diagram is not important. Brain diagram is not important. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now everyone, let's move ahead, right? And let's discuss about the spinal cord. So spinal cord, of course, has different region and they just have the nerves, right? They have the nerves and nerves plays a very, very important role. So that's a very important part all of us will remember. Okay. Now everyone, we have different types of nerves altogether. Take a screenshot and we will discuss. Quickly take a screenshot, everyone. So, according to the location, we have different types of nerves, right, in the peripheral nervous system. First, of course, we have cranial nerve. The nerves that are present in our brain, the face part, right? They are how many number? They are 12 in number. They control they control basically the expression. They control the activities of our face. They help us receiving the signals, right? Then, we have spinal nerves which are there on the spinal cord, which are 31 in pair, right? According to the function, we have sensory nerves, motor nerves and mixed nerve. Very similar to the neurons. Clear? Good, good, very good. At 6 p.m. you have. Very good, everyone. Let's quickly move ahead. Oh, awesome. Now everyone, let's discuss about the hormonal system, which is very important. Now we are starting with the plant's hormone. Okay? Reflex action, Palak, reflex arc and brain are different, right? So brain is a part of the central nervous system. It has different parts and each part have various function. Then reflex arc is controlled with the help of spinal cord, right? And it actually helps us in giving the instant response. But the function of mixed nerves will be again passing the information from one nerve to the another. That's why we have mixed nerve. Okay? Ma'am, the function of brain is important. Yes, they are really very important. Very, very important. Okay. Chaliye. Everyone, this part is super important and what you have to remember, these are about the phytohormones or also called as plant hormone. Can I help you with one thing? Can I suggest you one thing? Can I suggest you one thing, everyone? Indu, brain functions can come in your examination. They can easily come in your examination, but brain ka diagram will not come. Okay. Everyone, see? So let's talk about plant hormone. We have auxin, right? What is the site where it is produced? In the shoot, apical meristem and the young leaves. Remember two functions. Okay? Remember two functions, everyone, of the auxin. Only two functions. I know we have jot down many functions, but please make sure you remember only two functions because that will be helping you to remember all of it in the examination. Auxin का क्या function है? Growth को help करते हैं. Cell की elongation में help करते हैं. Gibberellin क्या करता है? Stem की elongation में help करता है. Right? I'll move aside over here. It actually help in the stem elongation. Right? Aging को रोक देता है. फिर we have cytokinin. Cell division start करता है. Seed की dormancy को break करके उनकी growth start करता है. Then we have ethylene, which is a gaseous hormone. It actually helps the fruits to ripe. Right? Fruits के पकने में help कौन करता है? Ethylene hormone. Then ये aging को भी promote करता है. और abscisic acid ये बेसिकली एजिंग को इनिशिएट करता है. प्लांट जब बूढ़े होने लगते हैं ना, उनकी एज कम हो रही होती है, तो दिस हार्मोन इज देयर, एबिसिसिक एसिड. क्लियर? And then of course, it is a plant growth inhibitor. It also stops the growth of the plant. Yes? Clear, everyone? So this is how you will remember all of this. Then let's quickly discuss about the movement in plants. There are two types of movements that we have. We have nastic movement and tropic movement. This is also very important. I'm sure you remember this, right? Yes, very good. So, nastic movement is independent of the growth. Touch me not plant, right? We see the movement there, but there's no growth in the plant, right? So, independent of the growth, there's no directional response, and response is due to the change in the shape of the cell. So, we have the example of the nastic movement, which is touch me not plant. Yes? Then we have tropic movement. It's growth dependent, it's directional, and it is response due to the change of the in a plant with a specific stimuli. We have the slow response, and over here we have the phototropism. So touch me not plant, nastic movement, right? Whereas tropic movement we have long list. I'm sure you remember this. Very, very important topic, everyone. Phototropism, hydrotropism, geotropism, chemotropism, all of these are the tropisms that we have, right? And these actually help to have the movement in the plants because of the stimuli, right? Yes, good. So, this is very important. Very important part for that can come for 2 marks is the hormone, animal hormone. We know what are hormones, right? They are the chemical messengers that are released in the body and they have very specific function. Yes, I'll give you a break, but just give me 5 minutes. I just need your 5 minutes, everyone. Just chotu-motu 5 minutes I need. Thank you so much for staying with us for such a long time. मैं explain करूँगी, but please आपको मुझे 5 minutes देने हैं. और 5 minutes, then I'll revise what the doubts that you have. Acha. So we are clear that what are hormones? They are the chemical messengers, chemical substance which are released by the endocrine glands, right? And they have various functions. Endocrine glands are ductless gland. They release the hormones directly into the blood, right? And these hormones are released only in a small quantity. Once they do their work, they'll stop, right? The secretion of these will stop. Yes, not ignoring you, bachche, not ignoring you. Nastic movement may something which will not see the growth will not happen. It's independent of the growth. And of course, what is a very important point about the nastic movement is that it is happening because of the change in the cell structure altogether. Okay, then we have different endocrine glands in a body. And everyone, for you, see we have made this small chotu sa function ka table. Yes? You can, now is the time for you to solve the sample papers. Yes, do solve the sample papers. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we hear what we have, everyone. You just have to remember all of this. We have growth hormone which is released by the pituitary gland, which actually help in the growth, regulation of the growth. Thyroxine, thyroid hormones release, thyroxine hormone released by the thyroid gland, controls the metabolism. Adrenal hormone released by adrenal gland. Flight and fight hormone, right? Insulin released by pancreas, regulates the blood sugar level in the body. Testosterone released by testes, provides the testosterone, right? Very important hormone. Helps in the secondary sexual development in the males, right? Estrogen or progesterone, right? Estrogen we usually say. It is there in the female, help in the development of the secondary sexual characteristic features, right? Now, I can see many of you are asking about the feedback mechanism. So, let's discuss about the feedback mechanism. So, let's suppose we have this is the pancreas, okay? Pancreas secretes a hormone which is insulin, right? If blood sugar level is increasing, which hormone will be released? We'll have the release of the insulin. This insulin will be acting on the blood sugar level and it will get it reduced, right? Yes or no? See, what is the role of insulin? Yes, what is the role of insulin? It plays a very important role in controlling the blood sugar level. It lowers down the blood sugar level. So, insulin will get lower down the blood sugar level. If it's increase में है तो वो उसे कम कर देगा. बच्चे चिरायु, thank you for helping me out. But I was not focusing on that part. Right? Ab, let's understand. We have one more hormone, right? Clear everyone? So what is happening? Once the blood sugar level is at a normal pace, the production of the insulin hormone will be stopped. So the body will send the signal to the brain and it will say कि भाई blood sugar level normal हो गया है, पेनक्रिया को बोलो कि इंसुलिन की सेक्रीशन बंद कर दे. That is a feedback mechanism. ठीक है? Clear everyone? Hello everyone. See, feedback mechanism हम इस तरीके से याद रखेंगे कि अगर एक हार्मोन एक जगह पे जाके एक्शन कर रहा है, उसका अगर एक्शन पूरा हो गया है तो बॉडी विल सेंड सिग्नल टू द ब्रेन कि अब काम हो गया है, प्लीज वो हार्मोन की सेक्रीशन मत करो. क्लियर? यस एवरीवन, आर वी क्लियर? यस तान्या, ग्लाइकोजन इज अनदर हार्मोन बट वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग ओवर हियर. यस, गुड. एड्रिनल हार्मोन का एग्जांपल ले सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, यू आर राइटिंग द एग्जामिनेशन, आपको बहुत एंजाइटी हो रही है, राइट? हमें बहुत कभी कभार वी फील के ना बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा लगता है कि ओ वी आर लिटिल बिट ऑफ नर्वस, हाथ ऐसे ना, वी हैव अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ नर्वसनेस. उस टाइम पे वी नीड दैट लिटिल बिट ऑफ पुश. बट व्हेन यू ब्रीथ इन, योर बॉडी विल सेंड द सिग्नल्स, राइट? योर ब्रेन विल से कि नहीं, एवरीथिंग इज अंडर कंट्रोल, वी डोंट नीड दैट हार्मोन. सो फिर क्या होगा? एड्रिनल ग्लैंड उस हार्मोन्स को ज्यादा सेक्रीट नहीं करेगी. चिरायु, द मेन फंक्शन ऑफ द जिबरेलिन इज बच्चे टू हेल्प इन द स्टेम elongation, help in the germination of the seed. Clear? Now I'll take your doubts everyone because we are done and I think we have 5 minutes and I'll take your doubts now. चलिए बताइए, here we have the important questions. क्या क्या doubts हैं? Yes. हाँ, difference between the endocrine and exocrine. See, endocrine glands are ductless. That means that they will be releasing the hormones directly into the bloodstream, where the exocrine glands have the duct, right, for their release. So they are ductless glands, where these are the duct glands. They will be releasing their secretion in a duct, in a pipe. Okay? Endocrine glands ka very important part, they send directly into the blood. So hormones that are produced directly go into the blood, but not in a case of exocrine, right? This actually go into the tube first, basically into the duct, and then to blood. Clear? This is important. Bas ye yaad rakho. Ethylene is a gaseous hormone that we have in the plants. Pancreas is an example of both endocrine and exocrine gland. Yes, good, very good. Okay. Difference between osmosis and diffusion. दोनों process में we'll see the movement from the higher concentration to lower concentration. Diffusion में there is a movement of gas and liquid. Osmosis में there is only movement of the water through a semi-permeable membrane. Yes. Functions of the seminal vesicle gland and the prostate gland, both of these are the accessory glands, right? And they actually help with providing the nutrient, right? Provides a fructose to the sperm, basically add the nutrition into the semen, right? Helps in the lubrication and provides a good alkaline medium so that these sperms can survive. Okay? You can write these points about the two of these glands. Good, everyone. So with this, I think with this everyone, we can conclude our session. I think we are done. I hope that all of you have enjoyed the session, everyone. Please make sure you hit the like button and please make sure to share with your friends and subscribe to the channel. Yes. right? I know that there will be few doubts. It's a humble request to each one of you. What you can do, if you have doubt, bache, you can go and watch the main session that we have, right? That will be helping you. Put it on 2x speed, go through it. Diagram is not important. Okay? Yes. I am really very thankful to each one of you. Thank you everyone for staying with us. Okay, there's a very interesting question, how to identify. So if you see in our seminar, so first of course we have the seminal vesical gland, and chotu sa we have the prostate gland. If you check in your textbook, you'll be able to identify it, bache. Don't worry. Lakshita, we have discussed about the function of brain, bache. Please look into it. Right, everyone, write in the comment section that how is your confidence level, everyone. I hope that your confidence level is really very high today. After this one amazing session, I hope that your bio is now done. Even if you had a little bit of doubt, please watch the session again and you will be sorted. A small request from my side. If you have time, please go through the NCERT textbook questions, right? Go through the textbook also, page flip kijiye. See whatever we have discussed in today's class. Clear? And I'm sure it will be helping you. With that, everyone, I'll give you a break. Your class will start at 6 p.m. Really, thank you for staying with us for such a long time. Right, and write in the comment section, everyone, that how you have enjoyed the session. We'll be meeting again, right, with the competency level questions. So I'll see you there. Bye-bye, everyone, and lots of love to each one of you. Bye-bye.